welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor us your servants, whom you have been pleased to call the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Members, allow me now to request the clerk to take us through the agenda of the day, of the sitting. Clerk.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The day's agenda items dated the 14th of December 2022. Chairperson, all members, committee on appointment committee meetings. Kindly take notice that there will be an appointment committee meeting on the Friday of 16th in December 2022 in the County Assembly Chambers starting from 9 a.m. Agendas for consideration: 1 will be prayer, number 2 will be communication from the chair, number 3 will be vetting of nominees to the Kitui County Executive Committee, CECMs. The persons to be vetted during the morning session will be Ruth Koki Mwanzia, a nominee in the Ministry of Health and Sanitation. Second will be Engineer Ruben Mulwetiko, a nominee Ministry of Roads, Public Works and Transport. And the third one, before lunch, will be Madam Joyce Kasioka Masila, a nominee for the Ministry of Education, Training, Skills and Development. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Honorable members, I request one of you to propose this agenda.
I propose.
Thank you.
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Alex. Members, this committee having confirmed the agenda, allow me to briefly communicate the following, that I would like to thank all of you, the members of this committee, for your dedication and for your professionalism in the way we have been undertaking this vetting process so far. I also would like to thank the Office of the Clerk, the entire Secretariat, for the good job which you have been doing so far in ensuring that we have a seamless vetting process. Now, members, as you look at the agenda, you can see that we have clearly indicated the time in which we shall vet these nominees. I urge this committee to kindly observe time. As we ask our questions, let us avoid repetition so that we adhere to the timelines which have been stated in the agenda. As you note, we are already late, but I believe we shall be able to catch up with the time as we continue. Now, members, in your files, you will see that there is an assessment form as provided by the Public Appointments County Assembly's Approvals Act 2017. As the nominees come, and as we interview them, you'll be able to assess and give your comments in that form pursuant to the public appointments who have been following us since yesterday. And this morning I've also received several responses. And I urge our Secretariat to keep on giving us the comments and the questions as they come, so that we can make this process as transparent as possible. Having said that, members, allow me now to request the clerk to call the first nominee, that is Mrs. Ruth Koki Mwanzia, the CCM nominee for Health and Sanitation. sana, Madam Ruth Koki Mwanzia. Please switch on the microphone. You can assist her, Sergeant at Arms. Make sure you speak directly to the microphone because this session is being recorded and answered. So welcome, Madam Ruth Koki Mwanzia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
How would we refer you? What is your title? Is it Mrs., Miss, Professor, Doctor?
Mrs.
Mrs.
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Koki Mwanzia. Welcome to this committee.
Thank you.
I will request the Honorable Clerk to administer the oath or affirmation to you before we begin. Honorable Clerk.
Thank you. Yes, I am. I, Ruth Koki Mwanzia, swear that the information that I shall give before this County Assembly Select Committee on appointments on matters under the committee's consideration shall be the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Madam Koki during the first assembly from 2013 to 2017,
Okay.
but that does not give me any interest in the process we are undertaking today.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you,
Honorable
Chair.
Alex.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sure Madam Koki is very familiar with this environment.
Somehow.
Okay, karibu.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Judith Iwanza, MCN Ward. I'm a member of Appointment Committee and also I chair the docket of Gender, Sports and Culture. Welcome.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Judy. Mheshimiwa Mwandia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Hussein Mwandia, member of County Assembly of Kitui, representing Ikuda Ward, and I'm a member of this appointment committee and also a member of the County Assembly Service Board, among other committees. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Article 36, read together with the 50, gives freedom of association and fair hearing, Mr. Speaker. Having worked in the first assembly with Madam Koki does not guarantee that I have interest. So, Mr. Speaker, I do declare that I do not have interest.
And thank
Thank
you
you.
for quoting the Constitution.
Thank you.
We are sure that you have no interest.
Much obliged, Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Mwandia. Honorable Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Matthew Ngovi, MCA, Chuluni Ward. I'm a member of Appointment Committee and also I'm Vice Chairman of County Assembly Service Board. Thank you. Chair, I don't have any interest.
Thank you, Honorable Matthew, for also declaring that you have no interest. The nominee will also declare whether she has any interest or whether she had any past relationship with these committee members. And if she is convinced that that past relationship may affect the vetting process, she will be able to tell us. Honorable Clerk, please introduce the members of the Secretariat.
Thanks, Chair. Tambuki Elijah, Clerk to the Assembly. Along with us, we have the Deputy Clerk, Madam Waima. Josephat Kwanda, the Principal Clerk Assistant. Gladys Kanya, the Senior Legal Counsel. Mercy Kelonzi, our Procedural Clerk. Alfred Malu, Answered Editor. Laura Kirigwi, Senior Sergeant at Arms. We have David Wambua, a commissioner with us. Eric Asimbi, a commissioner. Kofi, a commissioner. We have the communication team, the assembly communication team. We have John Kitui, the person in charge of communication team, the assembly. Lee Nikialon, communication officer. We have Joshua Muimi, still in the same department. And along with us also, we have the pleasure also to host the governor's press unit led by Joyce Mora, Geoffrey Kaviti, Patrick Mutinda. I can also see our ICT officer, Mr. Kivindio, and also along with us are members of different media houses present with us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Honorable members of the committee, allow me also to recognize some visitors who have visited us, and they are currently at the speaker's gallery. We have with us His Excellency Augustine Wambua Kanani, our Deputy Governor. Thank you, Deputy Governor, for joining us. We also have with us Mr. Bramwell Saina from DCIO office. Thank you, Mr. Saina, for visiting us again. We also have with us Mr. Wilson Mwange Musioka, a member of the Kitui County Assembly Service Board. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We also have with us Mr. Geoffrey Kilonzo, Secretary General, Kitui Youth Association. Thank you, Mr. Geoffrey Kilonzo. We also have several members of the public, both present at the public gallery, others at the tent outside, and others following from various media platforms. And we want to thank all the members of the public for engaging with us and actively participating in this process. So, Madam Koki, these are very open process, very transparent, and we wanted it to be that way so that we ensure that we determine your suitability using the best measures possible. So once again, karibu sana. We shall be very brief. We will ask you a few questions. We went through your documents, and we can say that we have every document which we wanted to get concerning you. And allow me to also apologize on behalf of this committee that we were supposed to vet you. Was it on 17th November sometime? I think so, but we had to postpone. It was which date?
26th.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 26th of November. Yes. That's when we were to vet you, but we had to postpone because of the requirement by EACC to get their report first before we finalize this process. So we apologize for that.
It's okay, sir.
We are happy that you did not complain.
Not really.
Yes, you understood that it was necessary.
Yes.
Yes, so thank you for trusting us and for respecting our protocol. And we are here to have you now.
Yes.
And we assure you that we are going to accord you a fair hearing and vet you properly and determine your suitability without any bias. Yeah, so karibu sana. I will give you 10 minutes, and the Honorable Clerk will time you. And before the clerk times, I will allow the clerk to explain how his timing protocols are done before I give you the questions. Honorable Clerk.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Sorry, I'm supposed to have done that one before. Madam Koki, the chair may decide to time or give you timelines in answering any question. So we will be using the lights before you for the purpose of timing. When the timing starts, this will blink in green. Assuming that you are given 20 minutes to wind up whatever you are saying, at around 15-16 minutes, there will be another light yellow which will be a warning that you are running short of time. And then the last will be red, and red means red. It means now your time is over. and you can be discontinued anytime. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Mrs. Koki Mwanzia,
Yes, Honorable Chair.
please, in 10 minutes, tell us about who you are, your name, your family background, your academic background, your professional background, your work experience, and how your academic and work experience are related to the position which you have been nominated for. So, Madam Ruth, you have 10 minutes. And
Thank
begin by declaring whether you have any past relationship with these members of the committee which may affect the vetting process.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to declare that I do not have any interest. I've worked with Honorable Nganga, yes, before. I've worked with Honorable Mwandia and to some extent the clerk. But the relationship was purely professional on the work we were doing, and therefore it can't interfere with what is going on here today.
Thank you, Madam Koki. Please continue.
Yes, Honorable Chair, my name is Ruth Koki Mwanzia. I come from Changunga Village, Mulango Ward, Kitui Central Sub-County. I am a wife married to Javis Sika. I'm a mother of 3 children, a girl and 2 boys. Those are biological children. I'm also a guardian to a girl who is an orphan. If I look at my academic background, I started schooling in an area in Kitui South where I was born, Kasala Primary School. After that, I proceeded to Mudale Girls Secondary School. After completed, I proceeded to Moi University, where I undertook a degree program in environmental health. Environmental health is public health, which deals with the disease prevention and the promotion of health. The main goal of public health is to ensure that the population is healthy, that the population we have, and for this matter, the Kitui County people, are living a healthy life. They are not falling sick, they can protect themselves from diseases. And that's how it applies in this scenario. After that, I got employed at some point. I'll talk about work experience. And due to the need of the work I was doing, I did a certificate in proposal writing and fundraising because I was working for an NGO and we were doing fundraising to do the activities we were doing. I was working in a community setup in West Pokot, and since I'd been trained in health, I did not have a good background on working with the community on project planning and management, and therefore I did a diploma in community development, project planning, and management. After that, as I was doing still the same thing, that is HIV and AIDS, I noticed the issue of stigma, which was mainly affected by issues to do with religion. And therefore, I did a diploma in theology so that I can understand the religious implication of the health of people in the area where I was working. And that also applies in Kitui because I'm working with the community, I'm working with the people, I'm working with people who are religious and spiritual. And their spirituality or their religion can affect the way they have their health-seeking behavior. After that, currently I'm doing my master's in public health, specializing in epidemiology and population health. Epidemiology is the study of the causes of diseases. What causes diseases? How are they distributed among people? Who is affected? Is it children? Is it adults? Where are they? Are they in school? Are they in a working environment? Or are they at home? And then we look at the control and the prevention of those diseases with the aim of having a healthy population. I go to my work experience. Immediately I finished, the Honorable Chair, I finished my first degree, I got a job with the Clinical Officers Association, where I was working as the CEO of that organization. I was taking minutes for them. I was doing for them a journal they were producing called Clean Med. And also, I was networking on their behalf with the other partners on matters which were affecting them. After that, I worked in a college called Horizon in Nairobi, and I was the administrator in that area in issues of finance and issues of human resource. After that, I got a job with an organization called Family Health International. In the Family Health International, I worked as a research assistant, where I acquired skills on data collection, data coding, data entry, and analysis and report writing using different packages of computer. After that, I got a job with World Vision. World Vision is also an ungovernmental organization. I worked as an health and HIV and AIDS coordinator first, working with the different people, men, women, and the children in a district in West Pokot. After that, I got a promotion in the same organization, and I was brought to Baringo to work in Baringo on issues of health, HIV and AIDS, and also nutrition. I was working with the communities and working with the health system in Baringo County, working that time with the district medical officer of health and the hospitals in those places to work to make sure that people get quality health care as we worked as a team. After that, I was promoted and taken to the regional office in Kuru to look at the issues of health, issues of HIV, issues of nutrition, and child rights. I was in charge of 5 counties in the Rift Valley. During that time, I acquired different skills on leadership, on negotiation skills, on fundraising. And during my last assignment in this county, where I worked after I left World Vision, I acquired a lot of skills and knowledge in terms of leadership, in terms of negotiation, especially for human resource, in terms of negotiating for budget allocation for different ministries. I achieved a lot during that time as I worked as a CCM in this county. Our county during that time was rated number 1 out of 47 in sanitation. It was rated number 1 out of 47 in issues of governance of maternal, child, and child health. We improved the number of health facilities from 230 to 286 to reduce the distance, to reduce the cost, and also the time taken by our people. During that time, we improved many indicators, family planning, HIV, to make life better for our people. And also during that time, I was the chair of the committee which established Mwingi KMTC, which is operational today, producing health workers, not just for this county, but also for national level and even internationally when required. Going forward, I plan to use that knowledge and the lessons learned during that period to make this county better, to make our people have better health so that they can be productive, reduce poverty in this country and in this county, and improve their economic status, not just at the family level or individual level, but also at the national stage. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Madam Roth, for being brief and sharing with us about your background, both family and professional. I believe when you received the notification about this interview, there were some documents which you were required to bring.
Yes.
Originals.
Yes.
So please hand those documents to our senior legal counsel. The Sergeant at Arms will pick them to make sure you give your original ID and all other original documents.
Yes.
Thank you. The senior legal counsel will go, you'll verify them If there are any issues with them, you let us know before you proceed.
Thank you.
But kindly confirm to this committee with a yes or no response if you have with you the following documents. Number 1, tax compliance certificate.
Yes, I have.
Number 2, compliance certificate with the Directorate of Criminal Investigation.
Yes, I have.
Number 3, compliance certificate with Higher Education Loans Board.
Yes, I have.
Number 4, clearance by Credit Reference Bureau.
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Mrs. Ruth, please
Yes,
also
sir.
tell us whether you have been charged in any court or whether you have been convicted.
No, I've not.
Thank you. Please also tell us whether you have been adversely mentioned in an investigatory or a parliamentary report. If yes, give details.
No, I've not.
Thank you. Do you hold dual citizenship?
No.
Thank you. In the questionnaire which you filled,
Yes.
you indicated that your net worth is approximately 50 million.
Yes, sir.
Could you please give us a breakdown
Yes.
of your net worth?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. This is the breakdown. We, when I say we, I mean I and my husband.
Okay.
We have a house which we live at Mulango, which is estimated at 5.7 million. We have land in the same area, which has a borehole and some drip, and is estimated at 9.7 million. We have other pieces of land undeveloped at the river, estimated at 10 million. We have land at Konsa, estimated at 10.5 million. We have a plot here in Kitui, estimated at 1.5 million. We have a plot at Keserian, estimated at 2 million. We have a family vehicle, estimated at 2.5 million. We have cattle, sheep, and goats, estimated at 1.5 million. We have trees. If you allow me, I'll describe them in Kikamba. They are called mikau.
Yes, please.
They are estimated at 5 million. We also have fruit trees, citrus, which are estimated at 606,000. We have savings in circles estimated at 1.6 M. That brings to a total of around 50.606 million. We have a loan of 400,000. When we subtracted that, then we were left with the figure you have, Honorable Chair, of 50,206,000 Kenya shillings. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Madam Ruth Koki, for the precise breakdown
Most welcome, sir.
of your net worth. Allow me now, Madam Koki,
Yes.
to request my colleagues to ask you a few questions, and then we continue.
Thank you, sir.
I will begin with the Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Ruth Koke Mwanzia, I have two questions for you.
Yes, sir.
One, health is one of the fully devolved functions from the national government, and also it is one of much importance, whereby even if we do all the other things, but we are not healthy. For example, if we are not healthy, we would not be seated here today. That means that it is actually, I term is the most important docket we have.
what is your understanding on the responsibilities you have for the people of Kitui if this Honorable House approves you to be the CC for health and sanitation? What plans do you have for the people of Kitui?
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Health Ministry, or the County Department of Health, I understand it as a department or as a ministry which has the responsibility of ensuring complete
Please
wellness.
start by telling us how many departments you have
Yes.
in that particular portfolio
Yes.
in health. How many departments do we have?
We have three main departments.
Please name them.
In the County Ministry of Health and Sanitation, we have three main departments. One, Department of Medical Services. Two, Department of Public Health and Sanitation. And three, we have a department which will deal with the drugs supplies, that is pharmaceutical and non-pharmaceuticals.
Thank you. Please continue with this question.
Yes. So as I had said, this is a ministry which has the responsibility of ensuring that the three people have wellness, complete wellness, that it will deal with the prevention of diseases. For example, prevention of TB, prevention of COVID, which we all experienced. It will deal with health promotion, issues to do with health literacy, such that people understand matters of health, how they can protect themselves, where to seek treatment when they fall sick, to deal with the treatment of those who get sick, and that will take place in our hospitals, in our health centers, and in our dispensaries. It will deal with rehabilitation for people who have issues like accidents and injuries, to take them back to their normal lives. It will deal with palliative care, which takes care of the terminally ill people to alleviate any kind of pain and to give them dignity, even when they are in their terminal illness. To achieve this, the minute if approved by this committee, we will invest the limited resources we have wisely in specific investment pillars in health. One, in human resource for health. In human resource for health, we will ensure that even though we have shortage of staff, and given the finances we have, it's not easy to get the numbers we want. So it calls for innovation. How? One, we will retain the staff we have through motivating them, and the motivation is not always in terms of salary, training them, creating a good working environment for them that can retain them or sustain them to continue doing their work. Two, what we'll do to the human resource for health is to make sure we replace those who leave, maybe through natural attrition or transfers outside this county. We replace immediately so that we don't reduce the numbers we have, so that we can achieve the functions I've just stated. Three, we will use technology, like we can use telehealth or telemedicine for the purpose of the hospitals, but we can also use it broadly as telehealth, even so that we can even use it in the community level. This will help because we'll be able to reach especially the specialists, the ones we do not have. Our people can access those services in other counties or even outside this county. We can also work at having roaming health workers. We can work with our neighboring counties to see the capacities which they have and we do not have. And we take advantage on that. We network and we agree how we can share those health workers. Two, the second investment area is in terms of financing. Financing will get the county share in our budget. There are also grants which are provided by some donors, but we'll also encourage more donors even to contribute in terms of in kind. For example, training our workers, buying equipment, such so that we can improve on the area of financing. On financing, we will work with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning to ensure that we generate, we improve on our revenue collection so that even during budgeting, we can bargain for an increase in the budget for our ministry. 3, the third investment area is in terms of infrastructure, which is about the construction, the structural construction of health facilities, and also use of technology in terms of networking. We have service delivery. We will be looking at quality services, accessible and affordable for our people. We will provide leadership and a good governance to ensure that works, and also research. For all this to take place, we will follow the laid down legal and regulations, strategies, and the policies. And where need be, we will develop more to make sure that we deliver services to our people. This is a ministry which is facilitative in terms of improving the economic welfare of people. As you have said, Honorable Member who asked the question, that a sick county, it's economically failing. And therefore, we want to be healthy to develop our county economically, and we reach prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you for the response. My next question. There is a voice which has cropped up, which has been here, and it is also here. We have information from the public that there is a lot of theft on the drugs in the public hospitals. Our governor, His Excellency Dr. Malombe, immediately he got elected. In dispersed drugs to various hospitals. It is our understanding that some of those drugs have already disappeared from the hospitals. How will you deal with that menace?
Thank you.
Follow-up question,
Just a follow-up question so that she can answer. In the same, what measures are you going to take to deal with the mess of corruption in our hospitals?
Thank you. And
Okay,
please
thank you.
be brief, Madam Ruth.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The issue for any treatment to be complete, especially in our public health facilities, where our people rely for treatment, they must get the drugs. And this is a behavior which must stop. How will it stop? 1, we will do automation of our systems. If you go to like Mwingi Hospital or Kitui Hospital, you will find some kind of automation, but it's general for everything, including the revenue collection. But for this one, even if it will be integrated, we want a system which is well networked to the dispensary level, such that it can be monitored from a central point, such that if it's that dispensary at Mandongoi in Ngomeni ward, somebody seated here can know the nurse there has dispensed these drugs today to these patients. That's 1. 2, we want to instill a culture of honesty to our workers. Not all of them, a few of them who have those behaviors. That these are resources which we have been given to hold in trust and to serve our people. And if we get that we are just stewards and we need to be honest, we need to serve these people. When they come for treatment, we need to provide complete treatment without stealing from them. That's a culture we want to do. We know it will not change, but we are going to start and continue instilling it, and we know over time it will happen. 3, we will establish a confidential reporting system where the community itself can report, or anybody who has information. The honorable members of this county assembly represent the people, and they are always with the people. The people also report to them. So we can establish such a system such that such issues are reported, and then the necessary action is taken.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me ask you my final question. Did you read the governor's manifesto?
Yes, I did.
What does it talk about on the health sector?
Generally, it talks about improving the health of our people. How? One, by making sure the 14 hospitals we have this county, they are brought to the level of a hospital, of a real hospital according to the laid down standards. How? In terms of human resource, in terms of equipment, in terms of supply of drugs, that is pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals, and any other thing which goes to that. He talked about having health centers in each ward. We have 40 wards. Currently, we have 56 health centers. So it means we have more health centers than the wards. But maybe there are some wards which have more. And maybe there's a ward which does not have. If approved by this committee, that's my first thing to look at. Which ward does not have? And we'll also look at issues of distance and population, even if there's a health center. How big is that ward? What is the population? Can it be served by that health center?
I'm satisfied.
Okay.
My last question. Which level is Migwani Hospital?
It's level 4.
Have you ever been there?
Yes, I have.
Does it look like a level 4 hospital?
That's why in the manifesto the governor talked about that. I can tell you for sure that the only facilities we can say they are level 4 is Mwingi and Kitui. These others, they are hospitals level 4, but in terms of facilities, in terms of staffing, they have not reached to that point. And that's why if this committee approves me working even on what governor promised in manifesto, we will achieve that.
Thank you. Chair.
Madam Koki, before I hand over to the minority leader, maybe you can tell us the features or the facilities which are supposed to be in every category of our hospital, beginning from the level 5, level 4, level 3, and I think the other ones are other centers. Tell us, and level 2. Yes. So what are in your knowledge? And okay. I'm sure you will endeavor to make sure that those facilities are there. Yes. So beginning from level 5 going down.
Yes. Yes. So like if we need a level 4, let's talk like for example.
Let's start with the level
5.
Yes.
If we were to move
just
yes,
a point of information.
Yes.
In a governor's speech,
yes,
he said you will have a level 2 hospital in every
village.
Yes. The honorable member stopped me at level 3 before I came to level 2, and the level 1 at the community. He told me he's satisfied, sir.
So now I've given you now the permission
yes.
to tell us now from level 5 to level. Oh, you mean there's also level 1?
This level 1 is about community.
Oh, then let's strategy. Go from. Actually, let's begin from level 1 going up.
Okay.
Yes.
So level 1 is on the community health, and it's mainly run by the community health volunteers. There is a strategy called the community health strategy, which is implemented on this. It was started before devolution. In my first term when I was here, I did contextualize that program to fit the devolution status because it was started before. And so what happens, it's an issue of behavior change. We, the people, or our people get sick at home and they come to the hospital. So this is aimed at preventing people from getting sick. It's intended to assist people to seek for treatment in the health facilities. So it's mainly at that level. For example, reminding mothers to go for antenatal, encouraging mothers to go and deliver in a health hospital, encouraging people to go to hospital when they are sick. That is level 1. It's organized into units, and ours we had organized in the county structure. We had organized it into the county villages. Those were our units. But before, people will just demarcate and say this is a unit. But for us, we used that unit. Level 2 is a dispensary. A dispensary and a health center, which is level 3, those are called primary health care facilities. Level 2 provides health services from 8 to 5 and on weekdays. It provides the basic treatment. However, with the increase in technology and the changing times, some dispensaries have even lab departments so that people can be tested for proper treatment. Then,
So by basic, what do you mean? What are the features in a level 2?
okay,
The facilities which people should expect there.
yeah, you have a consultation room. Okay, let's start with you're supposed to have let's say 3 nurses, but because of shortage of health workers like in this county, we have 1 nurse.
Why?
So,
Will you endeavor to make sure that there are 3 nurses? Will you try at least?
yes, I'll try it through the methods I've indicated, working with the partners to get more health workers. We can also have issues like locum. We can use telemedicine so that the health workers, even when they are few, they are assisted by others. We can have roaming health workers, even within the county, such that we have a nurse who can assist there, depending on the specialty they have. So when you go there, you have a consultation room. There's a dispensing room where people can get a drug. There's also a room for injection. One can get an injection. And a lab. Not all of them have, but a few. And this is something now we'll be endeavoring to do, because for one to get good treatment, it's good for a test to be done so that the health worker can understand exactly what they are treating. Mainly that's all for the dispensary. It works during the day, 8 to 5, it closes. Health centers, they're supposed to work for 24/7.
That is not level 3.
That is level 3. In addition to what we have, they have established lab, or they are supposed to. And for those ones which do not have, that will be a priority. They have maternity wings in that place. And they have a clinical officer who mans. Now that's at a higher level of staffing, because now the clinical officer does the clerking, or the prescribing of the drugs, checking the sickness, instead of a nurse at the health center. Now when you come to the level 4, it's like what we have in Kitui Hospital. We have an outpatient department, we have an imaging center in the hospital, and we have wards for male, for female.
Before you leave level 3,
yes,
you have said the high-ranking medical officer there is a clinical officer.
yes.
That is as per the Ministry of Health guidelines of...
Yeah, that's what has been happening. That has been the practice.
Yes.
Because of shortage of doctors,
Yes.
we've not had doctors at the health centers. But if they were available, they will be the right people. Because there was a plan to have even theaters for basic services at the health center. And who is best placed is a doctor who can do some even cesarean section in that and help our mothers at that level. Yes.
Okay.
So,
You have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I have a follow-up question. Yes. In the governor's speech, he said that most of them, they will have maternity. And then you are telling us that at level 3, we'll have a clinic officer. Where clinic officer, can he perform the operation in case of anything?
yeah, a maternity without a theater, the clinical officer, even a nurse can do that. But now when there's a maternity theater, then we require a doctor in that facility. And that's the way to go.
Then the other question is,
yes,
at which level of the hospital, the health centers,
yes,
we must have a mortuary?
Okay. The issue of a mortuary depends on the distances. For example, a mortuary is a very important facility in health, because when one dies, that body is supposed to be stored well. And even according to our culture, that a dead body should be stored well. So this depends mainly on the distances. For example, in Kitui here, we have a mortuary. So we look at the neighborhood. How many people can use this mortuary? What is the capacity of this mortuary? And therefore, Honorable Chair, at this point, I will not recommend for every health center to have a mortuary, but we look at the distances. because also transporting a body far away, it's costly for the family. But that's something we can relook, and where there's a gap, a mortuary is constructed. Thank you.
Chair, give me I just want to elaborate something on the mortuary. Can it be made that in every sub-count we have one? Since most of them we do, when we have those funeral services and things, most of people, we incur a lot of expenses. And most of those expenses lies to the honorable members.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That's a very good recommendation. That's what I was talking about, the distance. And given that our county is vast, and some sub-counties are very vast, it's good to have these facilities at the county, sub-county level, so that distance is reduced. As you have said, those costs are incurred by these honorable members. When that happens, they are called to cater for that. And that's not the only thing they cater for. They cater for many other things. So those mortuaries can really assist the families and also assist the honorable members indirectly.
Madam Ruth, can we get a commitment from you?
Yes.
Not us, but the people of Kitui County.
Yes.
That that issue of a mortuary is a very emotive issue.
Yes.
And as you have said, families suffer a lot.
Yes.
Yeah. What if we say that where there is a level 4, at least there is a mortuary? At least, because I'm sure in many sub-counties, there may be more than 2 level 4s, because our sub-counties are very, very vast. If we say you put them at the constituency headquarters, believe me, some people will suffer. But can we get a commitment from you, as if you are approved at the CC for health, that at least where there's a level 4, not level 3, because level 3, there could be several in a ward, where there's a level 4, you try to have a mortuary facility there.
Yes. Honorable Chair, I commit to do so. I will establish which sub-counties do not have.
Yes.
We start with those ones.
Yes.
And going forward, we also look at the distances within those sub-counties.
Yes.
Because the goal is to reduce the burden on
Yes.
our people in terms of the cost.
The cost, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the commitment. We shall support you.
Most welcome.
In case you are approved.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Continue with the way you are continuing with the...
I was at level 4.
Yes.
So at level 4, it's an example of the Kitui County Referral Hospital. I started where we have an outpatient department. We have wards. We have maternity. We have a newborn unit. We have a mortuary. All those services are there. If we continue advancing in level 4, we can also have like the high dependency unit. We can have, what we can call like a specialized clinics or sectors in the hospital, which can also be found at a level 5, like ICU, HDU, renal unit, mental health department, and many others, just to help people. And those facilities now are more advanced at level 5. And also this one goes also with the ambulance services for the referral. And that also refers to the lower level of facilities, like at the health centers, where we're supposed to have a well-established referral system for our people.
In your research, are you satisfied that all level 4s
Yes.
have well-equipped theaters?
No, sir.
And what is your plan towards that?
My plan, it's to relook at what is missing. Like in Kitui, we have a twin theater. In Mwingi, we have a theater. Let's say like in Ikuda, we have a theater and other facilities. So we look at, in those ones which have a theater, what is missing? The ones which do not have a theater, it will be a priority issue. A theater helps to save life, helps to also reduce cost, where people are not transferred to other counties just because they could not access theater services, and yet we have the human resource who can do that function. So, Honorable Chair, I commit to that. Any level 4 which does not have a theatre, it will be a priority. And not just a theatre. I said most of 12 hospitals do not reach that level in terms of staffing, equipping, and even the other facilities which are there. So those 12, it will be a priority. For Mwingi and Kitui, it will be a priority to take them to level 5. Yes,
I thought Kitui is already a level 5.
No, it's level 4.
It was still level 4.
Yes.
But there were attempts by the previous regime.
But it also goes with the facilities. They assess the facilities, the staffing, and such things.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll be looking the recommendations of that report. What is it we are missing that we could not go to that level, so that we work on it.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Rose.
Thank you very much.
Madam Koki,
so there's a follow-up question. Okay, Mheshimiwa
yes,
Judy.
please. I'm asking, does it mean that Mwingi and Kitui, they are at the same level?
Yes, they are at the same level, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nganga.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Koki, congratulations
Thank you very
on your
much.
nomination.
Thank you.
And I just want to ask you a few questions.
Yes.
First, noting that, as they say, the best friend to poverty is sickness.
Yes.
And the best friend to sickness is poverty, because both are offsprings of each other. One, I would like to say I like your approach, and basically by your professional expertise, that you're bringing more of an approach of preventive healthcare more than curative. But again, people still get sick, people still go to hospitals, and people have to be treated. One, I would like to ask, as you left the county, how was the staffing situation? If you can elaborate, the staffing situation in our facilities, the doctors we had, the clinical officers, nurses, and other health experts. And how is it today?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll start addressing the comment, your first comment on the preventive versus curative services. If you look at the current trend globally, there are a lot of diseases, be they infectious, be they non-communicable, be they as a cause of climate change, that a lot of prevention can be done, and a lot of them can be prevented. But at the same time, people are sick. And so those who are sick have to be taken care of, have to be treated. It's a right to access that health. And so we'll be looking at both the preventive and the curative, so that everyone gets health services. If we look at the staffing issues, when we left, we had about 1,080 health workers, a total. Currently, we have a total of 1,905 health workers. Out of that, 739 are nurses, 158 are medical doctors. Out of these 158, 44 are medical consultants. And then we have 206 clinical officers. We have around 100 public health officers. So if you look, the numbers improved. It's not like the way we left. But still, there's a need to improve on the numbers. If you look at the recommended ratios for some cadres, you'll find like the staffing we have is slightly above the quarter of what we need. So it has improved, but still there's critical shortage of staff. And that's why it calls for innovation and creativity to make sure that our people get health services.
Thank you, Madam Nominee, Madam Koki.
Yes, sir.
I would ask, comparatively,
Yes.
the improvement in numbers, has it also improved the quality of healthcare for the people of Kitui County in your assessment?
I'll talk about, I'll talk about the improvement in health indicators. For example, let's talk about, if we talk about the improvement of the number of women who are delivering in a hospital, or reduction in HIV infection, or increase in utilization of family planning services, those indicators have improved. I may not talk much about the quality, but there's an assumption that for the indicators to improve, then the quality must also have improved slightly.
Thank you. The other thing I would like to know from you, yes. When you look at the budgetary requirement, yes, of Kitui Referral Hospital, let me call it that way, yes, and the revenue collection by the same, you will realize the revenue collected by the Kitui Referral Hospital is even more than their budgetary requirement. But again, this being a county revenue stream, the same which is collected is remitted to the county revenue accounts. Would you encourage, and I would like basically to look at Kitui Referral Hospital and the Mwingi Level 4 Hospital, would you encourage these two health facilities to spend at source?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It's true what you've said. I will not call it like the hospital need or the budgetary need, but the budgetary allocation. What is allocated? It's not what they require. That's how I describe it. So you look at Kitui, the county referral hospital, per month it gets around 12 million for its operations at the hospital. If you look at like last month, they managed to collect around 17 million, which is more. That agrees with what you have just said. Money collection and the use at source requires regulation or law. It's not something the hospital or the ministry can just say we are going to do this. It requires regulation or law, which should be approved by this Honorable County Assembly. And then, if that happens, they can use it at source. For example, there are counties which have done that. We have like Isiolo County, Kakamega County.
Thank you. In your opinion,
yes,
will that improve the management, healthcare in those two facilities, if they were allowed to spend at source?
If they were allowed to spend at source, and there are controls, financial controls put in place for prudent use of these finances, it can improve because it's more than what they get. The other way of doing it is making sure we continue improving this revenue. Then during budgeting, we can request for equivalent, because the more services we give, the more revenue we get, because we collect revenue from the services we get.
You've approved, Madam Koki, yes, you are working into a bill which is already in this assembly at the committee level.
Sorry?
You are working into a health bill.
Yes.
You've approved.
Yes.
Which is already at the committee stage in this assembly.
Yes.
The same recommends spending at source for the level 4 hospitals. Will you support the bill?
Yes, I can support it, because how I'm looking at it, okay, the law allows that unless that law is passed by the county assembly, the money should not be used as source. A bill can be developed, and therefore it means that bill will have controls on how the money is collected and on how the money is used. So I'll support the bill.
Sorry, the bill is already in existence.
Yes, that's what
the bill is already here in the assembly, and want to believe that will be one of your handover documents which you're going to get from the ministry. Yes. So I was asking, will that bill have your support? Because one of its key recommendations is spending at source for the level 4 hospitals. And also go to Mwingi, level 4 hospital, see the much they are collecting and their budgetary requirements.
Yes. Yes.
you'll find it's either matching or slightly more. And, Madam Koki, it depends. If you are the maid soup here and the maid soup in Mwingi, you have money, you don't even have those gloves, but you can't use that money to buy gloves.
Yes.
You've got very basic requirement of drugs. You have money at the revenue office there, but you can't spend that money. You have to remit that money to the county revenue accounts, then a request for it. So basically, that was the essence of the bill, and I am happy you are committing to support that bill.
Yes.
And as we move from that, you've talked about palliative care.
Yes.
Of the terminally ill. How far do you intend to devolve such a care? Because we've got people who travel. This county is very vast. The nearest, as you have said, level 4 hospital, to someone from Kanziku, someone from Endau Malalane, is in Kitui. And these people are just coming here for examination or test for their blood sugars, maybe hypertension. How far do you intend to devolve these services so that our people who are terminally ill, and especially the aged, can access them easily?
Very fast. Immediately approved by this committee, Honorable Chair. We can check the services which can be managed even at dispensary level, where we are saying we'll have a dispensary at each village. For example, an issue of checking blood pressure. It can even be taken by a community volunteer who has been trained maybe for 3 months and such, plus others. So that is something we can use such officers, volunteers. They can even take the blood pressure, so long as we have the gadget to do so at home, plus other basic things. We can also build the capacity of our health workers, especially at the health center, also to provide such services. But still, there will be those who need higher services at level 4 or even at higher levels.
Thank you. Would you recommend, because you've seen the number of health facilities, especially
Yes.
The dispensaries has kept on growing. That means services, those very primary services, have been taken very close to our people in their homes. Would you recommend identification and the home-based care for some of these terminally ill people in this county, whereby you can encourage your nurses or your clinical officers to identify them in the areas of operation, keep on checking on them, and they only come to Kitui or go to Mwingi, where we have got the specialist, only on referral cases?
Yes, that's doable. One, it starts with the level 1 services, where we said they are done at the community level. Each household is registered, and therefore the community health volunteer who reports to the nearest health facility can identify those people. And for the services which they can provide, the ones who have been trained, they can provide. But we can also organize, when I talked about roaming health workers, we can organize such a team, such that it visits such clients. They get services without much movement unless they require services at the higher level. So it's something which is doable, and we'll do it, Honorable Member.
Chair, appreciating the live streaming of this vetting process, I have just, as I was checking my phone,
Yes,
gotten a question from a resident of this Kitui County, courtesy of the live streaming.
Thank you.
Madam Koki,
Yes.
during your tenure
Yes.
as a CEC Health in Kitui, you facilitated the establishment of a sub-county hospital at Katolani in Kitui Central, did you?
Establishment.
Yes, of the Katolani sub-county hospital, or improvement of it.
Maybe improvement.
Improvement did to close to be, it is actually rated as the sub-county hospital
Yes, it is.
of Kitui Central constituency.
Yes.
Checking on the distance from Katolani to Kitui town, where the referral hospital is, where do you think it was prudent to establish the Kitui Central sub-county hospital?
Okay. Thank you very much. When I came on board during that time, I found Katulani Hospital in place. It was there and operational. It had a theater, a building, and a machine, which was not operational. And therefore, in the spirit of making sure that public funds are properly used, we renovated that building, and we also repaired the machine so that it can start giving services to the other people. In the interest of security in that area and taking care of the hospital assets, we fenced that place. And that's all we did for Katulani, in the interest of making sure that public funds are used, which had already been used to construct that hospital when we came on board.
Thank you, Madam Koki, and this becomes my last chair. The feeling of the people of Miambani ward is that Miambani being the farthest place from Kitui town, where there is already the county referral hospital, the sub-county hospital, or the sub-county level 4 hospital should be established at Miambani, because from Kitui referral hospital to Katulani level 4 hospital, which is supposed to be upgraded to level 4 hospital, is a very short distance. Actually, basically almost by tarmac.
Yes.
And then there are people suffering in Miambani who do not even have an ambulance. There is an ambulance at Kitui referral hospital. You move a few kilometers down there at Katulani, you find another ambulance, but there's someone in a place called Kanzao. There's someone in a place called Usiani in Miambani, who basically are even seeking ambulance services, those in Usiani from Kaui Hospital, those in Kanzao from Mutito Hospital. Kindly, I want to believe that was not based on bias because of where you come from, but as you come in, if approved, you're going to check on that and establish the Kitui Sub-County Hospital in Miambani ward. Thank you.
And Madam
you
Ruth,
very
as you
much.
answer,
Yes.
I'm sure Ganga is using Miambani as an example. Because he's the MCA there.
Yes.
That should reflect in all other wards. But you may go ahead and answer. Because it's a problem which affects all wards.
Yes.
Where you find a level 4 and a level 3, they are next to each other.
Yes.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, what you're saying is true, and I commit to recheck the equity in terms of distribution of health services, including the hospitals, the health centers, and the dispensaries. As I said, when we came on board, Katulani Hospital was there. It was not put up because I come from this sub-county. I found it there when I got employed. But I hear you, Honorable Member, through the chair. I know Miambani area, the distance and the terrain. And therefore, that's something we look, even as we look at the other areas, to ensure equity in the distribution of health services. Thank you very much.
And kindly note, as Chair said, I used Miambani come from as an example.
Yes.
Because we are here representing other members,
Yes.
check on that equity.
Yes.
But basically, Miambani will be the most glaring example of inequity in the health sector in this county.
I hear you.
Okay, and then from there,
Ganga, the issue of Miambani, you can address it
and,
in another forum.
Let's
Let's address the whole of Kitui County.
That is why I used this as an example, Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
And then my final one. Which radical surgeries or changes are you planning to undertake in the health sector in Kitui County, especially in your 100 days in office? And that concludes my questions, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah. In my 100 days, if approved by this honorable committee, one, I will look at the fundamental resource we have. That is the human resource for health. As we sit here, I understand there's a committee which is doing human resource audit and rationalization. If that report is out, by the time I come on board, I'll look at it and borrow lessons from there. If it will not be ready, I'll not wait for it. We are able to collect, we have structures up to the community level. I'm able to get that information in terms of the distribution, equitable distribution of the health workers, and bringing others on board, either through employment, if there's a budget. If there's no budget, that's why I talked about innovation. engaging partners to support us, doing locum for those who are not employed. We have health workers who are not employed who can provide services. 2, apart from the human resource, I'll get into ambulance services. We have a total of 46 ambulances in this county. 22 currently are operational, which means the rest are not operational. So I'll make sure those ambulances are operational within 100 days. The other time I had an experience of becoming almost the operator for the ambulances. This time I'm planning to put a command center for operation of the ambulances and inform our people if they have an emergency, what number to call. Along with the command center, I will establish a way of fueling the ambulances. Most of the time, ambulances give emergency services. And so, when one requires ambulance services, emergency services, and you are told about fueling the vehicle, it doesn't augur well for the people who have a sick person. So I will look into the ways of fueling that ambulances to provide the emergency services. 3, I will work on the issues of drugs and other non-pharmaceuticals, as I talked before, to make sure that our people, when they come, they get complete treatment. I want to end the issue of Honorable Chair, if you allow me. Our people normally say, that when I went there...
Is that in quotes?
Yes, in quotes.
Okay, thank you.
That when I went there, I was not treated. I was given a prescription to go and buy elsewhere. You see, they consulted. If it's lab services, they got, but they did not get drugs. So they leave feeling they were not treated. Such a person will even get worse in terms of sickness because of the thinking. So I want to end that, such that our people get complete treatment. The time they leave, they have the drugs they can go and take. I commit to do that. Honorable Member, through the chair.
I've heard so many commitments, but we appreciate the commitments.
Yes.
We appreciate.
I know they are doable.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
so do the ones who are doable, because the people of Kitui County will keep you on account of that.
Yes.
Honorable Nganga.
Chair, you
Yes.
need to remind the nominee she's recorded unanswered. So we'll always play that to her.
Yes.
Yes.
So continue committing.
Yes.
That is what we want.
Yes.
And we want somebody who is ready to commit to serve the people of Kitui County.
Yes.
Because health, as the Honorable Nganga said, is a very sensitive issue.
Yes.
Yeah, Nganga said the best friend to health is to sickness is, and poverty. Yeah. Yes.
When you're sick, that can hit all your wealth.
Yes.
So that's why they are very good friends.
Yes.
And when you're poor, you cannot access better health care.
Exactly.
So they coexist. And
Yes.
that's why I said they are the best friends.
Yes.
Because they breed each other.
Yes. And the truth, Madam Koki, is that private health facilities are really doing good business in Kitui County, because the public health facilities have completely failed us. Yeah? And this being a very important docket, that should be looked into, because some of your doctors and CEOs and nurses, they have opened up their own private facilities, actually near the public health facilities. Sure. And nothing has been done. And those things you have said, Kadendo, in quotes, where you're given some prescription, you go to a chemist of a medical officer, just nearby across the road. Yeah, I saw our sister county in Machakos the other time. They closed all chemists who are near the general hospital. So I think we need to look into that. Before I allow Honorable Judith to ask you a few questions, there's a question I've received from a youth who is following us in social media. He has asked me not to quote him, but I can read the question.
Yes.
The question is there a strategy for HIV and AIDS control among the youths? What is your understanding on the state of the county youth health-friendly services? Another question, do you have a strategy within the adolescent and youth sexual reproductive health in the current state of increased new HIV infections and are surging teenage pregnancies? So Madam Koki may respond to that question because I think it is purely touching on the youths.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If you look at the HIV prevalence in this county is around 4.5, with more female affected than the male. If you look at the ages, the youth around 24 years, they are getting more infected than the other categories of people. At Kitui County Referral Hospital, we have a youth-friendly facility. As we talk now, I can't really state its status in terms of provision of those services. But this is a very important issue, and if approved by this committee, I will look into that the facility becomes fully operational. If it's not, if it is, we improve on the services. And not just in Kitui, but we can also work with the other hospitals like Mwingi as we begin to have such facilities. And progressively going forward, we can see how we reach the other youth in other parts of this county who require that service.
Thank you. There's another question here by a lady called Eve. She's asking, the government has trained community health assistants.
Yes.
Is the county having plans to recruit those community health assistants who have been trained? Another question, does the CCM nominee, that is yourself, find it important to have a social medical worker at least in each level? I think the question is hanging, but let me assume at each level 3 hospital, and maybe attach them under the palliative care centers, which you had proposed to establish.
Okay, thank you. I talked about the community health services. That is at the level 1. Those are level 1 services. As we talk, okay, let me say the other time I was here, we started the program and brought on board community health volunteers that time. And we were giving them a stipend for the work they were doing. There was a job description which was being done at national level. I can't really tell at what level it is now, but once it's completed, it will give us direction on how to engage the community health assistant, describing their qualification and also maybe what payment they are, how much they are supposed to get. So that one will look at it that way. It's very important to have social workers, but given the limited resources, we may not have them everywhere or in all the health centers. For example, in Kitui Hospital, we have some social workers. In Mwingi, we have. So it's an issue which can be looked into going forward. But currently, given the shortage of staff we have, we may not be able to do it. But we can also see how we can share the few. We can share the few we have in those hospitals. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Koki. Before I allow Madam Judy, may allow Honorable Nganga to ask a question from, you said from Facebook.
Yes,
somebody
yes.
following.
People are following.
Yes.
And there's someone asking a question here. Cherry, she comes from Waita in Mwingi, and she says, what will you do to arrest the patient's flight from Mwingi to Garissa and the Thika hospitals due to poor services at Mwingi Level 4 Hospital?
Combine that question with another question by somebody called Joshua Milu from Zombe, who is asking, how will you address the long queues in hospitals? That's somebody from Mutomo, sorry. He's asking, how will you address the long queues in hospitals?
Okay. I'll start, Honorable Chair, I'll start with the flight of patients to Garissa and other neighboring counties. Yes, and thicker. Yes. It's very unfortunate that sometimes our people continue to seek for services from other counties. However, health services have no boundaries, just like the way some diseases have no boundaries. But how we are looking at it is that it costs our people more to go to other counties and get that. And that's why, as I've been talking all through, I've been talking about improving the services in providing quality, affordable, and accessible health services, especially starting with our hospitals. Because we have a level 4 hospital. If you go to Garissa, we have a level 5. If you go to Thika, we have a level 5. So unless we bring Mwingi to level 5, to be able to give the level of care like the one which is being given at Garissa level 5 and the Thika level 5, they might continue. And that's why even in Governor's Manifesto and when I talked here, I said our plan is to take Kitui and the Mwingi to level 5. And that will stop our people going to those places. The long queues. The long queues are not just in Mutomo. Long queues in health facilities, for example, if I take an example of a hospital, one, the long queues can occur because of few staff at the consultation room. The queues can occur because of few staff at the lab services level, or even at the revenue collection point or dispensing of drugs. And therefore, as we say we improve the services, these are some of the things we were looking at. Honorable Chair, when the devolution started and we were here starting health under the devolution, people in Kitui were coming here for services and sleeping here to get health services, outpatient, not inpatient, the following day. And we started working on that progressively, depending on the resources which were available. So we are looking at why are people spending days here getting outpatient services. And we got to know that maybe at the consultation, we have few doctors or clinical officers. We increased that. At the lab, what is happening? The machines are few, the staff are few, we increased that. We did that same at the dispensing point, and we reduced. I'm not saying we are at the level we want, but we reduced. So such an approach can be used for other facilities also.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you. Honorable Majority Leader, you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, follow-up question from a member of the public.
Yes.
Today it seems that they are very active on
That
the
is good.
process.
Yes.
Kindly ask the CIS nominee to elaborate on plans to ensure enhanced people with disabilities access to quality health care in this county.
That's a good question, Mheshimiwa Waziri. Be brief on your response.
Yes. One, our facilities are accessible, the way they are constructed. Health facilities are an example of structural facility, how they should look to accommodate people living with a disability. Two, we have some services we give. Like people living with albinism, we provide creams for their skin and also education on how to go about it. It's our ministry at the county level working with the national government which assesses people living with a disability so that they can get the card. That card helps them gives them an opportunity to access even activities or even job opportunities which can develop them economically. And therefore, this will continue and we'll continue looking into it and other ways which we can work and assist them.
Okay, thank you. Let's now allow Honorable Judy to continue.
Okay, fine, Madam Mwanzia.
Thank you.
And congratulations for making it that far.
Thank you.
My first question is, can you explain to us more about Beyond Zero exercise in Kitui County and its impact?
Yes. Beyond Zero initiative, it's an initiative of the former First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta. And she appointed the county First Ladies as appoint people to deliver those services. But the most important thing, those services were meant for our people to get those services. And therefore, for the start, she gave us a mobile clinic. And the time the mobile clinic came, because we had sat and discussed and seen that there were people who are living in areas where they walk even for 30 kilometers to reach the nearest health facility. As a county, assisted by the members of this county assembly through approval, we bought 2 other mobile clinics. So when she came to Kitui County to launch, she launched 3 mobile clinics. And so, as we started working, we went to most of the areas in this county, especially those areas hard to reach or areas where they live away from health facilities. And it's through this program, I said that we were given, number 1, out of the 47 counties, in terms of governance, how we were making use of them, how we were reaching our people, how people with the education and with the services, general services. Whenever we went, we'll give services like a health center. The services one is supposed to get at health center. We'll give education. We'll encourage our mothers to deliver. The program mainly was targeting women in terms of maternal and child health. But for us, because we knew the issues we had in terms of some people living away from health facilities, whenever we went to give these services, we also included, we went with our doctors, we went with our lab people, we went with our pharmacists and farm techs to give general services to the people. And therefore, out of that, we did see a lot of change, where we had like the skilled deliveries in health facilities improving from 27% to around 58%. And so that was one of the impact among many which we were doing. The issue of family planning uptake also increased. We taught people about HIV prevention and talking to mothers and fathers. Even if you are HIV positive, you can give birth to a child who is not HIV positive, and it happened. So it's an initiative which came to this county, and we took it because of the challenges our people had, and they benefited.
Okay, fine. I think you have talked about it, but I want to confirm from you. Do you think it is possible? In Kitui County, we have ambulances which are operational, and they are too expensive for our people to afford the fee. Is there any way we can make them, we can reduce the costs of the ambulances, or we can make them free even for our people to access?
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, through the chair. As I was talking here, I said in my 100 days, when Honorable...
Just to add on that.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Matthew.
Chair, at the current now, the ambulance cost is 11,500. And even they are requesting for that driver. Is this driver being paid by the people, or is paid by the account?
Okay. Currently, there are those charges. They depend on the distance, where the patient is coming from and where the patient is being taken to. The driver is supposed to be facilitated by the county. So those are some of the issues I will look into. And I talked about that the ambulance services will be a key issue for me to address. And I said one, the other time I became like an ambulance operator because we had not put a system to operate it. And so I will be looking at that issue. I talked about ambulance services being an emergency service. And therefore, when one is asked to fuel, then that person, it ceases to be like an emergency service. So that is an area I will be looking into, and assisted by you, honorable members. Because like when we place charges, we bring them here for approval. So I will be working with the Committee on Sanitation and Health and the other honorable members so that we get away. But I will come up with a proposal on what I think should be done. And so I will work with the committee to assist me so that we can have emergency services provided as such.
Chair, on the same,
Yes.
just for information.
Yes.
In the governor's speech, he meant that there will be ambulance in every ward.
Yes.
What is your take on that?
My take on that is, currently, I said we have a total of 46 ambulances. We have 40 wards. So what I'll do, I will relook. But you see, like Kitui Hospital has more ambulances because of its level. Same applies to Mwingi, or is supposed to, because of the level of care it offers. So I will relook at these ambulances, their current distribution, and establish where there is a gap, so that each ward can have. 2, ambulances are shared. Not like this ward shares with that one, but let's say like, for example, in your ward, for example, Honorable Member, at Chuluni Health Center, there's an ambulance, and that ambulance has just taken a patient. If another emergency occurs, then we call an ambulance, maybe from Zambani, to come and assist, or even from Kitui Hospital to go and pick that. But the bottom line, the fundamental thing is that each ward should have an ambulance. And so we look at the distribution. First, the condition, we repair them, and also we look at the distribution, where we talked about the equity. This is a health service, so this will apply in the equity in distribution of health services in this county.
Thank you. Please, Honorable Judy, continue.
Yes, Madam Wanzia, what is your plan for K-Chick insurance cover? Will you advance it?
Okay. K-Chick, it's a form of insurance cover for our people, where people were contributing some money and they come to the hospital and they get services. A study done by Grace Rabbit in 2018 or 2019, it established that in Kitui, because of the use of the K-Chick, the postnatal services, the family planning services, and also the skilled deliveries by mothers improved. However, it did not have much impact on the antenatal, where the mothers go for clinic when they are expectant. So this K-Chick, if there is a report, I'll look into it and learn what are lessons, what are lessons to learn from that program, because it was like a new thing in Kitui, but it improved some aspects of health of people. So it's to look at the report, to learn lessons from it, and to see which is the way to go. And if it assists our people, then it's something to follow, depending on the report which was done. But based on that research, which did an impact evaluation on the program, it established those scenarios. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What is your opinion on the plan on community health volunteers, CHVs?
Just a follow-up question on that. Also, are you aware that those community health volunteers or the workers now have been employed and there was no public participation on that? Yes. And how are you going to control that? Because our people, they are crying. If you don't know the health person or you don't know the public health person in your area, you are not picked, even if you qualify for that.
And Madam Cook, to add on that, I support what my fellow honorable has said from Chuluni. It's true. There was a plan to reinstate the first ones, and there was no public participation. And the information we are getting as members of this county assembly, they have been employed. And you know what we want to do as an assembly is to add value to our people, and then to check the sanity when you are employing the people. And we know when it comes to the ground, the public member, they know it better than us. So I think there must be a public participation for them to get the right people. Yes. Because our aim is only one, to bring back the sanity of Kitui County and to get the right people to work for our people.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, through the chair. One, I'll state that public participation is a requirement by law. So it must be followed. Sure. That's my starting point. Then I will go to my opinion on the community or the volunteers. The the implementation of community health volunteer activity, I would say, is the game changer for achieving universal health coverage, not only in this county, but even other counties and other areas. And so my opinion is that these are very key people in the health system in delivering the service of our people. The plan I have is to make sure that every county village which acts as a unit of service delivery for the community health volunteers has adequate number based on the resources we also have, that every household in this county is visited by a community health volunteer with the message of behavior change, with the message of disease prevention, with the message of health promotion, and with the message of referrals, and educating our people so that they can know when to seek health. The other time we had community health volunteers almost everywhere. I understand what has been happening. This is what I've heard. It's replacing those who drop on the way. Because to train a community health volunteer to a status where they can be trusted to visit a household and deliver health services is costly. And therefore, these are not people we want to be training and dropping every time. But the issue of public participation, involvement of the county assembly is key, because our goal, all of us, the executive and the county assembly, is to have healthy people in our county, and especially also you who represent the people. Thank you.
Chair, if you allow me a follow-up question. Yes, please. Madam Koki, do you agree with this committee that any recruitment process whereby public funds are involved must be competitive? Competitive is in, you advertise for the positions, even if it is at the village level, people apply, and there must be also a criteria for recruiting these people, including
Probably education qualifications. I want to say health matters are not ones anyone can play around with or even take them for political rewards. As you get office, if you are lucky to, you have to establish the criteria used and how competitive the process was, including qualification. We are not afraid of who gets it, because at the end of the day, you are saying you are going to source these people from the villages you represent, but you also want the right people. So basically, if you happen to be lucky, this is an area, because public funds are involved. And as you answer that also, as you might not replace the same, but someone is asking whether you are still aware that there were casuals recruited at the level 2 hospitals, and they are now 9 months without a pay. And what would you do if you get to office, if you get to office?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, through the chair. Let me start with the casuals. I'm aware that there are casuals who have not been paid even for 2 years, and they have been working, and even today they are working. And therefore, if they have worked, they should be paid. So I will look into the issue. I will look into the records to establish who has worked for how long, what amount they are supposed to be paid, and plan for their payment, either through a supplementary, because we may not have money currently as we speak allocated for them. But it's an issue which should be addressed, that nobody should be engaged in this county to give service to our people and fail to be paid. That is very unfair. That is not justice. So that issue, I'll take it up. The issue of engaging the community or the volunteers, I want to respond to it broadly. Honorable Member Nganga, through the chair, what he has said is the spirit of the Constitution, that whatever is done should be done in an inclusive manner through public participation, and also there should be fairness and justice in whatever is being done, including transparency. And the county assembly should work, or the executive should work in consultation with the county assembly to deliver the service to our people. Thank you.
The last question, Madam Ruth, how will you partner with the county assembly committee of health?
Yes. The county assembly committee is key in the implementation of health services in this county.
Do you even know the chair of that committee?
Yes, I do, sir.
Who is the chair?
Honorable Sila.
Sila is not,
Wingi
his official name.
Okay, he's called Honorable Sila Munyasia.
No, Sila is not his official name.
Okay, Munyasia.
Munyasia is better.
Yes.
Okay, who is the vice chair?
The vice chair, okay, I'm not very sure, but is it Honorable Kasinga? I'm not very sure, but I know he's a member. I'm not sure of the, but that's something I'll get to know very fast. If
At least you know the chair.
committee.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sure the chair is listening.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair,
So-
with this question of health volunteers, community health volunteers, I just want to, if she can commit that she is going to refer that process again, because our people, they are crying.
Thank you.
Okay. The Honorable Chair said I commit a lot, but this is what I want to commit now, to relook in the process, because I was not there when whatever happened, whatever you are saying happened. So when I go there, I will relook at what happened to understand first, so that I can know what action to take. Thank you.
I allow you to continue committing. So long as you commit good things.
I will relook, and even if he wants a report, I'll
Yes.
give him.
Okay, thank you, madam.
I only commit to the issues I know they are doable, and they are key
Yes.
to our people.
Yes,
Because we are here to give service, to make an impact in their lives.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Yes, there was a working with the healthy committee. They are laid down procedures on how to work with the county assembly committee on health. So we will follow on that. I will work very closely with that committee. Being the representative of people, and in matters of health also representing the other honorable members who are not in that committee, they are very key, even in advising what the people they represent want. What is it that will touch their lives? So it's a committee I will work very closely. I'll listen to them. We will work each step together. I'll provide quarterly reports to the committee so that they can know what is going on, and we move together in providing health services to our people.
Thank you, Madam Ruth, and all the best. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And a follow-up question before I allow Mheshimiwa Mwanje to continue. Let's begin with the Majority Leader.
I have two questions from my fellow honorable members.
Yes.
One is from a member for Ikanga, Cyrus Musyoka. Some facilities like Ikanga Level 4 are in depleted conditions. Are there plans for renovation and maintenance? Again, the hospital roof is done on asbestos, which is hazardous. What is the plan about it? The other question is from Honorable Nzilu Nzioka, MCF for Changuithia West. And dispensary at Soma, Changuithia West, has no single nurse, hence not operational. What will she do? What will you do within your first 20 days in office?
Just another follow-up from community, from somebody from Kase. Can you comment on activating the stalled wealth facilities as well as equipping them and considering the upscaling of level 2 health centers in some wards, especially Kase Health Center? This one comes from Johnson M. Kanando. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
As you answer,
Honorable Chair,
Ruth.
may you allow him to repeat? I have not
Oh
gotten
yes,
the
please
question.
repeat.
Okay. He is asking comment on activating the stalled health facilities as well as equipping them and considering the upscaling of level 2 health centers in some wards, especially Kase Health Center. From Johnson M. Kanando.
Thank you. Is there another related question, Honorable Nganga? Yes, so that she can answer all of them.
Yeah, so that she can just take all of them, because they're just simple questions.
Yes.
One, it's a follow-up question from a concerned person from Kitui. They are saying Kichik was upgraded to the use of NHIF with a cost-shared basis, where the principal paid 3,000 and the government paid 3,000. Will the CEC nominee continue with the same reason? Kichik could only cater for medical services within Kitui County, but the upgrade means residents of Kitui can access health care through this facility even when not in Kitui.
So let me also give you another 3 questions from the public. I know you will tackle all of them collectively.
Yes.
There's a youth called Emmanuel Mwinde who is asking you on your plans on the uncompleted dispensaries and how to access free drugs in hospitals. Then there's another one. Who is saying, kindly ask the nominee how she will deal with the cartels in the physiotherapy department. Cartels in the physiotherapy department, where specialists there recommend buying devices like external fixators from a certain supplier and even give a till number where you should only buy from that specific supplier. You can't even get a similar fixator from a friend who had bought it and used it. So that is a concerned Kituian who was chosen to remain anonymous. And allow me, as you respond to the issue of Ikanga, to acknowledge the presence of the MC of Ikanga, Honorable Cyrus Musiako, who is at the speaker's gallery, and he is very keen about his question. That's why he came to confirm that you are going to respond to it. So now, Madam Koki, you may respond to all those questions.
Yes.
Before that,
Sorry,
Mr.
yes,
Chair,
Honorable Nganga first. Okay.
If you allow
Yes.
me,
Yes,
please, I think it will be prudent if you recognize our deputy governor.
I already did, but I can
Okay.
repeat.
Thank you.
Yes, I once again recognize the presence of our
I've
Deputy
seen
Governor,
him.
His Excellency Augustine Wambua Kanani, who is
Thank you,
seated
thank you.
next to the member for
Thank
Ikanga
you.
Kiatundu, Honorable Cyrus Musyoka Kisavi, into bracket Sonko. Thank you. You may continue, Madam Ruth.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As you said, health is a very emotive issue, and that's why we are getting all this concern from people. I want to start with a question from Honorable Cyrus on the status of Ikanga Level 4. These are the facilities I talked about when we said 12 of them, they are hospitals, but they need upgrading and improvement of the facilities. So Ikanga is among them, and that will be done. The issue of asbestos is dangerous to our life. It has been known to cause even cancer. And therefore, most of the facilities, like when devolution started, they had roofs of asbestos, even Kitui Hospital here. And we have tried to replace most of them. And so this one will also, with time, be replaced, because we do not to create an hazardous environment for people where they get health services to come and get more sick. The issue of Soma, there is the issue of Soma dispensary in Changuidia West. I want to answer it together with a question by Emmanuel talking about incomplete dispensaries. We have a health operationalization policy. And this policy was looking at the distances people are walking, or the time or the cost people are taking to reach to the nearest health facility, especially the level 2 facilities. And in the interest of equity, and also the limited resources we have, we could not operationalize all those dispensaries at once. So what happened, we looked, and we have a well-written document for all of this county, that those who walk 30 kilometers, for example, and there's a dispensary there, either incomplete or complete, or even there is no dispensary, then we will start with those ones. This is now the equity we are talking about, that we reduce distances for those who are walking longer distances. And therefore, the same issue will happen. I'm aware of Soma. It's a dispensary, it's not operational, but it's in the same, it will be addressed through the same policy, that we start with people who are walking longer distances as we come to reduce. And at the end, we make sure that everyone can reach a health facility within 5 kilometers. There's an issue of a health center at Kase, upscaling it, and also equipping. Kase Health Center it's in the health centers. The governor has talked about in his manifesto that the health centers will be upgraded in terms of equipment and also in terms of health workers and the maternity units in those places. So it will be covered in that space together with other health centers in this county. I'm aware of the NHIF, where we had people who are very needy, they were being supported. It was a collaboration between the county government and also the national government. Those who are very needy, they were being paid for the full amount of NHIF per year, the 6,000. And then those who are moderate, who could afford 3,000, the county was paying for them 3,000, and then they pay 3,000. And those who can pay, they pay full amount. And this is an initiative which was started in the spirit of initiating universal health coverage in this county. I understand this program is coming to an end. I think either it has come to an end or it's coming to an end early next year. Not very sure about that. But the issue is, so after it has ended, what will happen to these people? And therefore, that is something I will look into. How was it operating? How are these people paying this amount? Or where the money was coming from, so that I can see how to continue with the program.
Thank you. Thank you, Mheshimiwa Waziri. Now let me ask Mheshimiwa Hussein Mwandia to ask his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if Mheshimiwa, you've received questions from the public, you can ask a few.
Yes. Let me start with one, because this event is streaming live. There is a question from one of our great people of Kitui, and is asking, people are always requested to fuel ambulances. They are actually requested for 11,500 for fuel, 1,500 for the driver, and 1,500 for the nurse accompanying the patient. This is a question for one screaming live in YouTube. Can you respond on this?
Yes, this question has come up many times. I think Honorable Vudi also asked about it. And I've said this is an issue which we look at it holistically. How? First, making sure that the ambulances are operational. Making sure the ambulances are equipped. An ambulance is supposed to be a small hospital such that when the patient is there, can get those services. 3, to make sure that the people who utilize these ambulances, they are being given emergency services, are treated as such. And I said, in connection with the issues of fueling or cost sharing of ambulance services between the county government and the people of Kitui, I will be working with the honorable members to see how we can go. I will come up with a proposal to the Committee on Health and Sanitation, and we will agree. The aim will be to assist our people to get services on time.
Okay, now I'll come to the side of my questions. Having been nominated and now we are vetting you, suppose you get this position, of course you'll take oath as per Article 74 of state officers.
Yes.
Article 74 of Kenya Constitution 2010 requires state officers to take oath. Why do you think it is necessary to take oath in your own thinking?
As she answers, maybe she can tell us the relevant constitutional provisions on health matters which you are going to follow as you undertake your mandate, and also other statutes.
Okay. First, I think it's important to take an oath. Taking an oath is a personal commitment that you commit yourself to do the right thing to the people, to be truthful, to be honest to the people you serve. Two, about the areas of constitution I'll use Article 43, which talks about health being a right to the people. And therefore, we will implement health from that perspective. Our constitution looks, it's like an advocacy document to the people of Kenya, I included, that it wants the best. We give the highest attainable standard of health to our people, including reproductive health and emergency services. I will also use Schedule 4, where there is division of functions between the county government and the national government, so that I know exactly what is expected of the county and how we can work with the national government to ensure that Kitui County people receive health services. Health is regulated by many laws. Different cadres, there are different laws which guide different cadres in their function. We have the Public Health Act. We have a law which deals with the drugs. We have a law which deals with nutrition. We have the County Government Act. There are so many. So we will be consulting all of them depending on what the issue is. If it's an issue of nutrition requiring a legal framework, then we go to that law. There are quite a number. Most of them have been put together in the Health Amendment Law. And so we will be looking into that and using that, including the health policy, the health strategic plan, and the sector-specific strategic plans, those concerning communicable diseases, those concerning reproductive health, those concerning prevention of diseases. All of them will consult in the implementation of our function.
Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Mwandi, before you proceed, I'm reminded by the person who asked the question on the cartels.
Madam Ruth.
You have not responded.
Madam Ruth.
Mheshimiwa Mwandi, just a second. Yes. Madam Ruth, I've been reminded by the person who asked the question on the cartels in the physiotherapy department that you have not responded to that question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This question was asked by Emmanuel, and this is good feedback. And when I was talking, like when we are addressing of issues of pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals, and the items used in physiotherapy, they are non-pharmaceuticals, I talked about confidential reporting. But for Emmanuel, he has reported it to us, and I want to thank him for reporting that. This is unacceptable, that when our people come, they find health workers who do not want to give them services. It's not right that you tell a patient to go and buy either a drug or an item for treatment from a specific place, unless there is no other place, or the patient has asked for some direction to be assisted. But this, the way Emmanuel has said, it doesn't look so. What I want to assure this committee and the honorable members I will be working with, I'm going to look into this issue. One thing I can assure you, most of the health workers are good. But when one does such a thing, then it becomes like a blanket thing. So we will look into it and establish specifically who is doing this, or who are they who have formed this cartel, so that they can swindle some money from our people. And the right action will be taken. There are legal action which can be taken. There are disciplinary according to code of conduct which can be taken. This is not acceptable. It can't be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Ruth,
Yes.
snake bites are a leading killer in Kitui County. Don't you think it is an offense for an officer, health officer, because of his negligence, to let one die and go to the last ward because there is no antivenom, snake antivenom, or negligence because one has not been paid his salary, and or there is no ambulance, which results to one losing his life, which is against Article 26 of our Constitution, which says that every person has a right to life. And the number 3, Article 26, subsection 3, a person shall not be deprived of life intention. Due to negligence, one dies after snake bite.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question on that. Which measures are you going to put to make sure antivenom is available to especially every level 2? That is a dispensary at our community level. And because antivenom, most of them are stored on refrigerator. What measures are you also going to make sure all those level 2 hospitals are connected with the power so that they can use the same?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will respond to the question by Honorable Mwandia from 2 perspectives. 1, I'll start by saying snake bites is a menace in this county. A study done in 2019, it established that in this county alone, we had 800 snake bites in that year. Most of the snake bites we have in this area of ours, which belongs to arid and semi-arid areas, they are poisonous. Of course, there are ones which are not poisonous. And therefore, the 2 perspectives I want to look at is the issue of negligence. Most of the health workers take an oath, and they provide what is classified or categorized as essential service. And therefore, if a patient is brought to a health facility and the anti-snake venom is available and is not administered on time or as required, and we lose that patient, or that patient becomes disabled, then that can be classified as negligence. 2, if a patient is brought to a hospital and there are no anti-snake venom in that facility, then it may not be negligence on the part of the health worker, because the procurement of drugs, they are done at another level. It's not the level of the health worker. So that's how I want to look at that. Honorable Chair, I have had experience, if you allow me, with the snake bites. I have my only brother who is living with a disability out of a snake bite. Last week, my own mother was bitten by a snake. And therefore, I understand the desperation, the anxiety, and the hopelessness which can come when you get your loved one or even a neighbor having a snake bite and you don't know what to do. You don't know where to get the anti-snake venom. Or this anti-snake venom is some distance you cannot reach. I understand that. And because of that, and if approved by this committee and given the mandate to serve people of Kitui, to prevent them from getting disability like my brother, and to prevent them from dying like the many Kitui people who have died out of snake venom. This is what I plan to do. We may not be able to get snake venom in all level 4, as Honorable Vudi has suggested. But we will identify strategic places in the whole of this county and have facilities equipped, fully equipped with anti-snake venom all the time. We have staff trained to administer the anti-snake venom. The anti-snake venom, some people can react, and so it's not a drug which will be given to be administered by anybody. They need some training to do it. For the proper storage, the places where we do not have electricity, we will buy solar-powered fridges so that those drugs can be stored there. And again, we will inform our people that whenever one gets a snake bite, this is the nearest facility to go. And I know that I will be assisted by the honorable members of this county. If I passed that message to them, that in your ward, if somebody gets a snake bite, this is the place you run, and they will get treated because the anti-snake venom is there. There's a qualified staff to administer. That is on the treatment part of it. But we can also look at the prevention part of it. One, on the prevention, is to inform our people. We have had our traditional ways of treating snake bites, that those traditional methods are not good. Once one gets a snake bite, run to the nearest health facility where one will get snake venom. There are other methods we can also do to prevent from getting snake bites. Maybe clearing bushes around our area, making sure that around our dwelling places there are no rodents, and also during the dry season, keeping water just away from the house. The snakes come to take water. That's why they come to the houses, so they can take there. That's a message we can pass to our people. The World Health Organization has classified snake bites as one of the neglected tropical diseases or conditions. And with that, I can provide leadership to the other counties in arid and semi-arid areas who face similar challenges to this county or the challenges our people. And we present a front such that the World Health Organization, who have classified this as a neglected condition in tropical Africa, that we can be assisted. Finally, according to KWH, what is it? KWS, yes. KWS something Conservation Act. They have an act of 2013. That act requires that if one dies out of snake bite, they are compensated 5,000. If one gets disabled, you are given 5 million, sorry. And if one gets disabled or something, you are given 2M.
I can assure you, I'm an advocate, the act was amended.
Yes.
And that compensation was
Scrapped.
Yeah, so people are just dying, they're not being compensated.
Okay. So it's even worse now if it was done away with. My plan also, in addition to these other initiatives, is to engage KWS. This is a human-wildlife conflict also, that we can work together in the area of prevention and the treatment. They can assist in the treatment. They can assist in the procurement of the fridges. They can assist. So that is something we can work together. Finally, I will be talking to the minister in charge of environment as we deal with these environmental issues, which look like they are the ones contributing to snakes, like charcoal burning, cutting trees, getting into the ecosystem of the snakes, and therefore snakes come to our homes. We can work together, and in the long run, we can try to address in a preventive manner. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have no other question, Mr. Chair. In a light note, can we nickname the lady as a mother of commitments? Because she has been committed. So, thank you.
A follow-up, please.
Don't allow the
follow-up.
nicknaming.
Mr.
Excuse
Chair.
me, Mheshimiwa Judith.
Yes, please.
Allow me to finish first.
Okay, please.
Mheshimiwa Mwandia, we appreciate, but I will not allow the nicknaming of the nominee. But I understand it was on a light note. But thank you.
Thank you.
But she can continue committing. Honorable Judy.
Okay, please. Madam Koki, this is from a member of County Assembly, Honorable Katumbe Changwidya East. What plan does Ruth has to those dispensaries which were started within the school compound and the community want them to be relocated from there, e.g. Mulundi Dispensary and Waluku Dispensary in Changwidya East Ward? Who is supposed to pay the watchman in our dispensaries? Why are people being requested to pay 50 bob for outpatient card? Outpatient card.
In the health centers.
The centers, that is.
Madam Ruth, as you answer to that question by Honorable Boniface Maundo Katumbe, there's another question by Honorable Boniface Mukwate Katula, member for Kanyangi Ward. Yes. And he's asking you on your plans to ensure that the right procedure is used in the enrollment of the CHVs
Yes.
to permanent and pensionable terms. Yes, you can respond to those two as we wind up.
Okay. I'll respond, Honorable Chair, I'll respond to the issue of the dispensaries in schools. I'll start by saying that that is a wrong orientation. That's a wrong orientation of having health facility in a school. People mostly who come to the health facilities, they are sick people. Some of the diseases they are suffering from, they are transmissible to others, they are infectious to the other people. And therefore, having a health facility in a school puts those children at risk. And therefore, on that issue, I will relook into it, establish how a dispensary was established in a school, and see the way forward. So that's what I will do about that. For now, I don't know what the arrangement was, because we have two facilities in one, a school and a dispensary. And there seems to be a watchman. I don't know this watchman belongs to who. I don't know what the arrangement was, who was to pay the watchman. So that is an issue I will look into. But the bottom line, it's not right to have a health facility and a school within the same compound. Health services in our primary care facilities, that is the health centers and dispensaries, are free. I'm aware sometimes people are told to buy a card. Some people pay 20 bob. Okay, mostly not even paying amount, but we are told to buy like a book or something. I really do not have details about this 50 shillings, but it's something also I can look at it. But the issue is services at our primary care services are free. It's in the hospitals where they are supposed to pay. The issue of CHVs, or the community health volunteers, I've talked about it. Putting them on permanent and pensionable. Once we reach the area of recruiting them, they cease to be volunteers and they become workers. And there's some guidelines which we are supposed to get in terms of their job description, in terms of the amount of the scope of the work they will be doing, in terms of what they are supposed to be paid. And so, unless we have reached at that point, it might be difficult for me now to say exactly when we are recruiting them. But nationally, the way forward or the spirit about implementing health services, especially with the issue of the universal health coverage, is about having the community health volunteers becoming workers. So with the time, that point will be reached. But for now, we may not have full details on how to engage them. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa, is it?
Just a wish.
Yes,
just
please.
a wish.
Yes.
I wish the nominee in issues of antivenom, you can consider my wish of level 2, because it's the only dispensary, it is only thing which is near to the people. I'm saying this because I'm a victim of my parent, my dad, and also my gardener.
Sorry.
So, and it was, that time the experience was so bad for me.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. And also sorry to our CC nominee for the brother. And your mom was beaten last week. And actually, so many people in Kitui County who are suffering because of the same. And I agree with him that if, assuming that you are approved by this committee, I'm sure the people of Kitui County will be very happy to know that the antivenoms are available even at the village level. That is something which is doable. A lot of money is spent in dealing with things which are not basic. But as you have said, and I've heard you have studied the WHO, yeah, and they are saying that snake bites are forgotten. It's a disease which has been neglected. So I think if that can be a priority, considering that there is no longer compensation for snake bites, I think it's a good thing to do. But since you have not been approved and appointed, that can only remain as a wish list. But we hope it can be executed by whoever will be approved and appointed as a CEC for health. So we thank you very much. We had to prolong the interview period because, as you said earlier,
Chair, I have a burning question.
It's a burning question, yes.
Which, within only 1 minute. Let her answer for only 1 minute.
Okay.
It is about cancer treatment. Someone is complaining that it is too expensive, especially when one goes outside the country. Just in 1 minute, so that we can satisfy whoever has asked the question.
Yes. Mainly what we are doing, it's a screening for cancer, especially the cervical cancer, the breast cancer, prostate cancer in this place. There are also basic services for treatment of cancer in early stages, especially the cervical cancer. So when we talk about improving the health facilities, taking like Kitui to level 5, those are some of the services which will be put in place. But they will be as we start basic services. Because you see, even with the Kenyatta National Hospital, or even, National Hospital, people are still going outside for treatment. But we will endeavor to give the basic cancer services to our people.
Chair, for the
Mheshimiwa.
late one.
No, allow me to control this process. We thank you, Mheshimiwa Waziri,
Thank you very
for
much.
your time and for responding to all the queries by the members of this committee. Before we conclude, I will give you 2 minutes to tell us your wish.
Okay.
What do you wish us to do as a committee?
Okay, thank you very much. First, I would want to appreciate you for having me for this session. Health is a very emotive issue, and that's why you have seen many people have interest towards it. Given an opportunity, they can ask you questions till evening. I want to congratulate you on your election also. I want also to appreciate the governor for nominating me, for having trust in me, that I can serve people of this county. And therefore, as we work together, I'm looking forward to, if approved by this committee and the county assembly, to work closely with the county assembly, first through the committee and the county assembly, as a general. Of course, anybody who is seated here opts to be approved. And therefore, that is my wish. If you find me, there's a word the chairman was using, if you find me suitable. And I think I'm suitable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Ruth Koki Mwanzia. It will be our duty to confirm if you are suitable.
Yes.
And having listened to you, the committee will retire and come up with a report and establish your suitability.
Thank you.
But thank you for your time and for your patience in responding to all our questions.
Thank you.
So we wish you all the best. We will get back to you through the governor.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, too.
Thank you. You may collect the originals from the Senior Legal Counsel and don't be free to leave this lunch for you at the Speaker's boardroom. Make sure you grab something before you leave.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I was writing the commitments here. Can I leave with them?
Yeah, please leave with the commitments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members of the committee, for the engaging interview. We have taken more time than we expected, but in the interest of making sure that we establish the suitability of every nominee, we have to ask as many questions as possible, so long as they are relevant and necessary. So thank you once again, members of the committee. Without saying much, I will request the honorable clerk to call upon the next nominee. Oh, you need health break. Oh, thank you. I'll give 5 minutes health break. Thank you. Thank you, members. Okay.
Board of Kenya.
Thank you. So we will use the correct title. So thank you, Engineer Ruben Mulo Itiko. I'll request the Honorable Clerk to administer the oath or affirmation to you so that we can proceed.
I, Engineer Ruben Mulo Itiko, swear that the information that I shall give before the County Assembly Select Committee on appointments on matters under the committee's consideration shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. I'm done, Chair, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Engineer Itiko, we apologize for beginning late. We were supposed to start at 10:30, now it's 12:30. We apologize for that. We had an engaging morning, but we thank God that you are here, and we are going to take the shortest time possible, but allow us to ask all the relevant questions which we have, and we believe that you will respond to all of them accordingly. Allow me to introduce the members of this committee and the Secretariat. My name is Kevin Kinengo Katisia. I'm the Speaker of the Kitui County Assembly and the Chair of this committee. I'll request my colleagues to introduce themselves.
My name is Honorable Harrison Maluki, elected by the great people of Mugwani, and also the leader of majority and a member of this committee.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Alex Nganga, MCA Miambane Ward, Minority Leader, Kitui County Assembly, and a member of this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Judy Thiwanza, MCA Ward, a member of our appointment committee, and also I do chair the docket of culture, sports, and gender. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm Hussein Mwandia, MCI Kudha Ward, a member of this committee and also a member of County Assembly Service Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Matthew Ngovi, MCA Chuluni Ward. I'm a member of the Appointment Committee and Vice Chairman of County Assembly Service Board. And Chair, I don't have any interest.
Honorable Nganga and Honorable Maluki did not declare interest. Honorable Harrison.
Chair, I have no interest.
Honorable Nganga.
Chair, I have no interest.
Honorable Judith.
Chair, I have no interest.
Honorable Hussein, did you declare?
Mr. Chair, I have the interest of Kitui people, but on this context, I've got no interest, Mr. Chair.
You.
Thank you.
But in line with the Article 35 of the Constitution, where there is freedom of association, that one is okay. Thank
precisely,
you.
precisely.
Thank you. Allow me now, honorable members, to request the clerk of the County Assembly of Kitui to introduce the Secretariat.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Mutambuki Elijah, the clerk to the Assembly. We have Madam Waima, the deputy clerk, the other side. Josephat Kwanda, the principal clerk assistant. Gladys Kanya, our legal counsel, Masimbinya Kilonzi, our procedural clerk, Alfred Malu is our answered editor, Lawrence Kirigwi is our senior sergeant at arms. We have Eric Asimbi, a commissioner with us, David Wambua, a commissioner with us, Kovi, a commissioner with us. We have our communication team. One is Kiboy, I'm not seeing him around. We have Lee Nikialo, and we have Joshua Muimi, and Dennis Kabiso. We have also a communication team from the governor's press unit. We have Joyce Mora, Geoffrey Kaviti, Patrick Mutinda, and I think I saw Charles Modoka someplace coming from the deputy governor's press unit. We also have various media houses with us. The ones I have not mentioned names are representatives of various media houses that are in the house. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk of the County Assembly of Kitui. Engineer Mulo Etiko, once again, welcome to this vetting process. Allow me to inform you that this committee is established pursuant to Article 117 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The committee is further established by Standing Order 1844 of the Kitui County Assembly Standing Orders to consider for approval by the County Assembly appointments under Article 1792 of members of the County Executive Committee. This committee has the mandate of ascertaining the suitability of nominees to discharge the duties of the public office to which the governor has nominated them. This committee did receive your name as forwarded by the governor of Kitui County, His Excellency Dr. Julius Makau Malombe, and the name was committed by the Speaker of the Kitui County Assembly to this committee, and the committee began its vetting process. This process in the shortest time possible in the interest of the people of Kitui County. And we are happy that you are here. This committee is determined to ensure that, as mandated by the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 1792, we are here to make sure that we confirm your suitability to be the CC responsible for roads. We had earlier invited you, was it on 26th or 25th of November? Which date was it, 26th? We invited you to come earlier, but we postponed. Yes. Yeah? Yes, so please sit closer to the microphone so that I've told you these proceedings are recorded. Yeah, so we apologize that we had to postpone the vetting process because we had received a letter from the EACC requiring us to make sure that we have your report on integrity before we go ahead with this process. I can confirm to you here and confirm to all the members of the public that we did receive a report from the EACC on you, and that's why we are here to conduct this vetting, and that we also wrote to relevant institutions. We wrote to the university where you attended for your bachelor's, and we received a letter from them confirming the authenticity of your degree certificate. We wrote a letter to the NEC confirming the authenticity of your KCSE certificate. We wrote a letter to immigration confirming that you don't hold dual citizenship, because as a state officer, you should not hold dual citizenship. We also wrote to the official receiver confirming that you have not been adjudged bankrupt, and we received a response from them. We also wrote to the CRB confirming the authenticity of your CRB certificate. We also wrote to the Register of Political Parties to confirm if you hold any office in a political party, because under the law, a state officer should not hold any office in a political party. We also wrote to the KRA to confirm the authenticity of your tax compliance certificate, and you received a response from them. We also wrote to the DCI to confirm the authenticity of your of the good conduct certificate, and we received a response from them. In short, we wrote to all relevant institutions, and we received a response from them. We are now at the final or second final part of the vetting process, because the final part is report writing. So now we are conducting a physical interview on you before you can proceed and write the report. So, Engineer Itiko, my committee members and myself will ask you a few questions, if not several, and we request you to respond to them precisely. I believe engineers are precise. Yeah, I know if you are in your field of work, you would have come here with a tape measure, and I don't know which other gadget which engineers work with. And what? Calculator. Yes, yes. So I know engineers are precise, and we believe that you shall give us precise answers without going round and round. So allow me now to ask you a few questions. But before I do so, in the advert we had asked you to come with the original documents. Do you have the original documents?
Yes, I have them.
Please give them to the senior legal counsel. The sergeant at times will pick them from you, so that we confirm if those documents are original. If there are any issues, the senior legal counsel, Madam Gladys Kanya, will bring to my attention.
Honorable Chair, I also made some copies.
Yes, we can also get the copies, because I believe there are some documents which you had not given. Use the microphone, please.
Yes,
you made the copies, eh?
Yeah,
yes, you can also give us the copies.
For ease of reference for members.
Thank you. Yeah. Give also your original ID. We had also written to you, engineer, requiring you to give us proof that you are not a public officer. Have you come up with the letter?
Yes, I handed over
You
the
did,
evidence.
Thank you. The evidence.
That I'm not a public officer.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, engineer.
I've retired.
Okay. Thank you, engineer.
Yeah.
Okay. Allow me to ask you a few questions just for background check, and you can respond to some of them with a yes or no response. Do you have with you a valid tax compliance certificate?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Do you have with you a valid compliance certificate with the Directorate of Criminal Investigation?
Yes, I have.
Do you have with you a valid compliance certificate with Higher Education Loans Board?
I have.
Do you have with you a valid clearance certificate by Credit Reference Bureau?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. I'll also ask you a few questions which you can respond in a precise manner. Have you been charged in court or been convicted? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. Have you been adversely mentioned in an investigatory or parliamentary report?
No.
Thank you. Do you hold dual citizenship?
No.
Thank you. Allow me now to give you 10 minutes to tell us about yourself, who you are, your family background, your educational background, your professional background, your work experience, and how your educational and work experience are related to this particular docket which you have been nominated for. So you have 10 minutes to do that, engineer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was born 25th August 1962 in Ilamba village. I went to primary education to Inyo Primary School before I proceeded to St. Charles Luanga. And thereafter, I went for my A-level at St. Patrick's Iten in Elgeyo Marakwet. I passed the Form 6 exam, and I was admitted at the University of Nairobi to do a degree Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering, which I qualified in 1988. I am married with 2 children, with 3 children, sorry. Immediately after completing the university education, I was employed by National Water Conservation and Pipeline Corporation as an assistant water engineer. I have worked at various positions within the organization, such as assistant regional manager, a full regional manager at various regional offices. I've also deputized the chief operations manager, and I've added two departments: construction department in the organization, which deals with the implementation of the projects. I've also added another department called inspection, technical inspection and metering, which basically deals with the technical audit of the systems. Now, the organization, these are the at regional office strategically within the count. There was one in Mombasa, which I worked there. Another one in Kisumu, I worked there. Another one in Sultana Amut, I worked there. Another one in Nakuru. Before the water reforms of 2002, which changed the mandate of national water to another mandate, which is basically water harvesting and storage authority, construction of dams, drilling of bores, and flood control, construction of flood control infrastructures. I had the opportunity to be appointed by the parent ministry to go and support institutions and agencies within the ministry and even outside. The first one was I was posted to Kisumu Water and Sewerage Company, which is an equivalent of Kitui here in Kitui, as the technical manager, because they were facing a lot of operational issues. And after 1 year, the board decided to appoint me the acting managing director and perform also the technical aspects of that office. When my time of attachment ended and I was to go back to my employer, the minister also found it wise also to attach me to the newly created Ministry of Regional Development. Ministry of Regional Development oversees the 6 regional development authorities. In this area, it's Tana and other development authorities. It's one of them. Then there is the KVDA, Kerio, the Coast, there was Neuro North, South, all those. While I was working there as the technical, giving the technical backup and the project-related activities, we formulated a policy on regional development, which created an office of Director of Regional Development, which links now the 6 regional development authorities with the ministry, and I was the first one to act in that position for 1 year. And then after that, I went back to the employer. When I went back to my employer, I was appointed the acting general manager construction for almost 1 year. And when the funds started dwindling from the national government, then the board find it wiser that we have a business unit so that we can use our internal expertise and the machinery which the institution had, so that we can do works on a commercial basis, both for public and private. It did not last for long. I did it for almost 4 months before again the ministry found it wiser that I should go and provide capacity and support to the water board, Northern Water Services Board, which is equivalent here to Tanathi in Garissa, where I was deputizing the chief executive officer, and at the same time, I was in charge of technical services, which included project implementation, coordination of consultants, contractors, implementing various projects within that area. When the secondment ended in March 2020, I said, no, I need to come and retire when I'm working for my employer. Immediately I landed there, I was again reappointed to head the construction department again for the past 2 years, before I retired in August 25th, 2022. Also, at my village, I've been a member of Faria's Board of Management, because in my place, I was the first one to go to university, and I have a passion for education. I was the first one to go to university. I have done a lot of resource mobilization for my local, for the nearby, the local secondary school, which we normally call it the Alliance of Dual Division, because we wanted to bring it to that level.
What is the name of the Alliance of Dual Location?
Oh, Dua Secondary School,
okay.
which we started as a community in 2008, and it has all the facilities, including a school bus, because of the coordination, lobbying to bring resources and other facilities. And more than 400 girls and boys are being educated there. Yes. Also, I've been supporting some students by paying their school fees, both in secondary schools and even at the university level, because I have a passion for education, because this is the way to go. We must empower the young ones to get the relevant education, so that they can also come and support other coming generations. You know very well, people are not rocks. One time you'll go to the grave. And life must continue. Okay. Honorable Chair, the other one you have asked me is the relevance of this. I have the proper training. As I said, I've graduated in Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. Civil engineering entails 3 major components. One of them is water. You are exposed to water. Second one, roads. The third one, buildings. When the architect designs a building, the next stage is now the engineer who comes and puts the reinforcement, the steel bars, the sizes, even the concrete mixture. And in this civil engineering, every component has got something called a manual. There's a water manual which you need to follow. You have a structural manual, building manual, which you need to follow. And even roads, that's a manual which you need to follow. Because when we talk of, for example, a concrete grade 20, for example, concrete grade 20, it doesn't matter. Grade 20 and then grade 20 in roads for culverts and drift, or grade 20 for water tanks, or grade 20 for the pillars and so on. It is the same. The approach is the same. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for telling us about yourself. I think we have heard you loud and clear. In the questionnaire, which we had asked you to fill, and you filled and submitted, you indicated that you have a net worth of 66,384,000. Could you please give us a breakdown of your wealth?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I own a three-story flat, residential flat, and a home, a house I'm living in this town. At my village, the near.
Engineer, give us the value for each property.
Okay. In total, it's 53.3 million when I did the assessment.
You mean the property?
Yeah, for the story, the three-story flat.
Oh, okay. How much?
53.3.
Okay.
Okay. And of course, and the other developments which are within there.
Give us all the properties, a breakdown.
Correct.
To their values.
Yeah. I have 2 plots at New, which is my local market. The 2 of them is 1.35. Okay, I have 3 vehicles, old ones, whose value is assessed at 1.9 million. I have various land parcels at Zambani, Stokungungi. That is at my rural area, which is 5.5 million, because my neighbor disposed one of his land there. He disposed one of the land at around 3.5 million, I'm told. Mine is even bigger, and the other 2. So in total, it's 5.5. I have also a village home, and this is development, which is estimated at 3 million. I have also shares, Ukulima Sacco shares, 1.184 million. Also, I keep livestock. And when you total whatever I have, it's coming to 100,000. The other one is 1.5. Can I cross check what it is?
You don't need to cross check. It's okay. Give us what you know.
Yeah,
Yes.
If you had 1.5.
You can cross check.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, sorry. If you had whatever I've given you, should come to 66,384.
Okay.
And I have the breakdown.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer. I think that you have given us the breakdown of your net worth, and we appreciate for that. Allow me now request the honorable members of this committee to ask you a few questions before we conclude the interview. I'll begin with Honorable Harrison Maluki.
Thank you, Chair. We've been alumni of the great St. Charles Langa School with the engineer. I retaliate that I still don't have interest because when he was there, I was very much far from being born. I have only 2 questions. You will answer them very briefly. One is about the counting graders. Sometimes we are located like 70 kilometers per ward or 50 kilometers. When we have the graders, after working for 2 to 3 days, they run out of fuel. When you make a phone call, you are told that we have to get fuel from Kuso or from Kitui. It takes another 3 days for that. In case of a breakage, it is a long process which takes almost around 2 weeks.
And circles, which will contribute towards their well-being of these operators. Even we need also to train and also to sensitize them of road safety programs, because the Boda people don't care. They even overload. They don't know when to carry 4 people because you want to make quick money. There is wear and tear of that motorcycle. There is also fuel consumption goes up. You know, they need to be sensitized about all these things.
Through the chair, I'm satisfied.
Thank you, Honorable Harrison Maluki. Honorable Alice Naga.
Thank you, Chair. Engineer, you have said in your background of civil engineering, which is also in your elaboration, you have indicated that you have worked more in the water sector, but drawn a lot of similarities in terms of construction in what happens in the water sector and also what happens in the roads construction. Now, relatively or by estimate, how much will it cost to tarmac a kilometer of road? Just by estimate.
And as you give the estimate, remember the governor promised that in every market center there will be some. Yes, thank you.
Just what will be the estimate? Because today you are a civil engineer by training. So what will be the estimate of tarmacing a kilometer of a road?
60.
Yeah?
60 million.
60 million. 1 kilometer of a road. Now, the governor promised, and it has actually become a clarion call by the governor when he was addressing this county assembly on its first sitting during his inauguration, that he will tarmac a road from Kitui town, Museve, Miambani, Kiviu, Kamandeo, all the way Migwani to joining the road going to Mwingi. That a 74-kilometer road, estimating that each kilometer will cost 60 million. Basically, what would we be looking at as a cost?
Yes, Honorable Nganga.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm coming in at policy level, and the nitty-gritties, the technical aspects will be handled by my chief officer with the other engineers.
I'm not asking you about technical issues. I am actually at policy level. Because one, the governor has committed to this county as one of his major projects. I would even want to call it the governor's legacy project on roads. Tarmacking a road from Kitui town all the way through Miambani, Kamandeo, Megwane to join a road going to Mwengi. And you've told me the estimate as an engineer, because also that's policy. As an engineer, it would cost around 60 million to tarmac a kilometer of a road. So basically, in my very quick calculation, we're looking at a cost of 4.4 or 4.5 billion to tarmac that road. Under your leadership at policy level in this county, is the project viable?
Yeah, it is viable. You know, it can even be done in phases.
Have you looked at the annual allocation to the Ministry of Roads in the county government?
Yes, I've checked the development budget.
How much is it, sir?
642.
642.
About 642 million. And 348 million out of that is for painting bills.
No, let's assume even there are no painting bills. And roughly, the development budget in your Ministry of Roads is 600 million. For you to utilize a budget of 4.4 billion, it would mean it will take you 7 budgets of 600 million. So I am asking you, because we must, as leaders, tell the public what you commit to do and what we are going to do. Do you see under the current budget allocation in that ministry that being a viable project? And remember, Bwana CCM nominee, you are a CCM of Kitui County, answerable to the people of Kitui County and the County Assembly of Kitui, not just to the governor. Yeah. Do you see, in your honest opinion, a 4.5 billion project viable by a county government? I am saying that as an MCA representing the people of Miambani, and one of the happiest because of that government pledge. I'm very happy because of the pledge by the government. Is it viable?
Yeah. What Honorable Nganga, what I've said
yes,
is this road can be done in phases.
It can be done in phases. Thank you, Engineer. My other question is, and for your information, the majority leader is also a beneficiary of the same project. So that's why you're seeing us having interest in it. Sure. The other question is, what would be more beneficial, efficient, and cost-effective in maintenance of our feeder roads between in-house repairs and the maintenance of those roads, and outsourcing. Outsourcing will be more cost effective. So for you, at policy level, you would encourage the government, instead of buying more machines to maintain our roads, instead of incurring those costs of repairs and maintenance, to outsource the services of maybe grading, culverts, slabs in our feeder roads.
No, what you are saying here is there are county roads and there are feeder ones, the small ones. I'm talking about the small ones. You know, there are small ones where we can have the locals. Where we can have the locals are engaged to do bush clearing, do small protocol repairs, but a road like, for example, the one you have said, it's a county road.
No, let me just look at the road from Kilingile to Kamainde, which you may be familiar with. Would you want the maintenance and the repairs of that road to be outsourced in your recommendation, or to be done in-house, bearing into mind what will be the more efficient cost, or what will be cost effective?
Thank you, Honorable. Before you arrive on who to do it, you can carry an assessment, because, for example, that one, you may have people there who don't have the capacity also.
Engineer, when I said in-house, I didn't mean kazi mtaani or using the locals to do the roads. I meant using the county, which you remember you were told about the breakdowns, lack of fuel, and giving a contractor that task or business of repairing or grading the roads. So I was looking about cost effective in terms of that, using the county government machineries or giving a contractor to grade roads.
Thank you for that clarification. Because, thank you for that clarification of what you meant by that. Thank you. Now, what I can say now after that clarification is grading, using our machinery, like acquiring and maintaining a grader is much cheaper, because this grader will be stationed at the sub-county headquarters, and we will have a service crew based in the headquarters first, and then it can later on. We can say either some here, others in Mwingi, depending on the way the worker is, which will support the graders on the ground. Because grading these feeder roads through in-house, it costs about half the contracted, half like 30 million.
Thank you, Chair. Just my last one. I'm satisfied, Engineer. My last question would be, we have witnessed, as people's representatives, roads being done through the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, and others done by the county government through contracting. You will find a slab, a concrete slab along a road done by KERA goes at a lower cost than a concrete slab done by the county government of Kitui. What would you do if given this authority, or if appointed, to check on that? Because I believe the engineers who do the BQs at the county government went to the same school with the engineers who do the BQs through the Kenya Rural Roads Authority. And the terrains are always the same. And I would quote, you will go to Miambani, you will find a slab
of a much bigger length done by Kera at a cheaper cost than even a shorter slab done by the county government. Disparities. How would you address them?
One, thank you, Honorable Honorable
Ganga.
Nganga, sorry,
Yes.
Nganga. This is an area, as you have brought it up. I will need to look at it. I will bring my engineers on board and ensure that they follow a manual. You know, there's a manual.
You can still do the same, Engineer Tiko, as a consultant. And as you say, you're going to mention many, why don't you give them the opportunity to sit where you're seated? And out there as a consultant, continue mentoring and nurturing them when you've got your free time. You know, coming out of retirement, then going for cabinet meetings, which will go sometimes up to midnight. The next day, you're required to wake up by 5. Do you think it is
Specific projects must be competed by those categories. I would say this project, you have to be a woman, either youth or race.
Okay, as you have said, that percent goes to the
3 categories.
the 3 categories. How will you ensure that the youth gets at least of that percent?
According to the procurement, the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, they have to compete within themselves. They have to compete within themselves.
But engineer, just a follow-up. We know what the law provides.
Yeah.
But remember, this is a ministry you are heading.
Yes.
And you can even, not influencing per se,
Yeah.
but advise the relevant department if it's procurement. So we are asking whether you have a goodwill for the youth and also for women and people living with disabilities, regardless of what the law says.
We break the law. And yet we are the custodians.
Not breaking. The law says at least 30%.
Yes.
So they can even get more.
Yeah.
So the law says at least 30%.
Yes.
So are you willing to prioritize?
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will consult the procurement officer on how best we can achieve this.
Okay, fine, Mr. Tiko. There is another question. Does the program as carried out in some towns in Kitui County like Zombe, Kanyangi, Sekuru? People of those areas feel these projects have been done poorly and below expectations, and it translates to corruption. What will you do to improve those projects and programs?
One, once a project has been awarded, during the handing over to the contractor, we must involve people and the leaders and people to come on board, to tell them what is the scope of work for these programs. Because we need to open up. Not when you are in Sekulu, you see somebody is doing a project and you don't know what it entails. It is good to involve the leaders, the community, to come, give them the scope of work. This is what will be done. And from time to time, there will be spot checks, because this contractor must be supervised by a person from the ministry. From time to time, there will be also monthly meetings to assess if this contractor doing the right thing, and if he's doing the wrong thing, substandard work. For sure, you'll be asked to redo it. Because one of the important documents in construction is the specification document.
which talks of what you need to do. If you don't comply, then you cannot be paid. You have to be told, please do it again.
Okay, Mr. Etiko, kazi kwa vijana in bush clearing in our rural roads. We used to have it, but nowadays we no longer see it. Just kindly tell us what happened, and in case you bring it back, which criteria will you use to recruit them? Bush clearing?
Yeah, bush clearing of the access road. Actually, that's where I was heading when the Honorable Nganga was asking me. Because bush clearing, it can be done locally. Because those people are already there. You are creating employment. They are supporting their families. The last one, sorry.
Which criteria will you use to employ those?
No, okay. So, yeah, we will not employ at the headquarters here. The ministry will have some offices, mostly actually at the headquarters. We'll liaise with the leaders and the local community. If we want 20 of them, let them sit and tell us, these are the people to work. Because they know them, they know those people very well.
Through public participation?
Yes.
Okay, fine, Mr. Chair, I'm okay.
Thank you. Honorable Judith. Honorable Engineer Tiko.
Yes,
This kazi kwa vijana and this bush clearing initiative is not the first time it's being mentioned in Kitui County. In fact, because I live in this county, I know the initiative began, I think, 2-3 years ago, but it was a scandal where funds were allocated for that particular initiative, work was done, and the youths who did that work were never paid. It was a big scandal, I can tell you, because we live in this county. So assuming now you are the CC, because how it was being done that time, they were being paid as like casuals, where they come up with a register, so and so has worked today, he or she is paid 2,000, but the register was not prepared in accordance with the people who went to the ground to work. Some people were sitting down somewhere and writing their own things and paying themselves and their friends. So assuming you are the minister, how will you address that issue? Because it's a good initiative, but it is misused and abused by people who will be in your department, maybe your CEOs or your directors, or even the administrators, without you knowing, and then the funds does not serve the purpose which they were meant to serve. So as a minister at the policy level, because this is an initiative which I'm sure many young people would like to have, and that is the issue, the thing Ganga was saying about not rushing to have to outsource contractors, but to use your own initiative in your department and make sure that the locals are involved in doing some of these projects. So as a minister at the policy level, what will you do to enhance that particular initiative of bush clearing in providing kazi kwa vijana?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I must say that it was an administrative issue for what happened. But under my watch, I don't think that is acceptable, where you pay ghost workers. It's not fair. It's not fair. Even myself, I want to disagree with the Honorable Nganga that I'm tired. No, I'm not tired. I'm a man. I'm a person who will also be doing my own spot checks together with my chief
engineer,
officer.
because I've accused Nganga of something, can he respond? Nganga, were you accusing engineer of being tired?
Engineer, I just said retirement by age requirement.
I didn't say you are you are tired. Actually, as you walked in here, you looked like an athlete.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I didn't say you are tired. I said you have retired by age. And that is what we want to respect and give young people an opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Nganga, for the clarification. Yes, engineer. Remember, we know that it is not fair to pay ghost workers, but what will you do at the policy level to ensure that unfairness does not continue?
I bring transparency in the whole affair. It's not a one-man show. The problem is if a situation is being handled by one or two people, it becomes a problem. But when you have so many people, like a committee, handling this one, we will not finish it completely, but I can swear there will be a lot of improvement.
Are you willing to work with the elected leaders in those particular areas?
Yes.
In ensuring that that unfairness does not continue?
Yes. Because they are the representation of the people. And they know their people very well. And they know where they should beat. You see?
And I hope you will also be willing to work with the relevant sectoral committee of this assembly in ensuring that such initiatives are done in the proper way.
Correct.
Thank you. I like the way you're answering questions straight to the point. Thank you very much. I think now I can allow Honorable Hussein Mwandia to ask you a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to direct my fireworks to Mulwa.
Please don't ban him. Just
thank you. Thank you.
Continue on a light note.
Mr. Itiko.
Yeah, Honorable.
By the way, I'm St. Charles Long alumni. The year I joined St. Patrick's, the year I joined St. Charles Long.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that give you interest?
So you are my senior. No, Mr. Chair. Sharing the same school doesn't make one to...
So you have no interest?
I have no interest.
Please
but
continue.
it's only that I'm interested. And I'm very happy to have my senior. Of course, we are proud to have gone through St. Charles Long with my colleagues, our senior majority leader. Thank you. Mulo Itiko.
Are you saying also the clerk was in St. Charles Longa?
Yes.
I want to confirm.
Of course.
You can also declare interest.
Of course.
Him being at the sector.
Chair, I have an interest I can declare.
Yes.
Only that is not a conflicting interest. The worst is if there is a conflict of interest.
Yes.
In addition to that, we used to sit in the same staff room when we were teaching. So, is our old colleague, but it's not conflicting in any way.
Not conflicting.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hussein, please continue.
Okay. Mr. Chair, it's good you have given me this opportunity. Mulo Itiko, tell us about equality and equity. How do you understand about these words? Equality and equity.
Equality is in gender. Equity is fairness. It's actually fairness. If you have resources, distribute them fairness.
Okay. That's your understanding. Bwana Mulo Itiko, don't you think it is unfair because there is a policy which gives each ward to have around 50 or 70 kilometers of grading, and yet some wards are more than 3 times as fast as others? For example, I represent the people of Ikuda ward, which is so fast as when you compare it to the Mwingi Township ward or the Kitui Township ward. My ward is 3 times, and yet I can be given 50 kilometers as opposed to the same 50 kilometers in Mwingi Township ward. Is there, should it be shared equally or equitably? Should it be shared equally or equitably?
The governor manifesto has clearly stated that every ward, 100 kilometers will be done. That is equal distribution of the resources.
Okay, now you are being vetted for this position. Suppose you get the position.
A follow-up question.
Will you fall the 100 kilometers per ward, or you will consider those bigger wards, maybe you give them 3 times 300 kilometers? Because if you give 100 kilometers to Mwingi Township ward or Kitui Township ward, I think maybe you borrow other, or you have to demolish some people's houses, or you grade roads to every homestead. And yet, other wards, notably the ward which has in length as around 57 kilometers.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
what will be your take?
Before engineer answers that question, I will allow Honorable Nganga to ask a follow-up questions that he can answer all of them.
Engineer Itiko, it's just a follow-up question on what Honorable Mwande is asking. You are a son of Kitui County, and I know you have traveled widely in this county. When you look at the size of Chuso Ward, against the size of Township Ward, and the governor says, and remember, you have not been called upon here to defend the governor's manifesto. You have been called here to be vetted. We look at your suitability to serve the people of Kitui as a CCM roads. Where, as you are talking now, even if you are given a grade to grade 100 kilometers, where in this township ward will you grade? Because maybe 70% of it is stomached, and I don't even know whether there are 20 kilometers to grade here. And that is why you're talking about equitable. And my suggestion, because also we are here to give recommendation just in case the engineer is appointed, is kindly, if you get the opportunity, go to your ministry, agree at that policy level how many kilometers you need to grade. And if it is 2,000 kilometers, then look at the roads network and equitably share the kilometers. You might find even in my ward, Miambani, I'm getting maybe 50 or 70, and you get Chuso getting maybe 150 by its size, or even a hard ward. So kindly, just look into that.
Thank you for your advice, Honorable Nganga.
Okay, now, as I finish, can you commit yourself in by saying that you will do? You will observe equitability. Or
yes, I'll observe the equitability. And you see, when I come up with the proposal of these programs, it has to come to the relevant committee to look at it also. It has to come to this county assembly so that it goes to the relevant committee to look at it. And once they look at it, where there will be need to review. Because the county assembly and the executive, the main underlining denominator is serve the people of Kitui. And we agree. Because it is the county assembly who who will finally approve that document. of the kilometers which needs to be done.
Can you agree with me that if I may quote in Kiswahili, demokrasia ni onefu? Because the majority will have their say, will have their way, but the minority will have their say. If it is brought to the assembly, maybe it will pass, but it can pass 100 to 100 for every ward, equal. They might not observe equality because it is a political arena. And you, as a police formulator, what can you advise the governor on that? Should you go the equitable way or the other side of one having what he can consume?
And as you answer that question at the policy level, do you see it necessary to come up with a policy on how to ensure such projects are done in an equitable manner?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
I rest my case.
What are some of the issues you may bring up in that policy? A policy to ensure equitable
distribution of the resources.
Yes. What are some of the issues which you will raise in that policy? Are you willing to say that, for example, you look at the size of a ward when you are determining how many kilometers of road to do in that ward? I want to hear some of your proposals to ensure equitable distribution of those particular services. Do you have a proposal?
I have to bring it. I have to go, sit down, think about it, how to develop that proposal, and together with the committee, the relevant committee of the county assembly, definitely, which will they do even their own input before it finally comes to the full county assembly.
But you are willing to come up with a proposal of that kind?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer. Let me now allow Honorable Matthew Ngofibode to also ask you a few questions.
Thank you, Chair. One engineer, I have just one question. And maybe I will have a follow-up question. My question is like this. We have information that poor quality works, incomplete works have been implemented and paid for by the county government under the Department of Roads and Public Works. How will you ensure that the value of money is maintained in the implementation of projects?
Thank you, Honorable Matthew Fudi. Value for money is very important. And this can be achieved through supervision. You see, what I've seen, because I've stayed in this county, is you find a contractor is on the ground working and he is not being supervised by anybody. He's not supervised by anybody. So he does what he thinks he can do. Where I come from, national government, where I was working, is once a contractor is given a job, you appoint in writing somebody so that he takes responsibility. You will be the supervisor. If anything goes wrong, it is you who will be held accountable. And with that close supervision and also the monthly monitoring through monthly meetings as he moves from point A to point B until the project is finished, and spot checks will ensure the quality of work. You see, once the work is completed, there is another committee which is anchored in law, in procurement, which must go and inspect and accept those works. If that committee does not is compromised and the work is not as required, there are consequences. Yeah, they take them blame. Yeah, there are consequences. Yeah, because they say we went, we verified, we saw everything was okay, but it was not okay. So they should be ready to face the consequences.
Okay, Chair. One engineer, are you familiar? Do you know the committee which is in charge with your docket in the county assembly?
Yes, because it's in the public domain.
Do you know the chair?
Yeah, Honorable Fode, I know is Honorable Sami Munyidia.
Okay, thank you.
And we other 11 members, 10 members, sorry.
A follow-up.
Thank you, thank you.
A follow-up question. Okay, kindly, engineer, tell us, suppose you'll be through and given that docket, what will you do to ensure timely payments to the contractors?
Thank you, Honorable Judith, for your question. Most of the county funds, about 10 billion, come from the National Treasury through the devolved funds. Ourselves, we collect maybe 2 billion. It's around 12.4 billion.
To get the funds, because you are talking of big figures, until you get the devolved funds from the national government, from the national treasury, it becomes difficult for the ministry to pay promptly. Otherwise, it is documented that payments should be actually within 1 month. Once somebody has done this work.
Johnson, what will you do to ensure timely payments to contractors?
Let me, on my part.
Engineer, remember payments will begin at your level before it goes to finance. Yes. So now that is the question we're asking you at your level. Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. At my level, immediately the contractor has finished work, I will send the team. I will form the team of inspection and acceptance to go on the ground immediately, so that they can do a report. Once that report comes, of course, the chief officer, in consultation with the other engineers, they will prepare. They will prepare the report and hand it over to the finance department for processing of payment.
Engineer, it is in the public domain that your engineers sometimes demand for some amount of payment before they can write a report, and for that matter, favorable report. That is the reality, engineer. And some contractors who say they will not pay, or for lack of a better word, corrupt your engineers, they are never paid. So before you respond, Nganga wanted to ask a follow-up question. Yes.
Engineer, you're walking into a very sensitive document. The Minister of Roads, if approved by this committee and if recommended by this committee and approved by the Assembly. The issue of payment is very important. And I'm happy my Honorable Judy is asking about the same. Because these are people who even go borrow, sometimes of them, not even from banks, from Shylocks, with very high interest rates. so that they can do this job and expect to be paid. And I'm aware, being a son and one who has been around for long in this county, you have seen what that has happened to many contractors. Many auctioned, they have lost properties. So, what do we expect? Can you undertake before this committee, if you have given contracts, let's say a certain batch of contracts, to our contractors, you will not procure more until that set is paid. So that we also put pressure on the government, so that the government wants development, pay those who have worked first, then procure more. Because what is the meaning of someone who completed works in January, not paid, and yet even in June, the government is still advertising for contracts in the same ministry?
And people who are given on June, they are paid immediately.
And some who are given on that June, they just complete and paid.
Yes.
I will give my professional advice because, for example, where I was working, it is clear that what you have said, they are given, that is the first charge. You pay any pending bills before you move to others. And I will undertake this to push. I will undertake this issue of corruption. I will be having some meetings with my own staff to give them the direction which I would like us to follow.
Do you undertake, Chair, am I allowed to proceed?
Yeah, please continue.
Thank you. Do you undertake to take this to the Cabinet, the County Executive Committee, to be a resolution of the County Executive that there will be no more procurement until those who have worked are paid? Because as a CCM, you can initiate that process. Then it becomes a cabinet resolution, then it becomes binding to all ministries, not even yours alone, because it cuts across.
Yeah, have you heard the question?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I've heard the question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I've heard the question, but I only talked of the practice, how it should be handled. But sometimes, Honorable Honorable Nganga, sometimes you must check the two way. Like now, for example, our roads, as we talk now, they are in a very bad shape because of the rains. Now, do we say we don't repair our roads because they are pending bills? So we must balance. We must balance. There's no shortcut. We must balance. Are we saying, for example, another means we cannot buy this like drugs. People are getting sick because you have a pending bill. So this is a delicate issue and it must be balanced.
Thank you. I think Honorable Ganga is satisfied. Honorable Wode, were you done?
Chair, I'm done, but I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
And this one comes to, this docket is a very serious docket. And engineer, it is the docket which has a lot of cartels. We have most of contractors who are cost, and they bring the document to your department, and then they are paid. What initiative are you going to take to take so that we don't have any cost contractor, and which initiative you are also going to take to make sure, in case you give somebody, like, let's say like a bridge, those BQs are provided to the public, because that is where we get those cartels. Sometimes they reap money from the county without their value. Thank you.
Honorable Ngovi, you have said works have not been done, the contractors who have been paid. Is that what you are saying?
Some works are done, and that's the question which I had asked him, but you did not answer it well. Some works are done, others are not done. And you find the same person colliding with the engineers, that person is paid as a contractor. And that's why I'm saying your docket is very sensitive when it comes to the measure of public funds. Because most of them, they sweep the money from the public fund through your docket. That's why I'm asking, what will happen? And it's just like a suggestion also, when you're undertaking a project somewhere, a thorough public participation, a BQ, all those things should be done. Which initiative are you going to take so that these things are done well, and any contractor who is given a contract by your ministry, he gets a value of that money, and the public gets the value of the money, the same. I just want to give an example. I know you know my area, and you come from the same area. You know, from a road from New to Kamembe, it was issued with 26 million and something. Today, the same road, you cannot pass with a car. Somebody from New to Kamembe is paying for around 700 shillings to Kamembe, whereby he was paying around 400 shillings.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
That is what I'm asking.
Engineer has understood. Engineer, please respond.
As I said before, I will have a meeting with my staff, led by the chief officer, on how I would like the project be supervised so that we can do away with these ghost workers, and also quality work as required, but not substandard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer, and thank you, honorable members of the committee, for that engaging session. Allow me now to give Engineer 2 to 5 minutes to tell us your wish. What do you wish this committee to do as you give us your concluding remarks? Thank you. Karibu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. First, I want to thank the committee for the vetting, and even appreciate our engagement between me and yourselves. Thank you very much. I want to say that me, I'm a team player. This is what I believe in. Because being a team player in any, you can achieve a lot. Because you can achieve a lot. And lastly, I will request this committee to consider my nomination for approval so that all of us will work together and serve the people of Kitui. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Engineer, for being brief, precise. And we also want to thank you for turning up for this interview. We also didn't take it for granted. We also thank you on behalf of the people of Kitui County for not turning down the nomination by the governor. Because the way Nganga was saying, you would have said, since I have retired, I want to rest. But you assured us that you are not tired. You are still an athlete, the way Nganga described. So, assuming this committee will recommend and the House will approve, we wish you all the best. So thank you and have a good afternoon. You may collect your documents from the senior documents as you exit. Thank you.
Thank you. So. Thank you, Honorable Chair
Ka-
and the committee members.
Karibu.
Asante sana.
Don't be in a hurry to leave. There's lunch for you at the speaker's boardroom. So don't be in a hurry. This is a public place, and feel free because you're also a Kituian and you have the right to hang around. So karibu sana. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation for lunch.
Okay, karibu sana. Honorable members of the committee, thank you once again for the engaging session which we had with the engineer Ruben Muro Etiko. I know time has really gone, but we must finish with the agenda of the morning committee sitting. So I will request the Honorable Clerk to call the next nominee, Honorable Joyce Kasioka Masila. Mheshimiwa Bode, please take a seat. I want to give you permission. Take a seat. Yes, as you give me the files, and I will give the committee 5 minutes health break as the clerk sorts out the paperwork. So, members, let's convene after 5 minutes. Thank you. So we adjourn for 5 minutes. sure you've taken time to go through the CVs of all the nominees. And I'll ask that we ask questions that will help us establish the stability of the nominees. And feel free to ask any follow-up question which you have, though we'll try to limit the questions. If the question has been asked, please don't repeat. I hope the nominee is around. Karibu sana, Madam Joyce. May I have a seat? Before we swear you in, we want to confirm the names which we shall use. I've seen there's an affidavit. Because in some areas you are called Joyce Titus. You also have other names like Joyce Wambua, Ndundu. There's also Joyce Kasioka Wambua. There's Joyce Kasioka Masila. So we want to know which names should we use now? Because according to your ID is Joyce Titus. Which names are we supposed to use now?
Thank you, sir. The name that I would wish that they are used is Joyce Kasioka Masila.
But your ID says Joyce Titus. Have you changed your ID?
No.
So allow us to refer the names in your ID. Joyce Titus.
Thank you.
Are you Miss, Mrs., Professor, Doctor? What is your title?
I'm Mrs.
Mrs.
Yes.
Karibu sana Mrs. Joyce Titus. I
Thank you.
request the Honorable Clerk. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you. I have a concern. Is there an affidavit to that effect?
Yes, Honorable Mwandia, there's an affidavit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Clerk, please administer oath or affirmation to Mrs. Joyce Titus.
I, Joyce Titus, swear that the following information that I shall give before this County Assembly Select Committee on appointments on matters under the committee's consideration shall be the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Tuesday.
Honorable Chairman, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Karibu sana, Mrs. Joyce Titus, to this vetting process by the Committee on Appointments of the Kitui County Assembly. My name is Kevin Kinengo Katisia. I'm the Speaker, County Assembly of Kitui, and the Chair of this committee. I will introduce my colleagues before we continue. I'll begin with the Honorable Majority Leader.
I am.
And as you give your name, declare whether you have any interest with the nominee.
I am Honorable Maluki, elected by the great people of Migwani, the leader of majority and a member of this appointment committee. I have no interest, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Alex Nganga, MCA, Miambani Ward, Minority Leader, Kitui County Assembly, and a member of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Judy, member of the Appointment Committee, and also I chair the docket of Sports, Gender and Culture. I have no interest.
Mr. Chair, my name is Hussein Mwandia, member of County Assembly of Kitui, representing other people. I'm a member of this committee and a member also of the County Assembly Service Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Matthew Ngovudi, MCA Chulun Ward, member of this appointment committee, and also I'm vice chair of County Assembly Service Board. Thank you. I have no interest.
Thank you. Honorable
Mr.
Mubad.
Speaker, also I didn't declare I've got no interest.
Thank you, Honorable Hussein Mwandia. However, I think you said as per Article 35 of the Constitution of Kenya, you may have other interests but not related.
Yes, sure,
Thank
sure,
you.
sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Hussein Mwandia, the able member for Ikoda Ward. Allow me now, Honorable members, to request the Honorable Clerk to introduce the Secretariat and the other members of the press who could be around.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mutambuki Elijah, the clerk to the Assembly. I'm with Madam Lucy Waiman, Deputy Clerk, Josephat Kwanda, our Principal Clerk Assistant, Madam Gladys Kanya, our Senior Legal Counsel, Madam Mercy Kilonzi, our Provincial Clerk. We have Alfred Malu with us, answered editor. We have Lawrence Kirigwi. He's a sergeant, but I think he has just walked out. We have Alfred Mwalali, a commissioner with us. David Wambua, a commissioner with us. Eric Kasimbi, a commissioner with us. Kovi, a commissioner with us. We have Erastus Deliver, our person in charge of HR. We have Kivindio, an ICT officer in the assembly. We have Kivui John, he is in charge of communication in the assembly, along with his colleague Lee Nikialo, a communication officer. We have Joshua Mwimi, a communication officer in the service. Again, we have the communication team from the Governor's Press Unit. We have Joyce Mora, we have Geoffrey Kaviti, we have Patrick Mutinda, and we also have Charles Modoka from the Deputy Governor's Press Unit with us. All others are invited members from different media houses who are still helping us achieve our mandate as a committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Allow me also to recognize the following visitors who have joined us, and they are at the speakers' gallery. I will request them to stand and wave. We have the Deputy Governor, His Excellency, Augustine Wambua Kanani. I think he has just left, but he was with us. We have Bramwell Saina in the DCI office. Thank you, Mr. Bramwell. We have Mr. Wilson Mwange Musioka, the County Assembly Board. Thank you. We have Geoffrey Kilonzo, Kitui Youth Association. Thank you, Geoffrey. We also have Koinari Saidim, the DCC. We also have Honorable Mwango Evuti from MP Kitui South. We also have other visitors. We have Sylvester Musioka. Thank you, Sylvester. We have Felix Sami Siamane. Thank you, Felix. We have Erastus Kombulu. Thank you, Erastus. We have Alex Muema. Thank you, Alex. We have Dorcas Ngome. Thank you, Dorcas. We have Joyce Mutemwa. Then we have Faith Mwendwa. Thank you, Faith. And then we have Roger Smove. Thank you, my visitors. Sorry, I almost forgot our member, Honorable Cyrus Musioka Kisavi. We were with him since morning. We had acknowledged him. We will also welcome my visitors for lunch after we break for lunch, after we are done with this nominee. So thank you, honorable members. Allow me now to go straight to the reason why we are here. Joyce Titus. Allow me to ask you a preliminary question. Which name did the governor use when submitting your name as a CC nominee? Which name was used? Because you seem to have very many names.
Thank you, sir. The name that was used was or is Joyce Kasioka Masila.
Which document did you give the governor to use that name? Because as per your ID, your name is Joyce Titus. Because you know, those can be two different people. So which document did you forward? Because the same is not in your affidavit.
At the moment, I have an affidavit to show that.
Where is the affidavit? Can it be passed to me? Give it to Senior Legal Counsel. We want to make sure we are vetting the right person, Mrs. Joyce Titus. We can do an exercise in futility if we are not vetting the right person. until we confirm that, we are going to pause a little bit. Can I have that document?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, Honorable
Mr. Chair, still on the same, we have the person who has taken oath is another person, not because she has taken under Joyce Titus.
Thank you, Honorable Mwandia. I hear you. We can consult privately. We can switch off our microphones for 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Joyce. We are sorry we had to consult a little bit. We have to be sure whether we are vetting the right person. The name which was given to us by His Excellency the Governor is Joyce Kasioka Masela. We will assume that you are Joyce Kasioka Masela. As we do other verification, to confirm if indeed we are vetting or we should be approving the right person. So I would request the Honorable Clerk to administer another oath in the name of Joyce Kasioka Masela, because that is the name we were given by His Excellency the Governor. Honorable Clerk, please administer another oath.
I, Joyce Kasioka Masila, swear that the information that I shall give before the County Assembly Select Committee on these appointments on matters under the committee's considerations shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Chair can proceed. Thank you, Honorable Clerk, and thank you, Honorable Omar, rather. Pursuant to Article 179 of the Constitution of 2010 and Standing Order 1844 of the Kitui Assembly Standing Orders, which gives this committee the mandate to vet you and forward our recommendations to the whole House for approval before you can be appointed by His Excellency the Governor. The committee is given the responsibility of ascertaining your suitability to serve in the Ministry of Education, Training and Skills Development as nominated by the Governor. We understand that this process was supposed to be done, I think, on 26th of November 2022, but we had to call off the vetting, or rather the interview, because the committee had received a letter from EACC requiring the committee not to go ahead with the process until we receive an integrity report. On behalf of this committee, I confirm to you that we indeed received the EACC integrity report, and we also received responses from the DCI, from the university which you attended, which I believe is SECU. Am I right?
Yes.
To confirm your degree certificate. We also received response from NEC to confirm your KC certificate is authentic. We also received a response from KRA to confirm that your tax compliance certificate is valid and genuine. We also received a response from Office of the Registrar of Political Parties to confirm that you don't hold any office in a political party. We also received a response from the official receiver to confirm that you have not been adjudged bankrupt. We also received a response from the Credit Reference Bureau to confirm that you have a valid clearance certificate by Credit Reference Bureau. We also received a response from the Higher Education Loans Board to confirm that your Higher Education Loans Board certificate is valid. And we are here now, after looking at your CV, which you supplied, or rather were provided by the governor, and also after looking at the questionnaire which you filled and submitted to the office of the clerk, we are here to ask a few questions just to get clarification on your suitability. So I believe Mrs. Joyce Kasioka Masela will be very free to respond to our questions. And if there's a question which you are not comfortable with, feel free to say that you don't wish to respond to that question. Remember, Madam Joyce, you have taken an oath to tell the truth to this committee. Remember also, these proceedings are being recorded in our answered. Remember also, these proceedings are being streamed live in social media platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and some TV stations and radio stations. And we have members of the public who have come to witness. We are doing this process on behalf of the people of Kitui County. So we ask you to be truthful, answer our questions precisely, and by the end of the day, remember, we are not conducting an interview. We are conducting a vetting process just to seek clarification. Though we have to ask you questions, just like the way questions are asked in an interview, we are basically vetting you to determine if you are suitable. So without much ado, I'll request you to give your original documents to our senior legal counsel. Have you done so? Have you given your documents?
Yes, sir.
Including your ID. Have you given your ID?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, in 10 minutes, and the Honorable Clerk will time, and I will request the clerk to explain how the timings, how the lights are operated before I ask you the question.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. At the pleasure of the Chair, you may decide that any question will be answered within a given time frame. So we will be timing. If it says 10 minutes, we will be timing 10 minutes. On the start of the 10 minutes, we will have the green light on. As you proceed, in the midst, probably from the 60th minute, we have the yellow as a warning that you are running short of time. And when the time is over, the 10 minutes, then you'll have the red light on, which means now you are supposed to have summarized and you are short of time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Mrs. Joyce Kasioka Masela, in 10 minutes, please tell us about yourself. Who are you? What is your family background? What is your academic background? Your professional background? Your work experience? And how is your academic background, professional background, and work experience related to the position which you have been nominated for? So your 10 minutes begin now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And the vetting committee members. My name is Joyce Kasioka Masila, as it is indicated here. Joyce Kasioka Masila was born on 7th April 1969 in a small village called Changulu in Mulango Ward. Joyce Kasioka Masila comes from Kitui East sub-county in Zombe Mwitika Ward. My education background. Joyce Kasioka Masila, at the attainment of 4 years, joined an AIC nursery sponsored preschool at Way AIC Church. I went there for 2 years. Thereafter, I joined Way Primary School for class 1. And I went through class 1 to class 7, where I did my CPE exam. And in 1982, I did my CPE exam and proceeded in 1983 to Sombe Girls Form 1. After a year or two, I transferred to Machakos Girls, where I completed my O-levels in 1987. After the completion of my O-levels, I proceeded to Limuru Girls for my A-levels.
Excuse me, Mheshimiwa Nganga has a point of clarification.
Thank you, Madam. There is somebody you have said after a year or two, just for the purposes of our records, just give us the exact timing so that for our records we can flow. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Please be specific. Don't say a year or two. Be specific.
Thank you for the correction. I was saying that because in Sombe Girls, I went there for Form 1 and Form 2. Then I transferred to Machakos Girls, where I repeated because of the transfer. I repeated, and I repeated in Form 2, Form 3, and Form 4. I did my O-level exam in 1987. I hope I'm clear. So after 1987 exam, Form 4 exam, I proceeded to Limuru Girls for my A-levels. And that was in 1989, is when I did my A-levels. Unfortunately, I did not make it for university. So, like, I took a break, and I got into business world for some time. But after 1 year, I joined, I began teaching. I went to Makueni County, where we established a school called St. John's Malivani in 1990. And I was teaching, I was taking subjects like history, CRA, and English.
Madam Joyce.
Yes.
Is that information available in your CV?
Yes, it is there.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes. In 1991, I felt that Makueni was rather too far from me, and I came back home. I went to Sombe Girls, where I taught for 1 year. That was 1992. There, after 1992, end of 1992, I resigned, and I got married in 1993. That is why I resigned, because it was not possible for me to do the two things at a go. So I resigned, and I got married in 1993.
Which two things are you referring to, Madam Joyce? Please be specific again.
Getting married and working as a UT.
Okay, please continue.
Yes. Right. After I got married, that was in 1993, I purposely and intentionally decided to settle for family life and bring up my children. I did not look for any employment. I wanted to bring up my children because there are some values that I wished to instill into my children. And I brought up my children as a housewife, and sometimes I supplemented that with small businesses until 2012 is when I decided to go back to school. After when my children had grown up, and I felt that I was comfortable now to go back to school and look for an employment. All along, when I was bringing up my children, I had developed deep and strong passion for young children. So in 2012, when I decided to go back to school, I chose to go and do ECD because I had developed a lot of interest in young children. So I joined my diploma, and I did my diploma in 2014. I did very well. And in 2000, after I graduated, in 2014, after I graduated, in 2015, I chose to go back to school again, and I joined Seku University in 2015. I went through my course. I did Bachelor of Education in Early Childhood Development and Education, after which I graduated in 2020. My employment. In 2000, I developed interest in small children. I decided to join, look for employment with ECD, and I went to teach in Thua Primary School under PTA. And since I had already joined my diploma, in 2013, I went to do teaching practice in Thua Primary School. And in the process of doing my teaching practice, I was employed by the Kitui County government as an ECD teacher. I have been there since then, teaching the small children and enjoying being with them, learning a lot from them, interacting with them, and interacting with the community until recently, when I received this nomination for County Executive Committee member. Honorable Chair, I think I have something else to say about my CV. During my years when I was a teacher, between 2010 up to date, I've been able to give back to the community. I remember at one time in 2013, during my teaching practice at Thua Primary School, I offered to teach for 3 to 4 months, I think 4 months, without any pay. I gave free services. And also during my stay at Thua Primary School and in Kimangao village, I've been able to interact with the community. I've been able to initiate some projects. And for example, I helped in the establishment of Kimangao Secondary School in 2019, which has Form 1 to Form 3 today, and it's doing very well. It was through my efforts that we were able to be given the secondary school. Also during my stay in Kimangao village, I have been able to establish self-help group for the women, which are doing very well. Most of them I have been the chair lady, and they are doing quite well. During my stay there, I've also been able to encourage and counsel young children, young girls particularly, and young boys, and I have seen them change their attitude, especially towards education, because before I went there, I found it was a community whereby children were not proceeding to secondary school. Their education was almost ending at primary level. But when I went there, I started talking to them. I started counseling them and guiding them. And I have seen a lot of changes. And as we talk today, so many children have been able to proceed to secondary school, and some of them are even in university, and I'm so happy about it. I think I have brought a lot of changes in that community. My religion. Honorable Chair, I would want to say that during my school life, I have been a Christian leader in CU, Christian Union, and that has helped me acquire some skills. As we talk today, I am a pastor, and I am a born-again Christian. I think that's all.
Madam Joyce.
Yes.
We are interested in knowing, Pastor, how that experience is related to the docket, to the ministry which you have been nominated to. I will add you, I can see your time is up, I'll add you 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes to explain to us how it is. We appreciate the passion, but we want to know how those experiences are related to the ministry which you have been nominated for.
Yes, thank you, sir. As I've said, I've been with the small children from 2010 up to date, and my interaction and my stay with the small children has given me a lot of experience. I've been able to know the challenges that children go through, and the teachers, the challenges that they go through. So I feel that I have had enough experience to be in the right person for this docket.
Thank you, Madam Joyce. Thank you for your response. Please tell us whether you have been charged in any court or whether you have been convicted.
No, sir, I have not.
You have not. Also tell us whether you have been adversely mentioned in an investigatory or a parliamentary report.
No, sir.
Also, Madam Joyce Kasioka Masela, in the questionnaire which you filled, you stated that your approximate net worth is 5.7 million. Could you please break it down? I think you said you co-own with your husband. So now please break it down. You were supposed to provide us with a statement of net worth. Did you share with us the statement?
I just broke it down.
So you don't have a written statement?
No.
Then now do an oral statement.
Yes.
Yes.
Though in this questionnaire, yes, I had broken it down.
Please read for us.
My assets as co-owned with my husband is as follows. We have a plot and a house in town worth 5 million.
Before you continue,
yes,
do you have a certificate of marriage or an affidavit to confirm whether it's co-owned or yours alone?
Yeah.
To confirm the marriage?
But I have not carried it.
Not carried?
Yes.
By tomorrow, 12 noon, you can send to the email address of the assembly. The office of the clerk will give you an email address. Okay, continue.
Yes. So as I was saying, we have a plot and a house in town worth 5 million. We have plots in the rural areas, in Sombe, that is in Sombe, which is worth 500,000. We have a car worth 500,000.
Excuse me, Madam Joyce, you have
Yes.
said you have a plot in town.
Yes.
Which town?
Kitui town, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. We have plots in rural. I've said they are worth 500,000. A car worth 500,000. And since we are Africans, we have livestock worth 250,000. That is cows and goats.
Chair, I have a concern.
Yes, please, Honorable
Yeah,
Matthew.
from what she has given us already, it's more than 6 million.
No, please let her finish, and then you will tell us your concern. Continue, Madam Joyce Kasioka Mazela. Please continue.
I had said that my...
Don't repeat, just continue from where you had stopped.
I think I'm through with my assets.
You are through with your assets.
That's why
What is the total from your records?
That's why I was saying that I had said
Just the
my
ones
my net worth is...
Don't look at the total, just we can give you 1 minute to calculate that breakdown and tell us the total. Remember, we are recording everything.
6.75.
6.75 million.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Joyce. Honorable Hussein. Honorable Matthew, what were you saying?
According to the statement or the questionnaire she had filled, the statement of net worth is approximation of 5.7 million.
Yes.
And now she is telling us, or she's confirming she has a net worth of 6.75. Does she have a liability of 1,050,000 or what?
It's okay. She will tell us her liabilities. Madam.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, please.
I think there's some miscalculation somewhere in the addition.
Yes.
I'm not a mathematician.
But you are a teacher.
Let me repeat.
No, you don't need to repeat. It's okay. We got it. We got it. But what is the total?
The total is 6.25.
6.25.
Yes.
So you made a mistake when you were filling the questionnaire.
Yes.
Did you read the instructions in the questionnaire when you were filling it?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Do you have a copy of the questionnaire?
Yeah, the one I'm going through.
Read the instruction number Roman 2. Read it for us.
Number 2.
Yes. In the questionnaire, open the questionnaire and read Roman 2. Do you have a copy of the questionnaire?
Yes.
So page 1 of it, read for us Roman 2.
Submission of false information through this questionnaire shall lead to automatic disqualification of nominee.
So now convince us that you did not submit false information. I want you to convince us in 2 minutes. We are trying to be as fair as possible to you.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
As I had just said, sorry, it was just but a calculation mistake because...
Who filled the questionnaire for you? Did you fill it yourself?
I did, but when it came to addition...
Did you read the instructions correctly?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Joyce. Let me proceed. At this point now, I will request the other honorable members to ask you a few questions which you'll respond. And again, if you're not comfortable in responding to any question, feel free to point it out to me. I'm the chair and I'm here to protect you. So, Honorable Harrison Maluki, you may begin.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Joyce Kasioka Masila, I have 2 questions for you. One, kindly explain to us what will be your responsibilities on the ministry you have been nominated for, if approved by this House.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Some of the responsibilities that I will have as the minister, if I'm appointed, will be to ensure that resources are properly utilized in the ECD program, in the education program. I will ensure there is proper utilization of resources in education. Another responsibility that I will have as a minister, I would ensure overall supervision of administration and service delivery in the programs, education programs.
Thank you. Which education sector are you responsible for in the ministry you have been nominated?
Thank you. I will be in charge of basic education, which entails ECD programs, and child care health facilities. I will also be in charge of youth polytechnics or village polytechnics, which deals with skills and skills development.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
My final question. We have quite places in our county which are in remote areas. Since you are dealing with the early childhood education, and there are some areas which have been affected, whereby the children have to attain an age of almost 8 years to 9 years to attend school due to the distances they cover before they reach to where the existing schools are. What is your plan, if approved, to be the CC for education training and skills development?
Thank you, Honorable Member. As a matter of fact, that has been one of my areas of concern in ECD. I have realized that there's a challenge of long distances that are covered by most of ECD teachers. That's why some of them end up joining school very late, at late years of 8, 5, 6 years. So I would wish that if I'm given this position, I will initiate establishment of feeder schools, which I'll take closer to the children, at least for children to cover not more than 2 or 3 kilometers from their homes.
Chair, I'm done.
Thank you, Honorable Harrison. Maybe she can clarify what she meant by feeder schools. Which are these feeder schools which you have referred to?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Feeder schools are schools that are established to feed the children after pre-primary to primary schools.
Feed them with food or...
Feed them with children, sorry.
Feed them with what?
Children. I'm saying...
Yes.
The feeder schools are established to feed the primary schools, public primary schools, with children after they have graduated from pre-primary to primary.
Have you understood?
Chair, if I hear what the nominee is saying, is that she's going to establish ECDs, which are going to be the ones at least nurturing the young kids before they join the main primary schools.
Is that what you meant?
So that for clarification.
We want to understand what are, because it's a
feeder schools.
It could be one of your policies once you become you become approved. So we want to understand what are these feeder schools.
Feeder schools are schools that are established and where preschool services are conducted,
yes,
or rather education is conducted, then later as they graduate to class 1, they join the mother schools. We have feeder schools and mother schools.
Mother school is the main school?
Main school, yes.
So it is like preschool.
Okay, let me give an example of where I come from.
Yes, yes, please.
My preschool is called Thua Primary School. Now, for the stay have been there, I noticed that there are children who cover around 4 kilometers to Thua Primary School. And I would wish that if I get this position, we establish a feeder school closer to the children, where the children come from, so that they learn in those feeder schools. Then at graduation when they graduate from pre-primary, they join primary school at the mother school, which is Thua Primary School, class 1.
I think I have understood. Mr. Barson, have you understood?
I think it is the same thing which Honorable Ngangan said,
yes,
that due to the distances,
yes,
we have only ECD classes for those kids.
Yes.
After now, they mature enough, they move to the next existing schools.
Ah, okay. Thank you, Madam Joyce. That's a good idea. Honorable Nganga, you can now ask your questions.
Thank you. Madam Joyce, first, congratulations on your nomination. And again, congratulations by the background information you have given us for the journey you have walked in life. I want to tell you it is not an easy one, especially for women. Going back and even getting a university degree at this age and the stage, many other women would have given up. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
As you have indicated, and rightfully so, you will be in charge of village polytechnics.
Yes.
Currently, tell this honorable committee the number of village polytechnics we have in Kitui County, their distribution, and the staffing levels.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In Kitui County, we have about 52 youth polytechnics, or rather village polytechnics. And these polytechnics are distributed across our sub-counties and also the wards. Most of the wards have, almost every ward has a youth polytechnic.
Madam Joyce,
Yes.
would you mind if we worked with actuals? Instead of saying around, just say this, because after this we'll still have to clarify with the relevant ministry how many are they, and I would not even take you to the wards or the villages. How many are they, and how are they distributed across sub-counties?
Thank you. As I have said, the village polytechnics that we have in Kitui County are 52. And I have said that they are distributed across all our sub-counties.
Do you know by numbers? If you don't, just say you don't. By numbers?
No, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I will not take it. The staffing in the village polytechnics?
I have not yet found out.
You've not found that. No, thank you. Now, my other question is, where is ECDE education placed under the current reforms of CBC?
Thank you, sir. ECD is a fundamental and very crucial level of education in Kenya, and especially with the CBC. CBC starts right with or at the ECD level, because the CBC system that we have, it is 2 years in pre-primary, that is ECD, 3 years in lower primary, 3 years in upper primary, 3 years in junior secondary. Sorry.
That's enough, because at least you have placed my ECD.
Yes.
So my other question would be, the current ECD system we are running, does it fit in that model?
Come again?
The current ECDE system we are running, does it fit in that model?
Yes, it does.
Including the feeder schools. Do they fit?
Yes.
Okay, how does it fit? To continue?
Yes, please continue.
How does it fit?
In the feeder schools?
No. The church just incorporated. Because let me just try to reason with you on this, about the CBC. You know, basically nowadays, when a kid goes to ECDE, as the system is today, how many years does a kid spend in ECDE?
2 years.
2 years?
Yes.
And then from there they go to the primary?
Yes.
That's okay. I can see how it fits. But again, under the current reforms, do you see it is still sustainable at the county level, or should it be left to be under the national government?
I believe.
I know you know the CBC curriculums and what is entailed, and having that hands-on experience on ECD, do you still believe it should be retained to be run by the counties, or should be left to the national government?
With the cooperation of the stakeholders, especially the parents and the teachers, I believe ECD should be left in the hands of the county government.
Madam Joyce, what do you mean by cooperation?
We realize that CBC is facing big challenge because some of the stakeholders are not supporting, and especially the parents. So if they cooperated, if they supported, ECD would fit to be supported by the county government.
So basically, you are saying the parents should be willing more to put resources.
Yes.
That is the cooperation.
Yes.
They put resources in the ECDs by themselves.
some
if possible.
some help from
If
the
possible.
government. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Alex Nganga. Honorable Judith Wanza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Joyce, congratulations for making it to that far. My first question is, what is the mission, vision, and function of TSC?
I'm not very much conversant with that.
Okay, please. Let's go to the other question.
Maybe you can repeat the question.
Okay, my question is, what is the mission, vision, and function of TSE?
Say it in full.
Teacher
TSC.
Service Commission.
Yes.
As I have said, I'm not so conversant with that.
Okay, please, let's go to the other question. Is it okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Proceed.
Mheshimiwa, please continue.
How have you impacted positively in the area you were working previously? And how will you manage such a big post from being in a classroom where you only interacted with the PP1 and the PP2 learners in a small village?
Thank you, Madam Honorable Member. My interaction with the small children has given me experience to know exactly what goes on in the education system, and especially in basic education, and to know the challenges that the children go through, and the teachers, and also the parents, and to address those challenges and probably come up with a solution to those problems. So I feel that my experience, my past experience with the ECD as an ECD teacher has shaped me a lot, has opened my eyes to know exactly what goes in the education system and what is expected as a teacher and what is expected from the parents. Thank you.
So, okay. The other question is, what's the plan to have ECD teachers observed in pensionable, in permanent and pensionable, bearing in mind, let me ask you the question fresh. What's the plan to have ECD teachers observed in permanent and pensionable, bearing in mind of Kitui County wage bill?
Thank you, Madam. It has been the teachers' cry, ECD teachers' cry, that they are put on permanent and pensionable terms. And this would motivate the teachers. However, the wage bill is far above the budget, and I would wish that the budget committee allocates more funds or more money for putting the teachers on permanent and pensionable terms for the sake of motivating them.
That's all?
Yes.
Chair,
Okay.
a follow-up question on the same.
Yes, please, Mheshimiwa.
Madam Joyce, this question is in regards with the governor speech and the manifesto. As the head of that department, and this And I think what governors promised to the Kitui County, it has to be done. And we have said the allocation of the budget and the wage bill is past the expected. What another initiative would you take to enhance the same?
I still don't understand the question, please.
Can you repeat, yes. Chair? On the same question of wage bill and permanent and pensionable of ECD teachers, it is in the governor manifesto, yes. And also it is in the first speech of governor in this county assembly. And I think what the governor said, it has to be implemented. As a head of the Department of Education, what other initiative can you take consideration of the wage bill we have so that this thing, that promise can be implemented?
Thank you. I would say that the issue of transferring or transiting ECD teachers from to permanent and pensionable terms is in the governor's manifesto. And I would wish that it is given a priority. It is prioritized because education is the key to development, and especially in Kitui County. Once our teachers are not motivated, they cannot perform well. They cannot, they cannot perform well in their field. So I would wish that the county assembly gives it some more weight and it is implemented.
Should I continue?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Joyce, suppose you succeed and then you take over the docket of education. What will be your duties?
Thank you. My duties as a minister, if I succeed, will be 1, to supervise the programs, in education programs in the ministry. Another duty is to ensure there is proper utilization of resources. This includes financial resources, human resources, infrastructure. So I would wish and I would want to see proper utilization of these resources. Another duty is that I would supervise the administration and service delivery in the ministry. Another role or duty is that I would...
Madam Joyce, are you reading from somewhere?
No.
Just address me. You're addressing the chair. So look me in the eye and address me. Begin. What are your duties as a CCM?
My duties would be...
Address me. Look me in the eye. Remember, I'm vetting you. Yeah, so look me in the eye and address me. Continue.
My duties as a minister would be to supervise the administration and service delivery in the ministry. I would also ensure that the resources are fully and well utilized. I would also ensure that teachers are, they have been done training, or rather there is capacity building for the teachers and the field officers, which has been lacking. I would also ensure that classes are constructed and constructed well. appropriately. I would ensure that there is efficient and effective implementation of the curriculum. I think that those are some of the
Okay, the
duties.
last one.
Yeah.
We have many cases of teenage pregnancies and school dropouts. How do you intend to deal with this issue, and in particular encouraging skills development on such young mothers?
The students or the mothers?
The mothers, after they get out,
Right.
after they leave the school. Should I read it again?
Yes, please.
We have many cases of teenage pregnancies and school dropouts. How do you intend to deal with this issue, and in particular encouraging skills development on such young mothers?
Thank you. It is true that there are so many early pregnancies, and this, I would address it through counseling and guidance and counseling to the young girls and boys, and also their parents. I would involve them in bringing up their children and counseling them as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Ganga, do you have a...
Yeah, just for clarification, Madam Joyce, and from the governor's speech, you will realize we have only 48 vocational training centers. So please just go and research on how they are distributed, so that at least you got all the information. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you had said there are 52. Are there 4 more which have just emerged?
That's a figure I had got. I think I
From
had
where?
got the wrong figure. Sorry.
From where?
Some research I had done. I had asked somebody, and I think he gave me the wrong figure.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Hussein Mwandia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam, you said we refer you as Joyce Kasioka Masila. Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First, I congratulate you for having been nominated by our able governor. One, His Excellency, Dr. Julius Makoe Malombe. My question is, how many ECD teachers do you have? Because you have been one of them in this county. How many?
Thank you. In Kitui County, we have 2,401 ECD teachers.
Thank you.
Being one of them.
How many primary schools do we have in Kitui County?
Primary schools? Or
Yes, primary schools. Public primary schools.
Honorable Member, I think I've been so much concerned about ECD centers more than the primary schools.
Thank you. Are you conversant with the governor's manifesto, and also have you gone through the governor's speech?
Yes.
Based on that, can you share with this committee what you know about the governor's the idea the governor has about increasing the number of ECD classes in our county, based on his manifesto, based on his speech also?
Thank you. In Kitui County, His Excellency the Governor has put ECD as one of his priorities, and he is committed to build or to construct ECD classrooms in every public primary school.
Do you think this is achievable? And for as you'll be policy formulator, and now you don't know how many primary schools you have, why didn't you do research if you know its manifesto is to ensure that each and every public primary school should have a class, an ECD classroom? Why didn't you should be knowing the number?
Thank you. As I had said, I have been so much concerned on ECD because I only know the ECD centers that we have in Kitui County.
Thank you. Thank you. Another question. You had said the vocational training centers we have, you guessed, but the actual number is 48. Based on this, my question will arise now. From the same governor's manifesto and his speech, what promise did give as our pertains the vocational or the polytechnics in this county?
Thank you. Concerning the vocational training, as you have corrected me, there are 48 of them. His Excellency, the Governor, committed that there would be installation of ICT equipment in every youth polytechnic, and also Wi-Fi in every youth polytechnic. That is as per his commitment.
Last question. Which courses do these, the 48 vocational courses over? Can you name 5?
Thank you. In our polytechnics, various courses are offered like motor vehicle technology, that is mechanics, dressmaking, masonry, carpentry, and beauty therapy.
Okay, thank you. Since you have been an ECD teacher based in a village, if I may call, will we be able to traverse the whole of this county? And do you have any knowledge, any technical knowledge? Because your ministry will cover education, training, and skills development. Do you have the zeal? Do you have the energy? Do you have the expertise?
Yes, I want to believe that I can make it because, one, though I live in the village, I am conversant with the modern world.
So you are equal to the task?
Yes.
That's your understanding?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Joyce, I have two concerns. One, are you aware with or do you know the committee in charge of this you advocate in this county assembly?
Come again. The committee?
Do you know the committee which is in charge of the same docket of education in this assembly? Maybe do you know the chairman of the committee?
No, please.
Okay. Okay, the other thing is the child care facilities are devolved functions. We have witnessed an increase in the establishment of private-owned child care centers. What measures will you put in place to ensure that these businesses are adequately regulated to ensure our children are protected?
Thank you. Child care facilities are places where children are placed, children of 3 years and below are placed for primary care. And for this to be successful, we need secure places for the small children. We also need qualified and trained caregivers, child caregivers, so that our children are not mishandled. We also need security for our children. And I think with that, we'll be done.
Okay. I have a concern, Mr. Madam Kasioka.
Yes, sir.
As we were doing introduction, you had us declare our interest, and none of us had interest. In brief, do you have any relative in this county government? Remember, everything is being recorded. And are you a relative for anybody? Any appointing authority? Be precise. No.
Yes.
You don't have any relative. Thank you.
That's okay, Mheshimiwa. I think she has answered.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I want, Joyce, can you tell us your understanding with the word skills development, and what measures would you put to promote the same?
Have you understood the question?
Yes.
Okay, please answer.
Skills development is whereby our youths, when they go to training, their skills, for example, dressmaking, we have dressmaking, salon, such skills are developed in such places. I don't know whether I'm communicating.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I just want to repeat a question because I want a clarification from the Joyce, and it is still on ECD teachers. I think this one is one of the most expected from you by the people of Kitui County. And this is concern on the governor's speech and promise to the Kitui County. Please, Governor in his speech promised that he will place ECD teachers as a permanent and pensionable employees. What are your plans to implement the governor's agenda?
Thank you. As I have said, that this is one of the governor's commitment, and especially to motivate our teachers. It will be only realistic and possible if the budget committee prioritize the issue and see the importance, because we know that education is the tool to eradicate poverty in our county.
Madam Joyce, are you saying it is the role of the budget committee?
No.
Because you have said if budget committee prioritizes.
And they allocate.
But the policy must come from the minister.
The minister.
So don't shift the responsibility to budget committee. Mheshimiwa Nganga, you have a follow-up.
Just a clarification, Madam.
Yes.
The work of this assembly, starting from the budget committee, is to approve the budget. So all this prioritization is done at the executive level. So when it is done there, it is when it is brought here for approval. So prioritization, actually, in this case, will be your responsibility.
Not the budget committee.
Not the
Thank
budget
you for the
committee.
correction.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
for her to get the information, the assembly can approve the budget with or without amendments. So we don't formulate. They are the ones to formulate for that matter. Thank you.
Yes. So it is your responsibility.
And for the other clarification,
Yes.
or just information to add, as a minister, you are the one who is formulating your budget for that department, so as to combine all the budget process, all the budget together, so that it can come to the county assembly. So you are the one who is formulating your budget for the education docket.
Mr. Chair, final. Mr. Chair, if you allow me.
Yes, please.
Madam Kasioka,
Yes.
do you know any support or any capitation grant from the national government to the ECD learners? And if so, how much and how is it given to the counties?
Thank you. I think at the moment, I may not know, but I'll find out.
You'll find out.
Yes.
Now, you have been an ECD teacher, and in my area where I represent, there has been a public outcry from ECD teachers. When they go to training, they are taught to pay for the facilitators and also pay for the materials, training materials. Suppose you get this position, what will you do to protect the ECD teachers and also to ensure that they get the training materials free of charge?
Thank you. This has been an outcry, and as I've said, it is very important that our teachers and our field officers are given capacity building. They are trained thoroughly, and especially with the CBC. And this also goes back to the minister to formulate and put a budget for capacity building for the teachers and the field officers.
Over to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Chair, I'm through also.
Thank you, honorable members. Perhaps before we finish, I may ask Madam Joyce, how many ECD teachers do you have employed by the county government of Kitui? Do you know the number? Because before you discuss on the plans to convert them to permanent, you formulate a budget which will bring to the budget committee for approval. You need to know the number. Do you know the number? If you don't know, say you don't know.
I know the number, sir.
Okay, what is the number?
We have, Kitui County, we have
Yes.
2,401 ECD teachers.
What is the approximate salary of each teacher?
The stipend they are given.
Is it? Yes, the stipend.
Diploma holders, we get 12,000, around 12,000
What is per month?
per month. Certificate, 10,000. Those that are not trained, they get 8,000.
You said diploma holders get how much?
12,000.
12, okay.
Yeah.
Untrained?
8,000.
Had you done some rough estimation on the budget we need to convert them to P&P?
I had not.
Is it something you think can be achieved perhaps within a year? Or you think it should be done in phases? What is your proposal? Because as the minister, you'll be the one coming up with the policies and the proposals.
I believe it is possible to have it done at the same time.
What is the budget, current budget in your ministry?
On ECD teachers.
Not ECD. Remember, Madam Joyce, you are not the minister for ECD.
Yes.
You are the minister for a very big department called Education, Training and Skills Development. But you seem to be more focused on ECD. Will you attend to these other departments? Maybe you can tell us what are the departments in your ministry?
There are 3 departments in my ministry.
Which are?
Basic Education Department, Vocational Training, Skills Development, and child care facilities.
Madam Joyce, for your information, there are only 2 departments, not 3. One is called Basic Education, ECD and Child Care Facilities. Another one is called Polytechnics, Vocational Centers and Homecraft Centers. But you seem to be only aware about ECD. So assuming this committee will approve you, we need to do more research. Finally, Madam Joyce, I noted that in your CV, you have indicated that to date you are an ECD teacher at Thua Primary School, employed by the county government of Kitui. Is that the position?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive a letter from us requiring you to prove that you are not a public officer?
Yes, I did.
Did you respond to that letter?
According to the letter,
The answer is yes or no. Did you respond to the letter?
I did not.
Thank you. I will not ask you why, or you want to explain to us why. I can give you a chance to tell us why.
Yes, let me explain.
You refuse to respond to our letter. Anyway, can you tell us why?
It's why I did not respond is because I have not yet got an appointment for this position.
Don't you think what you are saying deserved to be in the response? You have until tomorrow noon to send your response to the office of the clerk via email. Are those instructions clear, Madam Joyce?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions, honorable members of the committee? If there are no questions, I'll give Madam Joyce 5 minutes at most to make her concluding remarks and to tell us her wish. What do you wish this committee to do with regards to your nomination?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and other honorable members for the time that we have been together interacting. My wishes are, they say that if wishes were horses, beggars would ride, yes. So I would wish that...
I haven't heard you clearly. Please come again.
They say that if wishes were horses, riders, beggars would ride. My wish is that I am considered for this position. I feel that I am the right person, and especially because of the experience that I've had in the ECD field. I've interacted with the children and the parents and other stakeholders of basic education. So with that, I want to believe that I will be appointed for this docket. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Joyce Kasio-Kamasela, so for your time and for accepting the nomination by the governor. Our duty was purely to vet, and the House will approve, and the governor now will have the duty to appoint you. So ours as a committee is to wish you all the best. We assure you that we are going to do our work professionally, make the necessary recommendations to the whole House, and I'm sure the communication will be done to the governor on whether you have been approved or not. So once again, asante sana, and we wish you the Speaker's boardroom, and you can pick your documents from the Senior Legal Counsel. So thank you, and have a good afternoon. Honorable members of the committee, you know what to give me. I want those forms. Honorable members, allow me to thank you for your, let me say, resilience, because you have persevered hunger, so as to ensure that we finish the morning sitting of this committee, because we were supposed to vet, or rather to interview 3 nominees, and we have done so. So I want to thank you, and also for the professional way in which you have done the interview process. I also want to thank the members of the public, both at the Speaker's Gallery and the Public Gallery, and those who are following from the social media platforms. Thank you very much. We want to assure the people of Kitui County that this process will be done in the best transparent way possible, and that is our mandate, to ensure that we help our county governor come up with suitable nominees for his cabinet. So without much ado, members, unless there is any other business. Is there any other business? I can see none. So I will adjourn this committee for 30 minutes for lunch. So we come back at exactly 4:30 so that we vet the remaining nominees. And I want to extend the lunch invitation to my visitors at the Speaker's Gallery. So you are welcome for lunch. So thank you, honorable members of the committee, members of the service, through the office of the clerk. Thank you very much for the good job, and I wish you a blessed lunch. See you at 4:30 p.m. Asante. promote your honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen. Honorable members of the Appointments Committee, allow me to request the Honorable Clerk to read for us the agenda for this committee sitting. Honorable Clerk.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee. Our agenda items for this afternoon are contained in my letter dated the 14th of December 2022, addressed to the chairperson and all members committee on appointments. Appointments committee meeting. Kindly take notice that there will be an appointment committee meeting on the 16th day of December 2022 in the County Assembly chambers as from 2 p.m. Agendas for consideration is prayers, communication from the chair, and number 3 will be vetting nominees to the Kitui County Executive Committee, CECMs. The first to appear in that afternoon will be Peter Nikunda, a nominee in the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, followed by Mr. Frederick Kisong Kimanga, a nominee in the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Honorable members of the committee, allow me to thank you once again for the good work so far and for your cooperation. So far, so good. And we are indeed delivering on our mandate as conferred upon us by Article 179 of the Constitution of Kenya and Standing Order number 184.4 of our standing orders. Honorable members, allow me to say that so far we have vetted, or rather interviewed, 8 CCM nominees, which are number 1, Richard John Mwendando, nominee for Energy, Environment, Forestry, Natural and Mineral Resources. Number 2, Phoebe Ndonyo Mutemi, nominee for Culture, Gender, Youth, ICT, Sports and Social Services. Number 3, Peter Mwigi Kilonzo, nominee for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management. Number 4, Rose Mawaya Motuko, nominee for Trade, Industry, MSMEs, Innovation and Cooperatives. Number 5, Stephen Mbaya Kimwele, nominee for Agriculture and Livestock. Number 6, Ruth Koki Mwanzia, nominee for Health and Sanitation. Number 7, Engineer Ruben Mulo Itiko, nominee for Roads, Public Works and Transport. Number 8, Joyce Kasioka Masela, nominee for Education, Training and Skills Development. And this afternoon, honorable members, as per our agenda, we are supposed to interview 2 nominees. That is number 1, Peter Gitonga Nkunda, nominee for Water and Irrigation. Number 2, Frederick Kisonge Kimanga, nominee for Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Members of the committee, I believe with you, you have the files for the 2 nominees, where all their documents have been put. And end of members, and unless there's any other thing for skipping, I request that we call upon the first nominee for this afternoon sitting, that is Peter Nkunda. And honorable members, I request us to be precise in the way we ask our questions, and ask any question which you think will enable us determine the suitability of the nominees who will appear before us this afternoon. Once again, I want to thank the members of this committee, members of the Secretariat, led by the Honorable Clerk, for the good work, members of the public for continuing engaging us and following what is happening. And once again, I want to assure the people of Kitui County that this committee, which has been given the mandate to ensure that the county government of Kitui comes up with suitable cabinet ministers, we will do our best to make sure that we deliver on our mandate. Therefore, allow me to request the Honorable Clerk to call upon the first nominee for this afternoon sitting. That is Peter Nkunda, nominee for water and sanitation. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome, Mr. Peter Gitonga Nkunda.
Thank you.
Bwana Gunta, did you share a copy of your ID? Please
Yes.
assist me with your original ID. Sergeant at arms. There is no copy of your ID in our files, so we'll get a copy. We want to establish your name, your correct name.
Okay.
Thank you. I think before us, are we having Peter Gitonga Nkunda?
Yes, Chairman.
Which title do we give you? Are you Mr., Doctor, Engineer, Professor?
I'm Mr. Peter Gitonga Nkunda.
So you're okay with if we refer you with any name, whether we call you Peter Gitonga Nkunda, you're okay?
Yes.
Thank you. So welcome, Mr. Peter Gitonga Nkunda.
Thank you.
I'll request the Honorable Clerk to administer oath or affirmation to you before you continue.
I, Peter Gitonga Nkunda, swear that information that I shall give for this County Assembly Select Committee on appointments on matters under the committee's consideration shall be the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. I, Peter Gitonga Nkunda, swear that the information that I shall give for this County Assembly Select Committee on appointments on matters under the committee's consideration shall be the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
We are done, Honorable Chair. You may proceed.
Once again, welcome Mr. Peter Gitonga Ngunda. Is that the correct pronunciation? Is it Ngunda or Ngunda?
Nkunda.
Ngunda.
Yes.
Ngunda, okay. Sorry, earlier I referred to you as the nominee for water and sanitation. It was a mistake, it's nominee for water and irrigation.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, so, karibu sana. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce a member of this committee. My name is Kevin Kinengo Katisia. I'm the Speaker of the Kitui County Assembly and the Chair of the Appointments Committee. I'll now request my colleagues to introduce themselves and also to declare whether they have interest.
My name is Harrison Maluki, MCA Migwane Ward. I'm the leader of majority and I'm a member of this appointment committee. Chair, I have no interest.
Yes, Honorable Nganga.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Alex Nganga, MCA Miambano Ward, leader of minority Kitui County Assembly, and a member of this committee. No interest to declare, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nganga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Judith Wanza, MCA and Ward, member of this committee, and at the same time I do chair a docket of sports and gender, the Assembly. Welcome. I have no interest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Hussein Mwandia, member of MCI Kuda Ward. I am a member of this committee and also a member of the County Assembly Service Board. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I've got no interest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, my name is Matthew Ngovi, MCA Chulunu Ward. I'm a member of this committee, appointment committee, and vice chairman of Kitui County Assembly Service Board. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Allow me now to request the honorable clerk to introduce the secretariat.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm Tambuki Elijah, I'm the clerk to the Assembly. We have Madam Lucy Waima, Deputy Clerk, Josephat Kwanda, Principal Clerk Assistant, Landis Kanya, Senior Lingual Counsel, Mas Kelonzi, our Principal Clerk, Alfred Malu is an answered enter with us, Lawrence Kirigui, in charge of securities, Senior Sergeant, Alfred Malali is a commissioner, David Wambua is a commissioner, Eric Kazimbi is a commissioner, Kofi is a commissioner, we have Erastus Ndeleva, is our HR, principal HR officer. We have our communication team. We have John Kivui. John Kivui is the person in charge of communication in our assembly. We have Lynn Kialo, communication officer. We have our ICT officer, Mr. Kivindio, with us. We have Dennis Kaviso and Joshua Mwimi. Along with us is a team from the governor's press unit. We have Joyce Mora. We have Geoffrey Kaviti. We have Patrick Mutinda. And we have Charles Mudoka from the Deputy Governor's Press Unit. Along with us also we have various personalities from different invited media houses which are with us this afternoon. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Allow me also to confirm that we have invited guests who are at the Speaker's Gallery and also members of the public who are following this interview live. So I also acknowledge all of them. And I want to let you know that this interview is being recorded in our answered. We have just sworn that we will tell the truth and nothing but the truth. We have a mandate of vetting you pursuant to Article 179(2) of the Constitution of 2010 and Standing Order number 184.4. And our mandate as a committee is to ascertain whether you are suitable to serve in the position of water and irrigation, CECM. We want to apologize to you that we had earlier called you for this same process, but we had to postpone the process because we had received a letter from the EACC requiring us to wait until we get the integrated report before we continue the process. So we apologize that we had to postpone, I think, a day or two before you were supposed to come. I know that may have inconvenienced you. So on behalf of this committee, I want to apologize to you. Maybe it may have caused a lot of anxiety. It was not ill intended. It was meant in good faith so that this committee can get all the relevant information before we could interview you. Allow me, Mr. Peter Gitonga, to confirm to you that as we are seated here, we have already received a report about you from the EACC. We also wrote to all the educational institutions where you attended. We wrote to the university and we received a response from the university. We also wrote to NEC and we received a response confirming the authenticity of your KCSE certificate. We also wrote a letter to KRA confirming the authenticity of your tax compliance certificate. We wrote a letter to the registered political parties. We noticed that from your CV, you indicated that you are a member of Wiper Democratic Movement. So we wanted to confirm whether you hold any office position in that particular party. So, because as per the law, a state officer should not hold an office in a political party. So we wrote to the office of the registered political parties and we confirmed those details. Whether you hold or you don't hold, it will be confirmed. And the same will appear in our report. We also wrote a letter to the official receiver confirming whether you have been adjudged bankrupt, and we received a response. We also wrote a letter to the Director of Immigration trying to confirm your dual citizenship, because as per our constitution, a state officer should not hold dual citizenship. We also wrote a letter to the Director of Criminal Investigation confirming the validity of your good conduct certificate, and we received a response. We also wrote a letter to the CRB confirming the authenticity of your clearance certificate by the Credit Reference Bureau, CRB, and we received a response from them. Therefore, at that point, Mr. Peter Gitonga Kunta, we want to say that we are now ready to interview you and seek clarification on any issue which was not clear to us. So we may ask you a few questions or several questions. Our agenda is to get clarification so as to determine your suitability. Remember, the papers may not communicate much, but since you are the older of those papers, you are able to clarify on everything. We confirm that you filled the questionnaire, the vetting questionnaire, and we have a copy of it. We may have to seek some clarification based on the response which you gave in that vetting questionnaire. So we will ask you a few questions. Before I ask you a few questions, I will request you, Mr. Peter, to hand over the original documents which you were supposed to come with, to hand over to our legal counsel. So please hand over all the original documents, because in the advertisement we indicated that you should come with the original documents, including your ID. So please hand over to the gentleman on your right, so that our legal counsel can verify. I'll request you, Mr. Peter, to be free with us. This is a normal exercise. I'm sure you have been here before. I've seen from your CV that you worked as a CCM in this same county government.
Yes.
So this place is familiar to you. It must be very familiar. Yes. I've seen you are the CCM for tourism. Later you became the acting CCM for LEOD. So these are familiar territory for you. So please feel very free. But remember now you are being nominated for another department. That is water and irrigation. So we will ask you a few questions, and we will request you to respond to them precisely. Mr. Peter, I'll give you 10 minutes in which you'll tell us about yourself. Tell us your name, your family background, your educational background, your professional background, your work experience, and why you think your educational, professional, and work experience are related, or they will be able to assist you deliver in the docket in which you have been nominated. So I give you 10 minutes to share with us about that. So karibu, Mr. Peter Gitonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I said earlier, my name is Peter Gitonga Nkunda. I was born 47 years ago in a place called Kasigongo in Tharaka Ward, in Mwingi North Sub-County. I started schooling in 1982 when I joined a local primary school, known as Kamayagi Primary School, where I studied until class 8. Then I left for high school, which I was admitted to Sekuru Secondary School, which is still in Mwingi North. Thereafter, I was admitted in 1995 to Moi University to pursue a degree there in tourism, Bachelor of Science in Tourism, which I completed in 1999. But before completion, because we were finishing classwork, April, I was lucky to have been among the top 4 students in our class. So I was given a scholarship by Dutch government to the Netherlands to go for exchange program in a university in northern Netherlands, where we went with my colleagues for 4 months, where we learned much about human resource management and also matters to do with travel management, because I was doing tourism. So I went back in December, ready for graduation, and then after graduation, I went to Nairobi, where I hustled for a year, doing small jobs here and there. Then later in 2001, I went back to my rural home in Tharaka Ward, where I was employed as a program officer by a local symbio there, which was being supported by an NGO, which is known as Action Aid Kenya, where I worked as a program officer for 4 years. And much of my work there was spearheading of course development activities in that particular area of which we were operating. And that's actually the first time I came one-on-one with community development projects, because we were implementing various projects in roads, in water, in education. And then after 4 years, I joined another NGO known as Compassion International in Kilifi, in a place called Kaloleni, as a project director there, which largely deals with matters to do with children and child development, where I served for 4 years. Then in 2009, I was transferred to another project in Mtwapa as a project director also, where I served for another 4 years until 2013. So in May 2013, the county governments had already come to place. The first county government after devolution. I was lucky to be among the 10 nominees who were then appointed by the then governor, of course, who is current governor, Dr. Julius Manombe, to head tourism and natural resources docket, which I served the entire term until 2017. Of course, along the way, our CCO was responsible for lands, infrastructure, and urban development, left office. And the governor again appointed me to act in that docket until the expiry of our term, regime in 2017. After I left the county government, I went back to university. I had already started my master's degree in project planning because I have a lot of interest and passion in community development matters. So I went back to university to study or to complete my master's in project planning and management in University of Nairobi. So I graduated in 2018, September, and then after that I went to private businesses and also supporting community activities in my rural area as an ordinary citizen, where, of course, one of the activities that I was fully engaged in is when I organized a team of local professionals and we were able to lobby and establish a university campus there, which began early this year in January, and it is picking up very well. I also went back to the university and enrolled for my PhD in community development, which I'm currently pursuing in Tharaka University. Matter social, I'm married to one wife, and I have 5 children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Good. Documents you had provided, you had not provided a certificate of clearance by the DCI. You had only provided a receipt.
Yes, sir, but I have the original. By the time I provided the documents, it was not ready.
So you confirm the original is there now?
Yes.
And a copy?
The original.
You want a copy?
I'll provide it.
So a copy, and also a copy of your ID. Make sure you liaise with our secretariat so that we get a copy of your DCI certificate and a copy of your ID.
Yes.
Please also confirm whether you have been charged in any court or convicted.
No.
Please also confirm whether you have been adversely mentioned in an investigatory or parliamentary report.
No.
The questionnaire which you filled and submitted, you indicated that your net worth is approximately 8.5 million.
Yes.
Could you please break it down for us?
Those, Mr. Speaker, were estimates, not very specifics, because it is not able to get the exact value for whatever I put there. But basically, my wealth it involves much of it is land. I have about 50 acres of land.
Mr. Nkuta, we just want to know a breakdown, value of how you arrived at 8.5, just that. Tell us a property and the value, the approximate value.
Oh yeah, the land is 4 million,
Land in where? Is it the whole of Kenya?
No, land in my Anjeso area.
Yes, be specific.
Yes.
Yes.
Then I also have some rental premises which are about 1.5 million. I also have a car which is about 1.2 million. I also have some plots which are not developed, about 1 million.
Where? Where are these plots?
In my home area.
Please
It's
be
specifically
specific.
Kabayagi
Yeah.
Market.
Yes, yes.
Yes, in Kabayagi Market. I'm also a livestock keeper. So that is part of my main occupation. I keep goats and cows, which is estimated to be about 700,000.
Yes, is that all?
Yes.
Since you're not very sure, we had indicated that you provide us with a statement of net worth. You have not managed to, because from what you have given us, even if I do rough calculation,
Yes.
it does not amount to 8.5. It is less.
Yeah, I've said I have land, which is valued about 4 million. Then I also have rental, which is valued about 1.5 million. I also have a car, which is about 1.2 million. I also have undeveloped plots at Kamayagi Market, which are about 1 million. And also I have livestock, which I keep, which are about 700,000. Mr. Speaker.
My total is 8.4. There's a property which you have not told us the correct value. Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Mwandia, yes.
Does Indy have a home?
Yes. Don't you have a home?
Yes,
And
I have. I have a house at home.
Have you valued that home?
I have a home about 1 million, Mr. Speaker.
That gives us 9.4 million. I'll still give you a chance. You will
Yes.
swear an affidavit
Yes.
and submit to the office of the clerk by tomorrow noon via email, giving us a breakdown of your net worth, a complete under oath.
Thank you,
Is
Mr.
that
Speaker.
okay? Is that okay?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Please also tell us your sources of income, your current sources of income.
My current source of income are mainly livestock, as indicated. I also get some revenue from farming. I also run some retail businesses, which also give me some income, and also the rentals, which I have, Mr. Speaker.
Tell us how much you get from all these sources. How much do you get from the rental? Tell us the approximate amounts.
The approximate amount, say, Mr. Speaker, is a rental about 180,000. I also.
You mean monthly?
No, these are annual, Mr. Speaker.
So 180,000 annual. 180,000 for the rental. Okay, continue.
I also get income from the sale of livestock, Mr. Speaker.
How much do you get?
I get
I think you should know your income. You don't need to refer to anything. How much do you get from livestock farming?
I'm a livestock farmer, Mr. Speaker, and I get about
Did you guess when you are filling the questionnaire? Because if you had not guessed, you will be remembering. So how much do you get from livestock farming? Remember, you have to tell us the truth.
Yes.
Please tell us the truth. How much do you get from livestock farming? As you think about it,
Yes.
another source of income?
I also get income, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
From my retail businesses, which I have.
How much do you get? The people of Kitui County, Mr. Nkuda, are waiting to hear. Remember, I've told you this interview is being followed by so many people in the various social media platforms.
Yes.
So they're waiting to hear. The CC, if approved and appointed, will be in charge of water and irrigation. And is not able to remember or know his sources of income. How will he make sure that he manages the money for the people of Kitui County? So retail business, retail income, how much do you get? As you remember about retail and livestock, which other one, source of income?
I said I get this income from livestock. I also get income from the sale of course, from farming, because I do dengue farming.
How much from farming? All these things I'm asking you, you filled in the questionnaire.
Yes.
So unless somebody filled for you or you guessed, you should remember. Did you guess? Just be honest.
I estimated, Mr. Speaker.
You estimated. So
yes.
you are not able to estimate now? So if I say that you are not telling the truth, will I be wrong?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as I said, they are estimates.
Yes. So which estimate did you give? Did you give us?
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Matthew.
I just want to remind the nominee.
Yes.
Public Appointments Act. That is County Assembly Approval Act. First Schedule 7(9), subsection 2. Submission of false information through this questionnaire shall lead to automatic disqualification of a nominee. Thank you, Speaker.
So you have heard that is the law, and we are guided by that particular act, the Public Appointments County Assembly's Approval Act. That's what it says. So we have to confirm whether what you are telling us, Mr. Peter, is the truth. I want to repeat again.
Yes.
What are your sources of income?
Mr. Speaker, I have said my sources of income, I have already said it's a livestock.
Yes. How much approximate amount do you get from livestock farming?
About 280,000 per year.
Yes. Which other one?
The other one, of course, is farming.
Approximately how much? We are not going to continue until you tell us, Mr. Peter. We are waiting. Another one? Honorable Alex Ngaga.
Thank you, Chair. Peter Ngunta. You know, the matter we are discussing is very weighty. Yes. And I want you to take that. And the Chair is not delaying you because, you know, this is basically a legal requirement. You know, we're just questioning your information impended on a legal document, not even our own questions at evolution.
Yes.
And please, can you help us continue? Because beyond that, then we may not be able to continue. You've heard what Honorable Vudia said. Because unless you just declare that maybe you hired someone to do this documentation for you, and you might need a minute to consult that person.
Yes, Mr. Peter Gunda.
Yes.
We are not continuing until you tell us your sources of income. You have heard what the law says.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you give us false information, that means automatically we disqualify you. And you are the one who was filling this form, nobody. You collected this form from the office of the clerk, you filled it, you submitted. So tell us your sources of income. We can give you a minute to think.
Mr. Speaker, I've already said my source of income, and
what are you hiding? Tell us your source of income.
My source of income, Speaker,
yes.
as I've said.
Refer to me as the chair of the committee.
Yes.
Yes.
I have said my source of income, livestock, farming, because I'm a livestock farmer.
How much income approximately?
I'm saying approximately 180,000.
Okay, continue.
There is also a rental income from my premises,
yes.
which also get about 180,000.
How much?
180,000 per year. Also do farming. Which I also get about 180,000 per year also.
Farming.
Yes.
Okay. Another one.
Those are the main sources of income.
You don't have
Chair.
rental? You have no rental income?
Yes.
You don't have rental income?
Yes, I have rental income from my premises.
You haven't told us how much. How much do you get?
About 180,000 per year.
Everything you get 180,000. Why is the coincidence? Everything is 180. Mr. Gunta, are you guessing these numbers? Everything is 180, 180, 180, 180. Yes, Honorable Nganga.
Chair, I would request, with the indulgence, that now that it is unanswered and on records what he has declared, then we'll look at it against what he signed against. Because already there are two information for you and your committee to concede.
Yes, Mr. Ankuda, I still want to give you, I can go that route, but I still want to give you a chance to confirm. Whatever you are saying, Mr. Ankuda, is being recorded for the public consumption. And we are going to follow the law to get suitable cabinet nominees. So, you mean every source of income is 180,000? you want to refer to any document?
Yeah, but I don't have a document here.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me give you a chance, Mr. Ngunda. And Ken, by tomorrow noon, you submit a sworn affidavit indicating to this committee all your sources of income and you attach evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So you share with us, you submit a sworn affidavit by tomorrow noon. Is that fair enough?
That's fair, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes.
So, allow me now at this juncture to request my colleagues, committee members, to ask you a few questions, and then we'll continue. I'll request Honorable Harrison Maluki to begin.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Peter Gitonga, kindly tell us how your past experience and educational background is related to the docket you have been nominated to end.
Thank you. As I said earlier, I have a lot of experience in community development work because in my past work in civil society, I was very much involved in development programs, which many of which, of course, included water, provision of water services to our communities, and we were able to. I have experience in many of those various water projects, like piped water schemes, doing boreholes, and also in terms of training. When I was doing my master's in project planning and management, I managed to learn a lot in terms of planning, in terms of implementation, in terms of reporting, various projects in community work. And of course, water being one of the key sectors which involve a lot of project implementation. This experience and knowledge in community development, particularly in the water sector, and then from the experience that I have had while working in civil society, plus also the fact that I've had experience working in the county government. It gives me a very wider perspective in terms of being able to lead and manage this docket effectively in offering water to our people.
Mr. Gitonga, water is life, and water is a nightmare in most parts of our county. Actually, it is our biggest problem. Accessibility of water. This docket is on water and irrigation, and we can't do the irrigation without the water. What is your plan for the great people of Kitui on provision of sufficient water for both irrigation and domestic use?
Thank you. Our Constitution, Kenya Constitution 2010, specifically at Article 43, 1D, indicates that every person has a right to safe and clean water in adequate quantities. And it mandates now the different actors, particularly the county government in this particular, because what is an involved function, to do whatever is in their power to ensure this right is realized by the people. Remember when I was still working with the county government back in 2017, the main, actually the overriding goal for water sector in this county was to ensure that our people should be able to access water within 2 kilometers from their places, or just 20 minutes, they are able to get water and back, and so they can continue with their activities. And as a CC for water, my focus will really be working to ensure that within the resources who are available, we give our people water through a combination of various strategies and programs that we will be able to initiate in the water sector, particularly implementation of the manifesto, because our governor has a very clear manifesto on how to provide water to the residents of this county through various strategies.
Kindly highlight for us what is in the governor's manifesto on water provision.
The governor's manifesto on water is very clear. Many of the projects which he has promised to deliver to the people of Kitui, and which is a CC for water and irrigation, if of course approved by this committee and the assembly, mega dams, construction of mega dams across our entire county, drilling on boreholes, particularly in the places where we have sufficient groundwater. Also, doing sand dams, particularly to support especially irrigation, because you can see this ministry has water and also has irrigation sector. So, be able to support particular irrigation. Also, do pipeline extensions. This county has about 3,200 water sources which have been developed variously by different actors, including the government and also the private sector. So part of our mandate will be to do extension of these pipelines where possible, because there are some pipelines, of course, which may not be really extended closer to the people. So these are some of the areas that the ministry will be focusing on to deliver water to our people. And of course, there are also even rural catchments. In this county, there are a lot of areas where we have very good rural catchments, which has good services, which if it is harvested and harnessed very well, it should be able to give water to our people in large quantities. So basically, those are some of the strategies that we'll be employing in terms of making sure that we bring water services close to our people, and which the governor himself has promised the people of Kitui, and that the ministry will be very keen to implement.
Lastly, I'll quote an example of a ball in a place called Ithengali in Migwani Ward. That ball was drilled last 10 years, and the water capacity which is there, it is able to supply a very large area, but up to now, the piping has never been done. It is just an example because I know there are some other balls across the county whereby the piping has not been done to supply water to various households. What is your plan on such projects? And also there are some balls which have already installed. Maybe the pump is not working. What is your plan on such balls which already exist?
Thank you. To answer the first question, one of the first priorities that I will do, if of course I'm nominated to this post, is to do audit of the existing water projects We know, of course, there are some projects which are not working. The project has been done, but for some reason or another, it has not been functional. Either genset is not operational, or certain equipment has not been provided to this particular boreholes or other projects. So my focus will be able to do audit, be able to determine, of course, through public participation, because some of this information should be getting from the communities. Then we can be able to do our assessment with the help of our technical people, so that we can be able to know what can be done on each of these projects. Because when you look at the budgets which the Ministry of Water does every year, there are provisions there, very good provision there for repairs and maintenance. And when we have such projects as you have indicated, part of that money can be used to make sure that that project is functional and our people who are living around that area are able to get water.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Chair, I'm done.
Thank you, Honorable Maluki. Allow me now to request Honorable Ganga to ask a few questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gitonga Nkunda, congratulations on your nomination. And then again, to say happy to meet you again. You remember during your first term, was also my first term to serve in the county government in the assembly. Now, I believe you are aware of the Grand Falls Dam, the proposed Grand Falls Dam. You are aware of it?
Yes.
True, it is a national government project, or a project to be implemented by the national government. But again, heading the water and irrigation docket in Kitui County government, definitely you'll have some collaboratory roles to play, because it is being implemented partly in Kitui County. I would like you to highlight challenges which the implementation of this project is likely to face, and again, suggest or show how, in your recommendations, some of these challenges can be overcome so that we can have smooth implementation of the same.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We're aware that there is this Grand Falls Dam, which is due for implementation, possibly from next year, going to 2024, by national government. It was a project that has been proposed for years and years, but nothing has been happening. But the way things look now, it's likely to be implemented. Some of the challenges that are there already, because personally I come from the area, actually the area where the project site is, it's just a few kilometers from my home. I know some of the challenges from local area is its lack of information. Because you know, like now, the communities around the site are supposed to be aware about issues surrounding the implementation of this project. And that information is scanty. There is also the issues of resettlement. You know, there's also conflicting information in terms of how people will be resettled. And other challenges. But the CC for water, even though this project really is not directed under the county government, I will be very proactive in ensuring that we participate, particularly because public participation is really a requirement of law under Article 10, national values and principles of government, to ensure that our people, the information that we receive concerning the project, our people are informed long in time, so they can be able to prepare themselves psychologically, because many people have invested a lot of resources in their land and just your land, where they are keeping livestock, and they really it will be very important for them to provide that information.
Peter,
the other area,
yes,
the other area, of course, is which I think the county government can also have a role to play. Is in supporting, of course, compensation. because our people who need to move really need to be compensated adequately. And I think the county government has a role to play in trying to ensure that the people who will be displaced, affected by this project, will be adequately compensated. These are some of the issues that will be canvassed. But as a ministry, our role really will seriously be to make sure our people have advanced information, to make sure our people are well sensitized. Because we have seen some areas, some areas where some of these projects, when they come, people are given compensation, but at the end of the day, they become squatters. So there will also be a lot of sensitization in terms of people being taught, being sensitized in terms of getting alternative land, building their homes for their children, and starting some income-generating activities. So they don't become squatters once this big project has been implemented.
Peter, our nominee for water and irrigation, I know after you received your nomination, you must also have taken time to find out, while you are away, what has been happening in the county government, at least to come here updated. And the latest coming from the county assembly. Are you aware the honorable member representing the Raka ward, Honorable Ndagara, brought a motion to this assembly concerning the same?
Yes.
Are you aware of the contents of the motion or the prayers he had in that motion?
The prayers of the motion was to request the county government to make some preparation to ensure that once this project comes or begins, the county government also benefit. You see, this is a 4.4 billion project. There's a lot of investment that will come into this project. And there will be a lot of machinery that will be moving by contractors. There will be a lot of movement, a lot of use of money. So one of the prayers was that the county government to be able to improve our roads. When you go to the other side, because this project basically is between two counties, Tharaka Nithi and Kitui. So that now, if we are not careful, once the movement and the investment of these contractors in terms of putting up camps will not take place the other side, the county will lose a lot in terms of opportunities for our people. But when we have good infrastructure, our roads are well done, that will be an incentive.
Just by that, I concur with you, you're aware. And my last one on that is, you also spoke about the valuation of people's land and the properties around the dam area. And now, what I would ask you, would you commit to the county assembly of Kitui through this committee the prayers which were brought by one of us here, Honorable Ndagara, and approved by this assembly through a motion, that you will stand with it because it's already an assembly resolution, and you will make sure results are given to the people of Tharaka, the people of Mwingi North, and the people of Kitui as the assembly approved?
I think, Honorable Member, I know there are a lot of complexities in county governments. Implementing a project is normally a function of availability of resources. Like now, if you go to the ministry responsible, which is, of course, a Ministry for Infrastructure, you find, of course, there are budgets which are there. I know there are plans for the projects which they are planning to implement. So it's an issue that can be consulted. You look at the resources which are available, and then you can be able, because it's still the share for the RACA in terms of infrastructure, then they can be able to see whether because of the emergency or the importance or urgency of this matter, they can be able to commit a little bit more resources if they're available.
Thank you. Again, on irrigation, I'm sure you are aware of Wikiduki irrigation scheme, which the people of Mwingi North, again, and the people of Kitui had a lot of hopes in addressing food security. Have you taken time, now that you are going to the Irrigation Department of Kitui County. And I'm telling you, there might be national government projects, but is that collaborative aspect of it? Have you taken time to understand what hails Wikiduki irrigation scheme?
Thank you. Wikiduki irrigation scheme, when it was begun by National Irrigation Board and very good intentions. In fact, even the land which is under cultivation now is much smaller than the land which was provided for this project. But unfortunately, there have been challenges in this project, which of course need to be addressed. One of the major challenges was issues of power. The electricity bills, they become too much, so that the communities there, they are not able to take care of those bills, and therefore the pumping could not take place.
I hear you.
So as I see for water, I think the first thing, because when I said doing audit of the existing project, we will not do the project which is under the national government. Because one of the things, personally, maybe you can allow me to explain a little bit.
Yes, no
I'll be
problem.
focusing on.
When ask for more time, ask the chair.
Yes, please continue. Elaborate.
One of the things that I will be clearly be focusing on, should I be, of course, EC for water, national government in implementation of projects. So that Wikiduki will be an example of a project that will be able, because part of the policy that I will be pushing actually is how to engage constructively with other partners beyond the county government. That will be part of what that policy is out.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question. Chair.
Please go ahead.
Just a follow-up question, and I'm sorry, I'm going to pick from the answer which you have given to my honorable brother, minority leader, about the resolution of the assembly. Does it mean that when you become an minister in water and irrigation, the resolution of the county assembly, you will not be able to implement? So does it mean, you mean that when we made a resolution here, it just ends at the county assembly? Because he has asked you about the how to implement the resolution of a motion, and you said that one will be, you will consider it with the availability of the funds. So does it mean that we are not, whatever we are doing here as an assembly, you as a minister, if you succeed, you will not be implementing it until you get that resources? Thank you.
Not at all. Not at all. That was not what I meant. What I meant is that resources are limited, and possibly a motion can come from county assembly demanding, for example, I implement a project which is more than resources we have, because they are competing. You know, this county is large, and you cannot put all resources in one area in a single year. But it's a matter of consultation, depending on the situation. It's something that you can be able to, you can consult with the assembly, you can be able to explain, so that you can be on the same page. Not something that we just ignore without a very, very valid reason. But the motion of the county assembly, I agree, need to be, because that is precisely, you're doing this for the people of Kitui and needs to be obeyed and done. But again, resources.
Just excited by the input of my brother here, Honorable Vode. Nkunta, are you seeking to be a CCM whose response to this county assembly will be subject to availability of funds for everything we try? Because as I also moved to Wikiduki, you also drifted to the same direction, subject to.
That is not the case. In fact, I was responding specifically on the issue of my MCA, who is doing a very good job there for the people. I was simply saying that maybe whatever the assembly wants done may not be done that particular time. But resources, of course, is a factor to consider. But primarily, the motion of the assembly must be respected and implemented. But budgetary implementation, of course, has to be looked at.
We have heard you.
Yes.
We want to get it very clearly. And I'm happy that you have said you read the motion by Honorable Godfrey Mutheng Dagara, who is your MCA for the Raka. And the prayers are very clear in that motion, if you read it.
Yes.
Since you read it, tell us, will you, as a CCM for water and irrigation, implement the prayers sought in that motion, or you will tell all of us, including your MCA, that he should wait until you get funds? That is a specific motion which you have read.
Chair, on further information,
Yes.
the nominee has confirmed to us that the project is very important to the Kitui people.
Yes.
And is going to give Kitui people a huge economic factor. Then when we are not going to implement those prayers, does it, the same project, is it going to give us the economic factor which you agreed with us?
Before you answer, Honorable Arson, do you have a follow-up question? So that you can combine the answer.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I wanted to request Mr. Peter to take some water.
Please sip some water, which is available, so that you...
Thank you for...
You know you're the CCM for water.
Yes.
So basically, start interacting with water.
Thank you for complying with that advice.
Your majority.
Thank you. So please, we are very curious to know whether this assembly will be passing resolutions in vain, or the CCM, now in this case you, of the relevant department, will make sure that all those resolutions are fully implemented. Because remember, this house, our number one duty is to represent the people of Kitui County. Actually, the executive, if you succeed where you shall be working, works or executes decisions of the assembly. You should not come up with your own decisions.
Sure.
So tell us, Honorable Dagara's motion and several other motions which have been passed before and others which we shall pass in the future. If a motion touches on something within your department, do you commit to this house that you will ensure full implementation? We don't care where you shall get the money. You can get the money from grants, from the own source revenue, from the equitable share from the national government, or even fundraising. All we want to get is to ensure that all the motions passed by this house are implemented by the executive. And in this case, the CCM for water and irrigation, if you succeed.
Mr. Chair, I said actually initially that County Assembly motions are very, very important because you represent, MCs represent the people of Kitui. And what you bring to the executive to implement, you are speaking on behalf of the people of Kitui. And therefore, I'm saying any motion which is brought to my ministry or to other ministries, we will commit ourselves to implement fully. But I also need putting a reminder that even a situation where we will not be able to fully implement instantly, there will be a very, very valid reason why, for example, we need a little bit more time, or where we are able to implement, we will implement immediately.
Thank you, Honorable Ganga.
No, are you done, Chair?
Yeah, you want to continue?
Yes,
Please
allow
continue.
me. Thank you. Peter Ngunta.
Yes, Mr.
You know, by the way of our relationship between the county assembly and the county executive, whatever proposals you originate from the county executive, for them to be implemented, they must be approved by this assembly.
Yes.
I think you have worked in the executive before and you know that.
Yes.
Even your budget has to be approved by this county assembly.
Yes.
Are you aware that whatever originates from this assembly, for it to be implemented, does not need an approval by the county executive? We just approve and forward to you for implementation because we are the people's representatives. That is the way it is. Whatever you want to do, you have to bring it here for approval. Whatever originates, like what Honorable Dagara did in this assembly, when it is sent to you, it is not for approval, it is for implementation. And that is how it is. Anyway, let's move from there. So we expect you, if you are successful by that motion and a very big project, which we are all waiting in Kitui to be implemented, that what the assembly approved under the provocation of the honorable member representing the Tharaka Ward is fully implemented. You have worked in this county before, and especially, not especially, basically the county executive. Just in 3 minutes, which I request the chair to allow you on your behalf, can you highlight the departments you served? And in 1 minute, tell us about your achievement in each department.
Thank you. My first point of call, when I joined the county government in 2013, I was put in charge of Ministry of Tourism and Natural Resources. For that time, there was no department responsible for tourism. We actually began from scratch. I was able to, working with the different actors, particularly KWS, National Museums of Kenya, we were able to map out all the attraction areas in this county which need to be developed so that this county can be able to grow in terms of tourism. Because tourism management is purely my area, which I did my first degree, and we were able to do that. We were able to document all the sites which need to be developed, particularly in areas of Mutomo, areas of Ko Valley, Kanyonyo, and I was able to ensure to do 5-year strategic plan for each, indicating what needs to be done every year, so that in 5 years' time, these areas can be fully developed for tourism. Only that I'm not very sure when I left whether really that was as moved.
That was your achievement. Let's move to the next.
The other one is when I was in charge of lands and infrastructure and urban development. During that time, during my time when I was serving in Secretary CC, we were able to do many drifts across this county. And in fact, over 100 drifts in a very short span of time. And we were able to ensure those drifts and even some new roads were implemented and done very well, which improved transport in Angrit County. So I consider those some of the very critical things I did.
Thank you. Peter Ngonta, is it during your time as the CCM in charge of lands, infrastructure, housing and urban development that the same drifts you're saying you were able to implement became subject of investigation by EACC?
That is right.
That is right.
But what I can tell this honorable committee is that most of the issues which were raised at that particular time, because you know it was 2017, close to the election that time, much of the things which were spoken were purely political. Because I'm sure you know later, after Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission did their investigation, they were able to clear them for payment. And most of the contractors have been paid. So the issues really around those drifts were largely political, not the, because most of these, the drifts are not there. But when they went down, they realized that all the projects that were indicated in our reports, they were in those various places where they were indicated. And our people are still benefiting from those projects.
Are you aware, up to date, actually most of the contractors who are involved in those projects have not been paid? And one of the reasons is still some EACC is holding their files.
And as you respond, Mr. Peter, remember, when we were beginning, you told us that you have never been adversely mentioned in an investigatory or a parliamentary report. You said you have never.
I was not mentioned anywhere. Around those trips, I think everyone knows.
No, just answer the chair. I'm not an investigating arm of this government.
Clarify, because you have just said that when you were serving as the CCM for Liod then, and the investigations were done by EACC concerning your department, are you sure they investigated without even mentioning the CCM?
I was not mentioned, Mr. Chair.
Who was mentioned?
The issues which were raised zeroed around my chief officer and our roads engineer then.
So basically, Peter Ngonda, you want to take it as an achievement, as a CCM, that you initiated the project, which made your officers, or officers working under you, to be investigated. Some of them, even as you are talking here, they have already been charged in court, and I know you are aware of that. And
Say yes or no, are you aware of that?
Are you aware some have been charged in court?
I'm aware of that, and I personally testified in the court.
So you testified in the court?
In support of.
And why do you say it was political when there are people who have already been charged in court?
You know, I'm saying
I am aware of ethics and corruption courts in Kenya, but I've never heard of a political court. Because you're saying the issues were political.
Perhaps you can confirm that there is a political court in Kenya.
No, Chair, there is no such court in.
Okay, continue.
So, thank you. So, Mr. Peter Ngonda, agree with me, during your reign, you might not have been personally appended a signature somewhere, but you presided over as a CCM at your policy-making level. Procurement of those drifts, you attested yourself, which became subject of investigation by EACC, and whereby evidence was gathered enough to make some of the officers who are working under you to be charged in court where they still have active cases.
What I have said, and I stand by that, is that this project which we implemented at that particular time, the issues which were raised then by the EACC went to the crowd, and they realized that because much of the complaint was around, of course, some procurement procedure, but also mainly that these drifts were done in a substandard manner. They are not quality drifts, and also some do not exist. So they had to move around. They visited virtually all the projects, and they found this project intact. And that's why, as I said, Chair, EACC was able to clear these projects.
Gunta, if the matters raised, EACC found they were not substantive, how did they end up charging officers in procurement and also engineers out of these allegations? Why are those officers in court today?
Thank you. What I know is that being taken to court is not really evidence that you are guilty or that you have done a mistake. You've seen people taken to court, take years, but at the end they are cleared. That really they never did anything wrong.
Thank you. Just the last one on that, Chair. Mr. Peter Ngonda, lucky enough, you are never charged because probably you are not involved in the implementation or the procurement. But do you agree with me for the same to happen, that our contractors, their payments were delayed, some have never been cleared even today, not all were cleared, and that we have got officers and the non-sons of this county who are in court because of the same. As a CCM, you failed as a leader of that ministry. You failed to offer leadership. Because if there was leadership, then things could have been done in a manner whereby we will not be having officers of this county today going to court to answer charges against what you initiated as a CCM.
That is not true, indeed, Honorable Member, because as I said, CC then, and I still stand by it now, those officers are innocent of the issues which are, and I know they will be glad at the end.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you.
Chair, just a follow-up question on that.
Yes, please, Honorable Matthew.
Does it mean that if you are, this committee recommends you and approves you, you are going to do the same mistake since because you are not in that procurement or that or in that implementation? Are you going to do the same mess you did to that ministry at that time?
Or as you answer that, or would you be happy to be a prosecution witness against officers who worked under you or who work under you?
Please answer. Yes.
Thank you. I was not a prosecution. Of course, I was called as a witness against my officers, but because I knew the truth, I obeyed the court. I came, but I came and spoke the truth on behalf of my officers because I knew.
What was the truth? What did you say when you went to court?
The issues which were being raised there against them.
Yes.
That because one of the issues was that these projects were initiated without the knowledge of the minister. You know, those are some of the issues which were there, which I clearly indicated, because all those projects we did through consultation and agreed where each project is supposed to be cited. And then, you know, after you do that, the next point, of course, is the procurement department. Then we took them to procurement, where they were processed and we implemented them.
Mr. Ngunta, I want to talk to the chairman of this committee, but not an advocate of the High Court. But as a chairman, he cannot. How do you become a witness of prosecution without agreeing to be their witness?
Because clearly you were a prosecution witness.
And a witness against the accused who were officers and who still are in court today and were officers working under you.
Yeah, but we are not agreed. We are not agreed that I will be, I will be coming to...
You went there in which capacity?
I went there as a prosecution witness.
So you were a prosecution witness against
when I was called by the ESCC. When
yes.
I was called by the ESCC.
Yes.
But when I went to the court, I went to say the truth as it was. As it was to the court.
Yes.
Because I could not really...
and the truth was you supported your employees.
The truth was that I was involved, actively involved as a CC in identifying those projects and even in implementation, because I used to be actually in the field most of the time ensuring that those projects are being implemented.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Mandia.
Isn't that being adversely mentioned in an integrity case?
Maybe he can answer.
Please do answer.
I was not mentioned. ESCC never mentioned me anywhere in terms of wrongdoing.
So you are not charged. Mentioned. No, there's a difference between being charged and being mentioned. We are not saying you are charged.
I was not mentioned anywhere.
So you are not also
they only asked me to come and testify in court. And when I came, I testified, and there you speak the truth. I told them the truth of the matter, because I could not really indict my officers when I knew the truth. I had to tell them the truth. So I did not speak supporting what ESCC, the issues which were raised by ESCC in court. I spoke the truth as it is. That my officers, whatever issues they were being accused accused of, I was aware of, and things were done properly according to law, to the best of my knowledge.
With your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Mr. Nekunda.
Yes.
If you went to court, as you stated, didn't that amount to failure of your department which you headed?
It was not a failure, because as I said, the issues which were raised there against my officers were not issues which were true, because I was in charge, I was involved, and I knew that what we had done was right. But I said there were some political issues.
Chair, I think it's better
Yes.
you guide the nominee further. That is, this committee can access information, including the statements he wrote. Because here you are not a witness of the accused. You are a witness of prosecution. And you are going to say the accused are innocent. And the prosecution takes you as their witness to say the accused are innocent.
Chair,
I'm sure if you have been to court, Mr. Gunter, you know what Honorable Nganga means. You went there as a prosecution witness, not as a witness for the accused persons.
That is true.
Yes.
Yeah, but we are not agreed that...
Not unless you tell us that
court.
you were declared a hostile witness. Were you declared as a hostile witness?
No.
If you are not, then you are advancing the case of the prosecution.
Chair, even nominee has agreed with us. One of the accused were charged.
Yes.
And now he's telling us that those who are charged are innocent. How? When he is charged?
I think what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is that when the SEC requested me to come to the court, I could not refuse. Because, the state agency, which is supposed to obey. But when I come, because they never told me that in advance, that will be their witness. I saw, they wrote me a letter asking me to come and testify in court. So when I came, I stated the truth as it was in court, as I knew it.
Chair, as I indicated,
Yes.
I'm done with my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nganga. Thank you, Honorable Mr. Gunter, for your response. Allow me to request Honorable Judy Dhiwanza to ask a few questions. And Honorable Judy, you don't need to repeat if there's a question which was asked before.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Peter, congratulations for making it to that far. And my first question is, how will you end corruption in case you get that docket? How will you end corruption at Kitui Water and Sanitation Company, Kituasco, since the managing director is facing a lot of corruption investigation at the EACC?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam, for the question. It's true that we have two water service providers in our county. And one of them is Kimwasco, which serves the larger Mwingi region. And then we also have Kituasco, which serves larger Kitui, and also part of Masinga sub-county in Machakos County. I'm much aware, Honorable Chair, that Kituasco, there are some issues. Most of this information is in the social media concerning the management of this very, very important company, which supplies water to thousands of our people. And therefore, there have been issues of mismanagement in the company, issues touching on the issues of billing, the issues to do with irregular connections in the company, and also some of the managers, some of the management people have been mentioned universally in terms of being involved in integrity issues, matters which could even be handled by ESCC. And so you realize that this company is accountable, although it is course independent, it's accountable to the people of Kitui, to the government of Kitui, because the function that they do, the work that the company does, is a work that actually has been devolved to the counties, accessing water to our people. And so one of the most important areas or actions that I will take in case I'm approved by this appointment committee and assembly, of course, because I may not be able to have all the facts now, but I will have to do audit, proper audit report on operations of this company, so that you can be able to know the structural challenges, human resource challenges, and other challenges which are affecting the company. Then you can be able to come up with strategies or decisions which will be able to ensure the proper management of this company. Because even as we speak now, Mr. Chair, most of the bills of these companies are paid for by the county government in terms of subsidies or for water, pumping costs, in terms of fuel, KPLC, and even the treatment of the water, which is particularly to the people. So I will be able to get a proper audit to know exactly what issues are affecting the company. And then through consultation with my team, we should be able to make decisions to ensure that these companies become efficient, become effective, and they are able to offer better services to our people, including even extension of these pipelines to other areas. Go like Kitwasco. If you go to areas like Kitui East, it's not even served. So they can be able to extend even this pipeline to reach more people, and also to be able to break even, to be able to stand on their own in terms of the resources they get, should be able to cater for the operational costs, and also for other costs which the company incur, without having to always depend on the county government for subsidies.
Okay, Mr. Peter, do you support increase of CLIDIP from 10 million to 30 million per financial year?
As a person who was very involved, where I was very much involved in the CLIDIP, I have a facade view of the impact it did in terms of improving development in our county, all sectors. In fact, most of the areas in this county have been able to get development courtesy of CLIDIP. Most of the areas, some corners of this county. So I'm a big supporter, or even what we call Ward Development Fund, setting aside a certain amount of money so that wards, they can be able to access development equitably, and increasing money. I think it's a good idea. But again, as a person who was working with the county government, and I know the challenges which are there in terms of resources, this is an idea that needs to be a very good idea, increasing creative funding. But again, also looking at other competing interests in the ministries, but putting the interest of the wards and the people of Kitui at the front line.
Mr. Nkund, is your answer yes or no? Or the answer is it depends? So, Honorable Judy has asked whether you support the idea if somebody proposes that we increase credit from 10 million to 30 million. Do you support the idea or you don't support the idea? And we know you are among the creators or initiators of CLIDIP when you were the acting CCM for Liud.
Yeah.
So do you support the
I
idea?
support, Honorable Chair.
So do you advocate or push, in case you're approved, plead with the governor during budget making to increase clearly from 10 million to 30 million? Would you support that idea?
I have indicated the affirmative.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Judy, do you want?
Okay, please, the last question. Do you support introduction of ward development funds in the proposed constitution?
Yes, I think I've already indicated that I'm a very strong proponent for ward development fund. It's very, very important for our people.
What do you intend to do with all stalled water projects?
The first thing that I would do, and I know Honorable Member also asked earlier, is that the first thing that I would do, CC for water, is doing audit for all water projects in the county through the support of our people in the wards. We should be able to have database of projects which are stored, which are not operational. And then because we have some funding, some provisions for repairs and maintenance, we make sure we use these monies to operationalize projects which are not operational, so that our people can be able to access water in line with the demands of our constitution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, Honorable Judith Wanza. Thank you, Mr. Peter Nkunda, for your response. Allow me now to request Honorable Hussein Mwandia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before Mheshimiwa Hussein continues, allow me to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Gabriel Munyao, who can wave, member for Kawe Ward. He's an elected member for Kawe Ward, and I'm sure he has been keenly following. And a question will be thrown to you on his behalf. So welcome, Honorable Gabriel Munyao.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mwandia, please continue.
Mr. Peter Gitonga, since we started this, I've noticed that you are conversant with the law because I've heard you quoting. And based on this, and more so, the national values and principles of governance, which is in Article 10 to A, talking about public participation. Mr. Peter, the governor has plans, or the county government has plans to build 2,400 sand dams. My question to you is, what interventions or what policy intervention would you put in place to ensure that there is equitable sharing, they are maintained well, their later rehabilitation will be done well? Which policy measures will you take or put in place?
Thank you, Honorable Hussein, for the question. The governor has been very passionate about the role of SADAMs in supporting water, increasing water availability in our county, and particularly the docket which I have water and irrigation, the aspect of irrigation, who heavily is supposed to heavily depend on the sand dams and the effective implementation of these sand dams. One of the focus that I will put in the front line in terms of implementation of this particular program, because even now I know there are resources which are set aside to implement the first phases of these sand dams. The governor himself has spoken very clearly that equity, in terms of equitable distribution of resources, is a key area. As I said, Article 10(2), inclusivity, social justice, these are very key areas. If you look at the Kenya Vision 2030, they talk of desire to have a just and cohesive society. You cannot have a just and cohesive society if there is inequitable institutional resources. So in implementing this policy and this program, we will make sure that these SADAMs are distributed across the entire county. One of the things that possibly Mr. Chair can give me a due opportunity to elaborate even on this issue.
Yes, please continue.
Is that one of the things that I will do, because equity is very, very, very critical. In fact, if you look at the way I said earlier that we have 3,200 projects across the county, which our people use for sources of water, you realize that there are other areas which are not adequately served. Actually, about 40% of this county, some people travel quite long distances to access water. So one of the focus, in fact, policy areas that I will be focusing on is to look at so equitable distribution of SADAMs will be done, particularly ensuring that when we produce SADAMs also, there are areas where they can be able to catch water. Siting, of course, very critical, which are some of the considered will be put in place, because you'll see areas where you put a very good SADAM, a subsurface dam, but it is not able to capture water because of the wrong siting. So we'll be very, very, very deliberate in terms of siting and also ensuring that they are well distributed in our county, even as we look to bridge the gap between areas which are well served and areas which have a very serious shortage of water in our county. Well, these are our people.
Mr. Peter, since there are 2,400 dams, and in his speech, he indicated very well that there will be 6 sand dams in every ward, and you are talking of equitable distribution. Will you convince him to change, for example, those big wards to have, for example, 100, and the rest, the small ones, to have 20?
Or you will increase the number from 2,400 sand dams?
These SADAMs, as you're correctly saying, they will be implemented across the county. And they will make sure that the projects are sited in areas, of course, where they are able to bring service to our people. But we will do as much as possible, because it is the demand of the Constitution to make sure there is equitable distribution, equitable distribution. So even if there will be variances, there can be a variance of 1 or 2, and not really something that is supposed to be also big.
But then, Peter,
yes.
Mr. Peter, yes. Do you think it will be unfair for a ward like, which is the biggest ward, Chuso ward, to get 60 sand dams against a ward like Mwingi Township, which goes up to Kalisasi and borders Kivu, and maybe it's only Tia River there. So it gets 60 against the Chuso, which gets also 60. Sure, don't you think it will be a drop in the ocean for Chuso to get 60 if Mwingi Township will get 60?
I fully agree with you, and you are supporting my argument that it may not be possible to become equality, even as you implement this program of 2004, because like even when it comes to a place like a township ward, maybe in getting a places to implement 60 sand dams may not possibly be easy, or even.
But you clearly said that there can only be a variance of 1, 2, 3. You said so.
Before you answer,
in
Mr.
fact,
Peter,
in the document,
Mr. Peter, before you answer,
yes,
Honorable
please.
Boganga, you have a follow-up question?
Yes, sir, if you allow me, Chair. Peter, do you know what a sand dam is?
Yes, I know what sand dam is, and we have done many.
Do you speak Kamba?
Mungeto, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Now,
okay, continue.
Thank you. You know, some of these things, okay, you understand what a sand dam is. Where are sand dams constructed?
A sand dam is supposed to be constructed across a seasonal river.
Across a seasonal river?
Yes.
This mention of 60, 60, 60, 60, was it informed by any mapping, survey, in your understanding, that every ward, including Kitui Township, has got those tributaries, those small rivers, whereby you can cite 60 sandy dams? In your case, do you think the mention of 60 per ward was proper wording for that initiative?
Mheshimiwa Peter, we know you were not there.
Yes.
Neither were you consulted when the governor was coming up with this agenda. But now, as a minister for water and irrigation, you'll be given the responsibility to implement. Do you think it is possible to implement this agenda?
The Chair, what informs my question, my follow-up question is, because for you to go and implement the governor manifesto, you'll bring a budget to this assembly for approval. And when you bring that budget here indicating 60 sandy dams in every ward, we'll seek justification. And there is a relevant committee for that purpose in this assembly, which can even sample the wards and see where you have cited them. Because I thought some of these projects should be informed by some existing natural resources, like streams, tributaries to big rivers, whereby you can do a sand dam.
Yes.
So please commit yourself. And I think the chair also explained to you. You're being vetted to become a CCM for Kitui County. That is why, not only being answerable to the governor, you're also answerable to this assembly.
Yes.
Your dismissal can be initiated by the governor, and it can also be initiated from this assembly, because you're also answerable to the assembly. So please, weigh both. As you want to please the appointing authority, be also in good books with the approval authority.
Thank you.
Before you answer again, Honorable Major Leader, you have a follow-up question. I'm sure you can combine all of them and answer.
Actually, it is a point of information to Honorable Mwandia.
Yes, please.
That Mwingi Central Ward is not just the Mwingi town. It is a vast and a large ward which has rivers. Actually, it can accommodate more than 60 sand dams. Just a point of information. It is not just about the town.
I hear you, but Honorable Mandia was just giving an example.
Mr. Chair, I stand informed.
Yes, yes.
But then, you cannot compare Mwingi Township with a ward like Chuso in its vastness. It is just like comparing a saloon car with a semi-trailer, Mr. Chair.
Perhaps the nominee was being the CC for Liud. I'm sure he may be able to have the knowledge on the size of the two wards.
Mr. Chair, allow me.
Give him a chance to respond.
Allow me also to ask the last question.
He has not yet responded
yes.
to. Let him respond first.
Mr. Chair, allow me to make certain clarification,
Yes,
which
please.
I think is very important.
Yes.
So that we can be on the same page. I was lucky to be in the previous county government. And when the governor was proposing this program, because there was even a survey which was done by SECU, university students, went around mapping some of these areas where these vignetos can be constructed. The idea was not that all these projects will be implemented through county government. The idea was for governor to be able to sell this program even to development partners, because if you look at 2,400 sand dams, it's a lot of money which really, even if we want them to do, the resources are not able to sustain. Because you also need to do bores, you need to do big dams, you need to do small scale dams, water plants, and even pipeline extensions. So resources may not be enough. So we should not be looking this as a project that is fully to be funded by the county government of Kitui. But the governor and his team will be able to engage development partners, sell this idea, because it's about really improving food security in our county and increasing access of water to our people. So even now, as we talk of sand dams, Mheshimiwa, I know the resources which are available may not be able to do this large number of sand dams in the initial stages, but much will depend on the goodwill of development partners, which I think our governor would be able to achieve, because he has been able to really be a good ambassador for our county in terms of seeking resources for the development of this county.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. I think we have answered well.
No.
Hussein,
On that note, would you advise the governor, when you are implementing, you public participate so that the equitable share can be actualized of those sand dams? Just commit yourself.
Yes.
Thank you.
I know the governor has a lot of respect for the national values and principles, and that is one area. I'm sure he will be very, he has been supportive, he has been advocating, and even advising us as we implement projects to be able to look at the equity.
And one of your duties is to advise the governor.
Yes.
So I think we are in order to request you, in case you are approved, to advise him accordingly in such situations, since as a cabinet minister for this county, you have the duty of advising the governor accordingly. So we believe we shall advise him accordingly.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In consultation with the honorable members of the Kitui County Assembly.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mandia. Honorable Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. My question is just from your answers. One, you quoted our Constitution 2010, 43, 1D. That is, everybody has a right to clean and save water in adequate quantities. In that regard, most of our dams which are already existing in our county governments, in our Kitui County, they are not fenced. They don't have gates. We drink water with the animals, dogs, everything there. What initiative are you going to take so that we get a clean water from those the hard dams which are already existing?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. It is very true that some of our dams in the county would be not well secured. Though I know many of them, when we implemented, when I was in the county government, because I had the benefit of being there, we used to provide for fencing. Once you are doing an hard dam, you make sure there is fencing, and the committee in place, the water management committee, to ensure that this water is not contaminated by animals, because some people even take their donkeys even next to the water source, and they end up messing up the water, the dogs and other animals. So in terms of our audit, in terms of looking what we have in terms of water resources, particularly dams, I can commit myself to ensure we also be able to get information on dams which possibly may not be secured properly. because it's really very important, because when you are talking about, for example, if you look at the Millennium Development Goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, the goal number 6, which addresses the issue of water and sanitation, they talk of even the availability of clean and safe drinking water. And when, of course, you are giving people water resources, like bores, like dams, it's a responsibility of the county government, when doing that, to ensure it is secured. Even where these projects are being implemented by the development partners, the NGOs and the other partners, because we will be having consultations with them, we should be able to put that as a prerequisite, that every project is being implemented, particularly dams, earthy dams, because they are usually open, it should be able to be secured. And then the water is regulated from inside, and people can be able to get water.
Thank you,
outside.
Chair. In that case, most of our schools in Kitui County, they don't access clean water. And that has meant most of the students going to rivers or near any place near where they can get source of water. In this case also has meant us not even to plant more trees in schools. Which initiative are you going to take? And this one must be committed, because this house, we are going to follow on that. Which initiative are you going to take to make sure every primary school, secondary school in Kitui County access a clean and safe water under quantity one?
Thank you. I think this can be addressed through several strategies. And of course, one of them is, and that really is even in part of the strategies for increasing access water to our people. Provision of water tanks in the primary schools, secondary schools, and also in the health centers, public places. It's very, 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 very important, so that now the roof catchments in places where basic water is not tapped can be able to be tapped, and then the kids can be able to benefit from the water. The other approach is in a situation where we are doing boreholes near these institutions of learning. We should be able to provide some extension, some pipeline to the nearby schools, so that they can be able to benefit from water. Or even where there are extension pipeline schemes, water schemes, we should be able also to extend this water to our schools, so that our children can be able to get clean water to ensure they are healthy.
Thank you. Chair, this docket we are going to read is very serious. It's a very serious docket in Kitui County. As you know, Kitui lies in arid and semi-arid areas. And one of the biggest challenges we have in Kitui County is water. Peter, we have resources of water in Kitui County. For example, we have a lot of rivers. I just want to mention one from my area, which is Dua. Dua is a big river, seasonal, but has a lot of water. And this water is going straight to the ocean. What initiative are you going to take, for example, in Dua, to control that water when we know that we have a problem of water, and at any rainy season, the water is passing just from my place to the river, to the ocean? What initiative can you take, or advice can you advise the county government of Kitui through the governor? We collect all that water and we use it for the irrigation, use it for the domestic purpose, use it in very several purposes, which we normally use water.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question, Chair. When you look at the the Kenya Vision 2030, particularly the social pillar. There is element of the water, how the water and sanitation, there are proposals there laying down very clearly how different actors, particularly national government and county government, is supposed to do to ensure that kind of water is used for purposes of helping people. And one of the proposals which are captured there is the issues of mega dams, large dams. Similarly, if you look at the governance manifesto, it is very clear in terms of what you will be doing in this county in providing water. One of the key proposals in this manifesto is construction of mega dams. And in citing these mega dams, because even in the place where I come from, in areas of Mumoni, areas of Tharaka, Sekuru, there are rivers which the water move. So we will be, the approach that will be used to address this runoff is through constructing these mega dams, very huge dams, which can be able to tap this water instead of just running to Tana River and disappearing into the ocean. This water can be harnessed and then put to the mega dams. Then that water can be able to treated and piped and can be used by people for household. They can be used for livestock and still support irrigation along those areas. And then even the issues of food security in the country will improve.
Thank
so
you.
Yes.
Thank you. Niguda, do you know the chairman of the committee on your docket of this county assembly?
Yes, Honorable Anthony Musyoka.
Anthony Musyoka. Yes. Thank you. Do you know the vice chairman?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
You are not sure. Thank you. What will be your relationship, or what do you expect your relationship between you as a minister and the county assembly members of Kitui County?
I expect excellent working relationship. I know MCS who we worked with during my time. Some of them are here for this committee, like Honorable Muganga and they know how much we worked very closely with MCS, particularly in the issues which touch my docket and also on clinic, because I was responsible also for the clinic program. I expect a lot of respect and also support, because basically, if you move around, you find that most of the issues which one of our members were promising people down there, more or less the same what the governor was promising, and so should be able to work together to ensure that the county government is cohesive, and we should be able to deliver services to the people of Kitui.
Thank you, thank you.
Through the chair, final shot. It is alleged that this is one of the ministry with a lot of cartels. How will you be able to deal with them if it is true? And how will this ministry be of importance to the youths of this great county of Kitui? How will the youth benefit from your ministry?
Thank you for the...
Just in 2 minutes.
For the questions. And I consider myself a very honest and forthright person, and everywhere where I've worked, because I've worked in especially civil society and even the ministry, my policy is really to do the right thing for the people, to ensure we serve the people. So I will not entertain cartels, so people who are using shortcuts in the ministry to enrich themselves at the expense of the people of Kitui. I think this one I will make very clear, and also encourage people to work in a very calm atmosphere. Because again, as one in charge, also it's good to motivate his staff. And since we won't be having a performance contract, our people will be very, very busy implementing water projects, and there will be no room for people to engage in such kind of businesses. In terms of youth, I know generally, Mr. Chair, that our people, particularly youth, they don't consider agriculture as a very productive sector. But I would be very happy, and these are some of the things we'll be encouraging, that even as we do the water schemes, which we'll be doing to support groups, because part of our mandate in irrigation will be to support people who are involved in agricultural activities by accessing water to them, by giving inputs, like the pipes and all that, solar systems. So we will be very particular, and of course, we have a situation where we can have youth groups
Thank you,
around
Chair.
these areas.
That is enough.
You want to say something more, Mr. Peter? Have you finished responding to his question?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I thought he cut you short.
No, I hope he is satisfied.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, members of the committee, for your questions. Perhaps before I allow Mr. Peter to conclude, you can confirm whether there is a letter which we wrote to you requesting you to give proof that you are not a public officer.
Yes.
Did you respond accordingly?
Yes.
Can the senior counsel confirm that before we let you go? As she confirms, I'll give you 3 minutes to give us your concluding remarks and to tell us your wish. What do you wish this committee to do with regards to your nomination?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The first thing is to apologize to this very honorable committee, because I was not able to provide concise information on the issues of wealth. I know there's a source document which I was using to do my calculations, and unfortunately, I don't have them. So I promise to furnish this committee, as I've been requested, with the correct details as requested. Secondly, I want to take this opportunity also to thank the Governor, Dr. Julius Malombe, whom gave me an opportunity in 2013-2017 to serve the great people of Kitui in various capacities. And I believe we did justice to our people. So I really want to appreciate him for the confidence he has shown in me to be able to nominate me to the position of water and irrigation, to continue the service to the great people of Kitui. And finally, I want to assure this honorable committee that should you approve my nomination, I want to assure you that I will give my very best to ensure that the people of Kitui receive the just services that they are supposed to receive, particularly working to ensure that our people are able to achieve, to get water close to them, not more than 2 kilometers, in line with what we have as our overriding goal for the water sector. This is assurance that I'm giving you. I will give my very best to ensure the people of this county get the best services as possible in terms of water for the households, quality water for our households, for our livestock, and also for irrigation purposes to improve food security in our county. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Gitonga Mkunda. We're also very grateful to you for turning up for this interview and also for accepting the nomination by the governor. This committee will endeavor to do its work following the law so as to ensure that we get a suitable person to fill in the docket of water and irrigation. So we are grateful and we hope that you shall keep your commitment of providing the information which we asked you to provide. Before we let you go, I will ask our senior legal counsel, just from where you are, confirm to this committee that that document is with you. Turn on the microphone. I'm sure there's a microphone near you.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So we confirm that we have all the documents which we need from you, apart from that state affidavit to confirm your sources of income. And you have done well to apologize. This is a house which believes in people apologizing and withdrawing. Is that the case, Honorable Judith? You confirm? Honorable Gabriel, do you confirm that this is a house which believes in people apologizing and withdrawing?
Yeah, I confirm.
Thank you. So your apology is accepted, but you have to...
Thank you very much.
You have to correct, since we have given you a chance to make sure that you clarify that issue, because we keep records, because we have been given the mandate by the people of Kitui to serve them diligently. So once again, thank you very much. This committee will retreat, come up with a report, and make recommendations. The report will be tabled before the main house. The house will debate, either agree with the committee or disagree with the committee. And once the house approves your nomination, then now it will be upon the governor to officially appoint you if the house approves you. So once again, thank you very much. We wish you all the best. Because now as a committee we can approve, but the governor may choose not to appoint. So this process is long. Yeah, so we wish you all the best. And if you are appointed as a CCM for water and irrigation, we look forward to working with you. So thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You may pick your original documents from our council before you exit. You may carry that bottle of water. I know you could be very thirsty. There is tea at the speaker's bedroom. Make sure you go there and relax. I know the temperatures could have been high. You need to calm down first before you go home. So feel free to hang around.
Thank you.
Karibu.
Thank you, honorable members.
Honorable members of the committee, I think it is wise of me to suggest that we take a 10 minutes health break before we invite the last nominee, the last. We take 5, wonderful, thank you. 5 minutes health break. Then we resume. So Honorable Clerk, make sure the nominee is nearby so that after 5 minutes we continue. Thank you, honorable members. You know what to give me. I'm sure the people of Kitui can see how passionate you are in serving them. So thank you very much, honorable members of the committee, honorable members of the service. Frederick Kisonge Kimanga, please switch on the microphone. Welcome to this session of the Appointments Committee. I can see you remember the protocols of this house, this chamber.
Yes, sir.
And this must be familiar environment for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for honoring our invitation and for coming for this interview, which is part of the vetting process. Without saying much, I'll request the Honorable Clerk to administer oath or affirmation to you. But before that, we would like to confirm your full name, the way it appears in your ID.
Chair is Frederick Kisonge Kimanga.
Is it Kisonge or Kisonge?
Kisonge.
Kisonge.
Yes, sir.
And which titles would you prefer this committee to refer you with? Is it Doctor, Professor, Mr.?
Mr.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick Kisonge Kimanga. The Honorable Clerk, please administer oath or affirmation to Mr. Frederick Kisonge Kimanga.
Christian. I, Frederick Kisonge Kimanga, swear that the information that I shall give before this County Assembly Select Committee on Appointments on matters under the committee's consideration shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Chair, you may proceed, you are done. Thank you very much, Honorable Clerk. Once again, welcome Mr. Frederick Kisonge Kimanga to this Committee on Appointments. Before we begin, I will introduce members of this committee. My name is Kevin Kinengo Katisia. I'm the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kitui and the Chair of this committee. I request my colleagues, Honorable Harrison and the other members, to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Honorable Harrison Maluki, elected by the great people of Bugwani. I'm the leader of majority and also a member of this appointment committee. I have no interest, Chair.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Honorable Alex Nganga, MCA, Miambani Ward, Minority Leader, Kitui County Assembly, and a member of this committee. No interest to declare, Chair.
Thank you. My name's Judy Thiwanza, MCA, Ward.
a member of this committee, and also I chair the docket of sports, gender and culture. Thank you. I have no interest.
Mr. Chair, my name is Hussein Mwandia, representing the people of Great Ikudha, and a member of County Assembly Service Board and a member to this committee, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Matthew Ngovi, representing the great people of Chuluni Ward, and a member of this appointment committee and the vice chairman of Kitui County Assembly Service Board. Thank you, Chair. I have no interest.
Mr. Chair, I have no interest also.
Thank you. Frederick Kimanga, karibu sana once again. Perhaps you can also declare whether there is any member of this committee whom we have had past relationship which will make them have an interest in this matter. Please confirm.
Chair, no.
Please place the microphone closer to. Please confirm.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Chair, no. No.
Thank you. Please also remember that this interview is recorded and answered, and you have just sworn to tell the truth to this committee, and we believe that you are going to tell the truth throughout the entire proceeding. Also remember that this interview is being streamed live in YouTube, Facebook, local TV stations, and Kenyans, especially the people of Kitui County, are keenly following because they want to ensure that we come up with a suitable nominee for the position which will be nominated. Allow me to inform you about the mandate of this committee. Mr. Frederick, this committee is established under Standing Order number 184 of the Kitui County Assembly Standing Orders pursuant to Article 185 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Article 185(3) of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides that a county assembly, while respecting the principles of separation of powers, may exercise oversight over the county executive committee and other county executive organs. We are also guided by Section 4 of the Public Appointments County Assemblies Act, which provides that an appointment under the Constitution or any other form which the approval of the County Assembly is required shall not be made unless the appointment is approved by the relevant County Assembly in accordance with this Act. Mr. Frederick Manga,
yes, sir.
This committee is a committee of the County Assembly of Kitui. We have been given the mandate to determine whether you are suitable to be approved and consequently appointed as a CEC nominee in the Department of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. And upon conclusion of our vetting, we shall prepare a report where we shall make recommendations with regards to your suitability. That report will be tabled before the main house. The whole house will debate that particular report. The house may agree with us or disagree with us, but it is the house which will approve you. We are just agents of the whole house. And as agents of the whole house, we are guided by our standing orders and the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and all other relevant laws. And we assure you that this process will be free, fair, transparent, and meant to ascertain your suitability. Allow me also to mention that Section 6(1) of the Public Appointments and Approvals Act provides that the appointing authority, which is now the governor, shall, upon nominating a person for an appointment to which the Act applies, notify the relevant county assembly. We confirm that the governor did notify us, and pursuant to section 6.1, again, in the excess of the powers conferred to the governor by Article 179(2)(b of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, as read with section 32D of the County Governments Act, the County Assembly received a message from His Excellency the Governor on 16th November 2022, nominating the following 10 persons for consideration for appointment to the County Executive Committee. Among the 10 nominees, you are one of them, and you are nominated for the Department of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Upon receiving Governor's communication, the Speaker of this House committed the nominees to the whole House through a communication dated 16th November 2022, upon which the names of the nominees stood committed to the Committee on Appointments, and their curriculum vitae and other documents were accordingly forwarded to the said committee. We had earlier advertised for this particular process, but I'm sure you are aware that we had to postpone the process, and we gave reasons. The main reason was the fact that we had received a communication from the EACC requiring us to wait for their report, the integrity report, before continuing with the vetting process. That is why we had to postpone, and we apologize to you for any inconvenience which may have been caused to you. Don't know whether you have accepted our apology.
I accept, sir.
Thank you for accepting our apology. It was done in good faith, but we can assure you, Mr. Frederick, that we have already received a report from the EACC, the integrity report. Allow me also to confirm to you that we wrote letters to various institutions as we endeavor to conduct some due diligence on yourself so as to determine your suitability. We did write a letter to the Directorate of Immigration, and we received a response through the letter dated 30th November 2022. We also wrote a letter to the Office of the Official Receiver in order to determine whether you have been adjudged bankrupt, and we received a response from them through a letter dated 30th November 2022. We also wrote to the Registrar of the Political Parties, because as per our Constitution, for you to occupy a state office, you should not hold an office in a political party. So we wrote to the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, and we received their response through a letter dated 29th November 2022. We also wrote to the Kenya National Examination Council so as to determine the authenticity of the KC certificate and the KCP certificate which you provided to this House. We also wrote to the University of Nairobi so as to confirm the authenticity of the Bachelor of Arts degree whose copy you had provided to us, and we did receive a response from them. We also wrote to the Higher Education Laws Board so as to confirm the authenticity of the certificate of compliance by the Higher Education Laws Board. We also wrote to the KRA so as to confirm the validity of your tax compliance certificate. We also wrote to the Credit Reference Bureau so as to confirm the clearance certificate by Credit Reference Bureau. We also wrote to the Directorate of Criminal Investigation so as to confirm the validity of the certificate of good conduct. And finally, we also received memoranda from the members of the public, which we will also consider in determining your suitability. I now thank you, Honorable Kimanga, for joining us, and this committee is determined to ask relevant questions questions which will clarify on some of the issues which we could not clarify before hearing from you. Therefore, you'll forgive us that we may take much time than you expected. I may also have to apologize for starting late. I think we were supposed to have you at 3:30, and now it's almost 8. So it means you have waited for more than 4 hours. So we apologize for that. I know you could have been anxious, but here we are at last. And I believe we shall be able to successfully undertake this process. Honorable Kimanga, Mr. Frederick Kimanga, before I ask you the first general question, I would like you to give originals of your documents to the lady on your right. She's the senior legal counsel. The Sergeant at Arms will pick them. We want to confirm whether the original documents are the same as the copies. As you do that, and I'm sorry I almost forgotten. Thank you, Majority Leader, for reminding me. We haven't introduced the Secretariat. We just went straight to the point. So I apologize for that. Thank you, Honorable Maruki, for reminding me. I'll request the Honorable Clerk to introduce the Secretariat. Honorable Clerk.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I was also not aware that we have not introduced ourselves. I'm sure that tells a lot. I'm Mutambuki Elijah, the clerk to the Assembly. Along with us, Mr. Kimanga, we have Josephat Kwanda, who is our principal clerk assistant. Gladys Kanya, our senior legal counsel, the lady I'm giving the documents to. Mazi Kilonzi, our procedural clerk. We have Alfred Malu, in charge of ANSAT for now. We have Lawrence Kirigwi, is in charge of security, our senior sergeant. I'm sure you are not new to most of us here. We have Alfred Malali, a commissioner. We have David Wambua, a commissioner with us. We have Eric Kasimbi, a commissioner. We have Kovi, a commissioner with us. We have Mr. Rastas Ndeleva, our principal HR. We have our communication team led by one John Kibui. Then we have Lynn Nzambi. We have Dennis Kavisu and Joshua Mwimi. In addition to that, we also have a commissioner called Cosmas. He's our tallest commissioner in the Assembly. Sorry, I had not seen you. Along with us also, we have the governor's press unit. I was almost calling them the presidential because I've read so much about the presidential things here from your name. But this time around is the governor's press unit, led by one lady, Joyce Mora, Geoffrey Kaviti, Patrick Mutinda, and Charles Mudoka from the Deputy Governor's Office. Again, we have media personalities from different media houses whom we have invited at least to come and help us get the whole exercise right. Chair would say, as a service, we have no interest. But he was and he remains one of our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Referring to Article 35, as well said by Honorable Mwandia, that you, even if you know each other, you have no interest. You have no professional interest. Thank you, Honorable Clerk, for that introduction. Allow me also to recognize some visitors in the Speaker's Gallery who have joined us, and members of the public who are following this particular interview. We also have one of our honorable members in the House. That is Honorable Gabriel Munyao, member for Kawe Ward. Thank you, Mheshimiwa, for coming to witness this particular process. I understand our colleagues are doing some official duties, but since you're here, we thank you for that. Mr. Kimanga, before I go to the general question, I also want to know whether maybe you can confirm to this House whether you have been charged or convicted.
No, sir.
Please place the microphone correctly.
Yeah, no, sir.
Please also tell this committee if you have been adversely mentioned in an investigatory or a parliamentary report.
No, sir.
Do you hold dual citizenship?
No, sir.
Kindly give us a breakdown of your net worth. Looking at the questionnaire which you filled, you did indicate to us that your net worth is approximately 125 million.
Yes, sir.
Could you please give us our statement on the same, giving us the breakdown?
Thank you, Chair. With your permission and the honorable members, allow me to go through the estimates of my net worth.
Please go ahead.
Sir, I own 6 acres of ancestral land at Kwamutonga, Mikoyo Micha, estimated at 1.2 million. I own a house at Mikoyo Micha Ancestral Home, which is worth 2.5 million. I own 40 acres acquired land at Kitui sublocation, where I'm currently settled, which is my upcountry home, which is worth, 40 acres worth about 7 million. I have a house at my upcountry home, which is about 5 million. I have 2 acres acquired plot.
Please, before you continue, clarify. I have heard this ancestral home, upcountry home, and which other home?
I first talked of 6 acres
Yes.
at Mikoyo Micha, which is my ancestral home. That's where I'd built at my father's.
Yes.
I was allocated ancestral land by my father.
Yes, yes.
Then I acquired 40 acres of land at Kitui sublocation, where I build now, and the land is worth about 7 million.
Yes.
Then I have a house in that land, which I refer to my upcountry home, which is worth 5 million.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I have 2 acres acquired plot at Kwavonza Market worth 8 million. I have a 1/4 acre acquired plot at Kwavonza worth 2 million. I have an 80 by 100 plot at site Kitui worth 4.5 million. I have a jointly owned with my spouse rental house at Kwavonza Market worth about 7 million. I have a rental house jointly owned with my spouse at Kwavonza, also valued at about 9 million. I have 2 acres of land at Kabati town worth 9 million. I have a 50 by 100 plot at Kabati town worth 1 million. I have 6 undeveloped plots at Ukasi Market worth 1.2 million. I have a home at Chuna Estate in Kitengela worth 28 million. I have 305 acres of land at Ukasi worth 10 million. I have Azina Sacco shares worth 1.4 million. I have stocks, I have shares at Nairobi Stock Exchange worth 700,000. I have a 50 by 100 plot at Daystar University area, Mavoko, worth 2 million. I have 3 80 by 40 plots at Utawala area, worth 6 million. I have 2 acres of land at Kajiado County around Bisil, worth 2.3 million. I have 300 goats. I do livestock keeping at Ukasi Ranch, where I have 300 goats, worth 2 million. I have 40 cows at Ukasi land, which is valued about 2 million. I have 100 beehives, both at Ukasi and Kitui home, which is worth about 650,000. I have 100 Doba sheep at Kitui and Ukasi Ranch, valued at about 1 million. I have 200 chicken at Kitui home, worth about 150,000. I have a Toyota Premium KCF that is worth 1.5 million. I have a Prado TX worth 6 million. Assorted households worth 2 million in my both Nairobi and my two houses in Kitui, at home, both Kituyani and Mikuru Micha, which the household just valued about 2 million. I have 5 acres of land at Ndwila worth 300,000. I have a 100 by 100 plot at Kituyani Market worth 400,000. I have 3 acres of land at Kwamboya Market worth 1.2 million. The net of that is 125 million. I also have some liabilities, and I have a loan with Azina Sacco for 1.6 million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frederick Kimanga, for that elaborate breakdown. I do note that much of your property is in land, so I think the Department of Land will suit you if you are approved. Because I think 90% of your property revolves around land. The way you have been taking care of other people's land, of your own land, we believe once approved, you will also take care of the Kitui County land. Anyway, that is on a light note. So thank you, Mr. Frederick Kimanga, for that elaborate breakdown of your net worth. Allow me now to ask you a general question. Please tell this committee, and indeed the people of Kenya, the people of Kitui County, who you are. Tell us your family background, your name, your educational background, your professional background, your work experience, and then finally, tell us how your educational background, your professional background, and your work experience will make you suitable for this particular docket which you have been nominated. So I'll give you 10 minutes to share with us about your background.
Honorable Chair and members, my name is Frederick Kimanga. I was born in Mikuyu Micha village in Kithumlapwa Mutonga ward. I went to Mikuyu Micha Primary School for my primary education. From there I proceeded to Nairobi School for my high school. And from there I proceeded to University of Nairobi, where I pursued a bachelor's degree in arts. And then I also proceeded to Moi University, where I got a master's degree in public administration. I was employed. Before then, also on my social front, I am married to one wife and a father of 3 kids, a daughter and 2 sons. On my professional side, I was employed by the Public Service Commission in 2003 as a DO cadet. And my first deployment was the Office of the President, where I was deployed to serve as the personal assistant to then Assistant Minister for Internal Security. 2005, I was transferred to the Office of the Vice President and Minister of Home Affairs as the PA to the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs. 2005, I was moved to the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, where I served as a personal assistant to the Cabinet Minister for Environment and Natural Resources. 2006-2007, I worked in the Ministry of Lands and Settlement as the personal assistant to the Minister for Lands and Settlement. Later, 2008, I was recalled to the Office of the President and deployed to the Administration Department, where I served for about 3 months. Then I was moved to the Executive Office of the President, State Functions Department that deals with Protocol of the President. I was deployed there as a Senior Assistant Secretary, Protocol and State Functions. I worked there for a period of about 6 years, where I rose up to the level of an Undersecretary, State Functions. 2014, I got a job in Kitui County as Assistant County Secretary. I was seconded here. I worked here for 3 years and 8 months as Assistant County Secretary. After my tour of duty, I was recalled back to the State Functions Department, Executive Office of the President, where I worked until April 2018. And then I was deployed in the field administration as the Deputy County Commissioner, Pokot South in West Pokot County, where I served for 3 years and 8 months. And then I went on transfer. I've done a course on performance management from Kenya School of Government. I've also done budgeting also from the Kenya School of Government, as is reflected in the CV that I forwarded. So as I said earlier, sir, with your permission and the honorable members, I worked in the Ministry of, other than being in public service for 19 years, I've also worked in the Ministry of Lands and Settlement at the national government, where I was involved in policy, because when you work for the minister, you are the policy level. So we were able to really bring a lot of reforms in the Ministry of Lands then, because we were able to really get titling for a lot of the landless people and settlement schemes, especially in the Coast region. We also able to resolve and resettle squatters, Solio Ranch in Nyeri County, and many other parts of the country. And if you recall, during the Kibaki regime, a lot of land gains and reforms we made a lot of milestones in lands. So I was part of that journey. Then again, when I came on secondment in Kitui County from 2014 to about 2017, being the assistant head of public service and assisting the county secretary, I was also involved in policy. A lot of the land policies that we were able to develop as the pioneer county government, I was part of that journey. So I think, one, I'm passionate about land issues, especially in my county. So I think my experience will come in handy in my work. Thank you, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick Kimanga. We have no doubt that you are passionate about land matters. So thank you for confirming that passion. However, your suitability will be based on other factors apart from passion. So on that note, you'll allow me to request my colleagues to ask you a few questions so as to dig deeper in knowing your suitability. So I'll begin by requesting the Honorable Majority Leader, but before I do that, you did mention that you are currently working as Assistant County Commissioner?
Senior Deputy County Commissioner.
Senior Deputy County Commissioner. My apologies.
Yes, sir.
To date?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you are aware that section, that 5.4 of the County Governments Act provides that you can't serve in more than 2 public offices. And we did write a letter to you requesting you to prove that you will comply with section that 5.4. Please confirm if you have done that response, if you have proved. We want to see the proof.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 12th, and I've made an appropriate response. I'm a serving public servant and I'm aware of the law. And I want to state here that if approved by Assembly and appointed by the Governor, I will comply with the law. Further, I have signed an affidavit which I presented with my documents here, that I'm aware of the provision. So if the Appointments Committee and the House approve me, my nomination, there are 2 ways that I can exit the service. I can either resign or get a secondment, which is presidency. Because once you're in secondment, and I want, your permission, allow me to cite the Human Resource Manual on Procedures 2016, May 2016, a policy by public service that provides for how you transit from national government if you're permanent pensionable to another administration public entity, and I have provided that in the affidavit also. So I will comply with the law, and I have a sworn affidavit that I provided. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. We are happy that you are keen to comply with the law.
Yes, sir. Thank
and
you, sir.
We shall confirm that. Of course, the same will form the basis of our report. So thank you. Allow me now to request Honorable Harrison Maluki to ask you a few questions. Karibu Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kimanga, I have only 2 questions for you. One, what are the specific functions of the ministry you have been nominated for?
Thank you, Honorable Maluki, the majority leader. The Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and let me start with the Department of Lands. In our Constitution, Chapter 5, on land and environment, land is stated to be key in to be a key factor of production. Actually, the primary factor, whatever the most important factor of production. So a lot of our development will be guided by that factor of production. When we talk of housing, we also have the Department of Housing in that department. Affordable housing, in Kitui, we really have a challenge of affordable housing. And we have plenty of land. As you're aware, Kitui County is the 6th largest in the county. And actually, half of Kitui equals Machakos and Makueni combined. And actually, 4 Qatars, which is hosting the World Cup. So because we have plenty of land, I want to believe if we really provide, we can do affordable housing. So we deal with housing. The department deals also with housing. And then the issue of urban development, which is also key in the manifesto of our governor. So we also deal with issues of housing, urban development, and also working closely with the other agencies like the National Land Commission. We also, under the land aspect, we also have issues like survey, mapping, and then under urban development, we also have like the geographic information systems, which is also a key component that we really even collaborate with other ministries and make government services to be effective and efficient. Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you. My second question, through the chair. Are you aware of Mwingi municipality?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Through the chair, Honorable Majority. We, legally speaking, don't have a Mwingi municipality. What happened is that the Assembly approved Mwingi municipality. The governor ascended to the charter, but the conferment was not done because there were issues that needed to be resolved, because it is a political process where you have to involve the residents. And again, a board has to be, a municipal board has to be set up. In Mwingi, we have a municipal manager, but you don't have a board. So you cannot confer a charter when you don't have a board. And again, you also need to designate the jurisdiction of a municipal. That public participation process needs to be done. So I think with, again, collaboration with the county assembly and the executive, we can fast track, if given the opportunity. We'll be able to fast track and have that very important municipality in our county. Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy you are aware that this assembly approved the Mwingi municipality in 2021, and it has not yet been operationalized. How long will you take to fast track the process so that you make sure that it is operational? And also, do you think that it will be of any benefit to the people of Mwingi?
Honorable Chair and Honorable Majority and the members, responding to that, Mwingi is a strategic municipal for us if we actualize, and actually in consultation with the governor and the county assembly, I will do whatever is within my means, the shortest time possible, to really actualize, because it's not really much, a lot had been covered. So we just need really to work together, involve political leaders, stakeholders, because the more we have more municipals and urban centers. Nairobi alone contributes 25% of the Kenya's GDP, while it's just a small place. And actually, in our revenue streams in Kitui, 30% comes from the urban area. So I think if we fast track that municipality, it will really come in handy, even in increasing the revenues and also services and efficiency. Thank you, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, Honorable Harrison Maluki, member for Migwani and the Majority Leader. Let me now request Honorable Alex Mutambonganga, member for Miambani and the Minority Leader, to ask a few questions.
Thank you, Chair. I first begin by congratulating you, Bona DC Frederick Kimanga, on your nomination to this very, very important docket. I will just ask a few questions with the permission from the Chair. And my first would be in reference to the Governor's speech. During his inaugural address to the County Assembly, the Governor indicated the total land size owned by the county government of Kitui, and of course inherited from the defunct local authorities. And again, he also talked about public land in Manyenyoni area in Kitui Township, which was placed under caveat by the former Kitui Municipal Council, sometimes in 2019, due to unprocedural and massive double allocation. According to the Governor, the caveat that no development should continue other than the government offices still stands. However, the Governor regretted that the land has been encroached by the initial allottees who were allocated parcels of the land, and he said details are captured in a task force report, which himself, when he was on office, initiated here in 2014. Bwana Frederick Kimanga, when you look at Kitui town, and especially government utilities, you will realize that we really lack enough land within Kitui headquarters, that is the township area, for expansion and the construction of more government facilities. And here, the Governor says this land is still under caveat and should only be used for construction of government premises. What is your take, and what should be the way forward to this matter, taking into consideration the limited land we have for establishment of government facilities?
Thank you, Minority Leader, Honorable Alex Nganga. On this, I'm aware because when I came in, the task force was still, they had not concluded their work. And, but I was not a member of the task force, but I'm aware of the task force. First thing that I will do, if given an opportunity, because like you have said, when we have a caveat that still stands, that's the matter that we need to address, because I will study the report if given an opportunity. If I go through the approval and the Governor appoints me, I will make this a priority area, whereby I'll study the task force report. I will consult stakeholders involving my sectoral committee of the Assembly and the executive, so that we resolve this matter as fast as is possible and get a way forward. Because again, as we are all aware that even the national government is very key on affordable housing. So those are some of the low-lying fruits that we can really leverage on as a county. So, Honorable Chair and members, I want to assure you, if I get this opportunity, I will go through, I will start the report, sit with stakeholders, and get a way forward. Thank you, Chair and honorable members.
Mr. Frederick Kewanga, here a governor is informing that government land has been encroached. People still continue to encroach, and probably, and I'm basing this on probability, having worked with the national administration, you have also been involved in some cases of protecting public and government land. So on this case, would you give an undertaking of making sure this land, no matter how it has been illegally utilized, reverts back to use by the county government?
Thank you, Honorable Minority, Honorable Alex Nganga. One thing I want to assure, through the Chair, I want to assure this Honorable Committee is that, you see, in public service, we are guided by principles and values of public service, because for this land to be really like grabbed and stuff, also some of the county staff must have been involved in that, in those dealings. And one thing is that we must preside over, if given an opportunity, over civil service, where people are guided by principles and values of public service, where corruption is a thing of the past. So again, I will also deal with any errand officer who thinks corruption is business as usual. So I want to promise this honorable committee through the Chair that I'll take up the issue and make sure that if public land has been grabbed, we repossess it, because that is still possible. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you on that, Chair. And for the noting, we've got many. I just cited Manyanyone as an area. We've got Kanyonyo, we've got others in Mwingi Town. But I am happy with your commitment because you are not only addressing the appointments committee, you are addressing the county assembly of Kitui, because they are the ones to make the final decision on the approval. So basically, I think that will be noted. The other thing, Bono Frederick Kimanga, is that county assemblies all over the county, including ourselves in Kitui County, we are now moving to having fiscal offices at our ward level. Basically, you will find, even if you have moved around your ward where you come from, you will find we have rented offices in plots, sometimes next to where people are recreational centers, bars, and we really, for lack of offices, and it has become very difficult indeed to offer services to our people from these rented offices, because some of them are not secure, their locations, because of lack of the offices. It is very good, and I want to say this, thanking the chair of the committee, who is also the chair of the County Assembly Service Board, that the assembly is moving to build or construct offices for MCS at ward level, so that we have got permanent offices, just like CDF has in every fourth ward. One of the requirements as the County Assembly Service Board pursues that is for it to be an area which can be protected with ample space, where people can also wait and we can also get parking. We should get at least an acre for construction of ward offices in every ward. Mr. Frederick Kimanga, indeed, if approved by this county assembly, you become an appointee of the governor, but serving the people of Kitui County. You are accountable to the appointing authority, and again, you are also accountable to this county assembly. That is why your nomination has to be approved by this county assembly. And that is why your dismissal can also emanate from the governor or from this county assembly. We wanted to know, because county assembly doesn't have much resources, if when you are approved by this county assembly, and in areas whereby we can identify land, public land, land owned by the county government, whether your ministry will be able to provide at least 1 acre in every ward for construction of MCS office, which are also public offices.
Through the chair and the Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Alex Nganga, I want to believe that this is a noble idea that we collaborate in collaboration with the Assembly is achievable, because when the first county government, the pioneer county government, were able to get offices, ward offices for the ward administrators, and we were able to construct even a few. So it's possible to do mapping where we have public land, and we don't have public land, we can also do the land banking, able to acquire land for these offices. So in consultation with my governor and the sector committee of the Assembly, I think I want to undertake that if approved and appointed by the governor, approved by Assembly and appointed by the governor, I also prioritize this because it's a noble and even cost cutting, and also will ensure security for the offices and for the offices of honorable members in the 40 wards. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. My last one, Chair, is there was an initiative when actually it was a public petition when Governor Malombe was in office. It also came up when former Governor Charity Ngilu was in office, that people of Kitui, and especially in Kitui town, have always complained about the location of Kitui prisons in the middle of the town. And there has been suggestions that in collaboration with the Prisons Authority, whether the county government can provide land, because can provide land outside Kitui town, and maybe partner with the prisons department for construction of a prison outside Kitui town. Suggestions have been there, even including areas like Kanyonyo, whereby the land, for the lack of much land here for construction of public utilities, can also be acquired by the county government in that manner for future expansion and for the interest of the county government. Do you still undertake to pursue the same negotiations or the same engagements?
Thank you, Honorable Alex Nganga. Through the chair, allow me to respond. Again, I want to undertake before this committee and the County Assembly of Kitui that if approved by the Assembly and appointed by the Governor, again, in consultation with the Governor and also the sectoral committee, Assembly committee on my docket, we really consult and fast track this, because this is a prime land where the prison where the prison today stands. So it's a noble idea to move it, because even on the issue of affordable housing, if we were to give an investor at a Kanyonyo, is not likely to really put their money there, but they can put their money where the prison currently stands. So these are again a noble idea that if approved and appointed, I will work closely with the Assembly, because again, all the integrated planning plans must also be approved by the County Assembly. So in consultation with the County Assembly and other stakeholders, I will work towards that goal of relocating our prisons, and also in consultation with the Department of Correctional Services, with a view of relocating the prisons and then putting that in consultation with the Assembly, putting that land into better use that is beneficial to the great people of Kitui. Thank you.
And lastly, Chair, we have had Kitui, we have Kitui municipality. The county, and as you have said, you understand very well, is in the process of establishing Mwingi municipality, which is at a very advanced stage. We have seen the benefits of these municipalities, including development partners investment or support to development in those municipalities. Again, Mwingi was also doing very well as a town administration because of development allocation as a unit. Now, in your consideration, if you were to create 2 town administrations in Kitui County, where would you propose we prioritize?
Thank you, Honorable Minority Leader, and through, with the permission of the Chair, allow me to respond to this. Mwingi, once becomes a municipality, will be able to attract a lot of investments because there's a lot of interest because the future of the world population actually dependent on how we plan our towns, because like if we have well-planned towns, we'll even free more land for agriculture because by the day, agriculture, whatever is going down, is diminishing actually. So the partners have a lot of interest in this urban planning, and even the food and agricultural organizations, they really, and World Bank, they're investing in urban planning. So the more we grow towns to urban, to municipalities, and even it's possible in 5 years to have Kitui as a city, because Nakuru the other day was just given a charter as a city. So it's possible, because the more we grow these towns from markets to towns to urban centers to municipalities to cities, the more our GDP will grow. So I will propose, coming to the second question of the Honorable Member, I would propose maybe Chuzo and Mutomo, but that will be in the short term. But in the long term, I believe every sub-county headquarter in Kitui can be made a town administration fully with a town committee, a town administrator, because that really helps in starting the process of upgrading it. Because when you have a town administrator, you take care of garbage, you take care of roads, lighting, the requirements that the thresholds that are looked at when you're upgrading a market center or a town. So I'll propose maybe in the short term we can have Chuzo, we can have Mutomo. But in the long term, I believe every sub-county headquarter in Kitui can be made a town administration. Thank you.
Chair is a hand, and I don't want a response from him. Just making a remark. I thought by posing that question, you will consider Meambani town to be the first one. Thank you, Chair.
Again, Mr. Frederick, Honorable said he doesn't want a response. Maybe he wants you to think about it. But if you want to respond, you can respond.
Thank you, Honorable Alex Nganga. And through the Chair, let me respond. Looking at the Governor's manifesto, he proposed to really have like a planning strategy around all the ward headquarters in the sub-county. I believe in 5 years, working closely with the Assembly, we can upgrade all our wards to towns. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members.
I've seen Majority Leader smiling. Majority Leader, do you want to comment?
Not really commenting. I only thought of Migwani.
Why are you only thinking about your wards? Because I'm the MCA in every ward, I'm thinking about every ward. Every ward in the Kitui County.
This is just an example.
But is an example.
I'm happy the CC nominee has really widened it very well. The first ones he should consider if that opportunity occurs. Mutomo and Chuso is a good proposal.
Thank you, honorable members. I think the question was well addressed by the nominee. Allow me now to request Honorable Judith Wanza, member for No Ward, the only elected lady MCA in Kitui County Assembly, and the chair of Gender, Culture, Youth and Sports. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa.
Asante. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And congratulations, Mr. Fred.
Thank you.
Yeah, my questions are just a few, like 2. The first question is, how do you think your minister can help Kitui people to have their lands adjudicated and titled?
Thank you, Honorable Judy, Chair of Gender, Youth and Sports Committee. Through the Chair, allow me, sir, to respond to the first question on adjudication and titling. As you're aware, in our county, there are still areas that have not undergone adjudication. It's a national government function, but county comes in facilitation when when we have like we have proposed adjudication areas. The previous regime concluded Nzalai. I think there's also proposed Mwakini and other areas of the county. So, if given this opportunity, in conjunction with the national government and the National Land Commission, we will do mapping of the areas that require adjudication, and then we'll proceed with survey with a view of titling, because once we title, we'll also leverage on that for people to really thrive in the investments, because unless you have a title deed, you can't go to a bank and access credit. So this is also will be a priority area that we will strive to really fast track adjudication and titling of our land. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, as my colleague has said, has asked you, in case you take this docket, whether we will get 1 acre to build MCA's office. The same I'm asking, in case you are given the dockets, will you be able to give 2 acres of land within Kitui town for construction of speaker's residence? And also 3 acres of land within Kitui township for construction of county assembly block?
Thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Judy. Through the Chair, the Honorable Speaker and members, if approved by this Assembly and appointed by the Governor, the issue of the Speaker's residence, I was reading in the print media the other day, I think either yesterday or today, that there was a deadline, I think June, where we had to commit funds for governors, for residents, and also speakers' residence. And I think it's only one county in the country that has built a speaker's residence. So this is a priority area. I remember in the last regime, the pioneer county government, there was the land banking program. Once, if given an opportunity to serve in the county government as a CEC, I will look at how far the land banking program went and see where we can have land, the 2 acres within Kitui, to have the speaker's residence and also the county assembly chambers. Thank you.
Chair, a follow-up question. On the same on the speaker's resident and
Yes.
governor's resident. Are you aware that so far we have the allocation of the budget on the speaker's resident, which as a member of board and a vice chairman of board, I don't want to revert it to the next budget.
Thank you, Honorable Fudi, member, and through the Chair, Honorable Speaker and members, allow me to respond to that. I'm aware, as having worked in the Pioneer County government, there was a program of land banking. By that time, our land had been identified for the governor's residence, but the land banking program was able to acquire substantial land that can be used for public offices. So if given an opportunity to serve as CC for land housing and urban development, make it my first priority that money is not reverted. I will make that a priority that we identify those spaces, because again, as I said, they will go a long way in cost cutting, because we not, and also is the security of those very important offices. So I'll fast track that if given an opportunity. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Okay, fine. The last question, Mr. Fred. Border sector is a critical contributor to our economy. What policy measures will you put in place to ensure proper management of the sector and other small traders and bring sanity to our urban spaces?
Thank you, honorable member, and through the chair and honorable members, allow me to respond to this. The border sector has been thriving and really an emerging sector that contributes to our GDP. And as it's reflected in the governor's manifesto, there's even a department that is dealing with border. Through public participation and stakeholder participation that we'll sit with stakeholders, the market traders, the border, and again agree on planning of our town. Because we don't really have to have the stage where it is currently. We can even have designated stages outside the center that we decongest our town. So I'll work with stakeholders to address the issue of border and decongest our town. Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. I'm okay.
Thank you, Honorable Judith Wanza. Honorable Harrison Malaki, do you have a follow-up question?
I just wanted to ask about the governor's office space and also the deputy governors, and so that you finish on that.
You mean office space or residence?
Residence, that is.
Okay.
I've heard you have said that you'll give it a priority if approved by this house to become the CC for lands and housing and urban development. A follow-up question on in case this house resolutes that we need to have members of this county assembly offices at their respective wards, will you also give it a priority to get the 1 acre land?
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader. Through the Chair and the Honorable members, allow me to respond to this. Like I said, during the first county government of Kitui, it took us a very short period to identify places to have the ward offices. I am sure this is not at all order, it's doable, it's possible. I'll give it a priority as I promised. Because again, time is not on our side to really work for people if given an opportunity. So I promise and commit before this committee that given and the assembly given an opportunity, I'll fast track that because it's important and it's cost cutting. Thank you.
We understand that the budget allocation for the development might not be enough. Will you be in a position that in case we request for more budgetary on the development of the offices, will you be of help or assistance in pushing for the increment of the development funds?
Thank you, Honorable Majority, and through the Honorable Speaker and members. I'll consult in consultation with my governor. Again, I will, because if given an opportunity, I will be sitting in the county executive committee meetings, the cabinet. I will really again lobby and make it a priority because it's really it will go a long way. Even our citizens of Kitui County accessing services in those offices. So I'll prioritize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader, and thank you, Mr. Frederick Kimanga, for your responses. Allow me now request Honorable Senimandi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll only ask one question and give my colleague a clean bill of health so that he can ask if he might be having questions. Mr. Kimanga, that is. Mr. Kimanga, there is always a public outcry for those who have plots lying on the leasehold land of the Kitui County. The rogue, if I may say, rogue officers of the Kitui County keep on changing the plans, whereby you will find that somebody owning a plot which is undeveloped and has a, what do you call it? Not a title really, but allotment letter. You will find that one position, for example, a plot of 15 per 100 is allocated to 3 people. Why this, and what plans would you put in place if you are given this docket so that this minus is done away with? Thank you.
Just a follow-up question on that, and not in Kitui town only. It is mostly in Kitui County towns, urbans, which are, maybe you go to Mwingi, Chuzo, you'll find the same double allocation of public of the lands.
Thank you, Honorable Hussein and Honorable Budi. And through the Honorable Speaker and Honorable members of the committee, allow me to respond on that. In the past, and I've said this, that yes, I agree that there could have been rogue officers who have colluded to really have double allocations. And serving in public service, it's guided by principles and values. And we must work on having a civil service in Kitui County. One, there was a system that was used by the county, the municipal councils before. It was the land management system that you just use a desktop where you can erase the name of a landowner and replace it with another one. We need to move to a land management system like the one we have in a place like Viga, whereby it's not easy, and it will be domiciled in the lands ministry, because in Kitui you find even the old system is domiciled in the treasury. So it's supposed to be for administrative purposes and accountability. It's supposed to be domiciled probably in the Ministry of Lands, so that there can be accountability of the officers, and even attach some revenue officers there, because they will be accountable to the CEO, to the minister. So we need to invest in technology. Also, we need to digitize our records so that we minimize fraud. And again, rein on the officers, because for any fraud in lands, it involves some officers serving in the ministry. So we need to streamline that. We need to cultivate a culture of transparency, accountability, and non-corruption in that department. Thank you, honorable members.
Okay, so since the plot owners who normally pay rent are the residents of Kitui, suppose you get you get the appointment, would you mind if you officialize this and give these people title deeds rather than having the allotment letters, even if it is for a fee? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hussein Mwandia, and through the chair and the honorable members, allow me to respond. Like I've said today through the interview, that titling is an important and very urgent matter that we need to address, because today our people cannot access credit. We can't grow our county economy without title deeds, because we have no securities. Majority of people don't have title deeds. So in collaboration with the National Land Commission, the national government, this is an area that we really need to fast track so that our people are able to access credit. So if approved by this assembly and appointed as the CC for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, again, this will be one of my priority areas that I want to focus on. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Chair, I'm through.
Thank you. Before I allow Honorable Matthew Bode to ask you a few questions, I would like to ask you to ask some follow-up questions with regards to what Honorable Mwandi has asked. While we were preparing to interview you, we did some due diligence, and we found out that 70% of all legal matters where the county government of Kitui has been sued are land related. 70%. One of the reasons is double allocation, as Matthew Wodhi has said. Other reasons are maybe county government of Kitui selling property, failing to give relevant documents. Somebody wants to construct or develop the property, or sometimes the county government of Kitui wants to acquire a property which it had leased to an individual. They don't want to compensate them. Also, there has been cases of property rates, either being paid twice or being people failing to pay them. Actually, much of our own source revenue. The reason why we were not able to actualize it, I think the last regime, they had a budget of 600 million. I think they were only able to actualize, was it 400? Or they reduced. In the budget which was passed by this house, the own source revenue was reduced from 600 million to 400 million. One of the reasons is that the Department of Lands, of course, issues of rates are done by the Department of Finance, but Lands Department is very key in that. So 2 questions for you, Mr. Kimanga. What measures will you put in place to ensure that you come up with good initiatives in your department to avoid these instances of double allocation? Do we even have a land registry anyway in Kitui County? All those years since devolution came. Issues of rates. What are your plans? How will you collaborate with the Ministry of Finance in making sure that all property rates are paid, so that as a county government we may actualize our own source revenue? You want to ask another question so that you can answer to this, Mheshimiwa Harrison?
Also, what is your take on digitization of the collection of the land rates, and also a digital registry of the land?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Majority Leader, and Honorable Members. Allow me to respond with your permission.
Yes, please go ahead.
What measures I'll take to have a good about the rates? One, as I said, first is culture. We have to change the culture in that department, because when you talk of lands, sometimes even the national government, when you talk of lands, what comes to the minds of a lot of people is corruption. We can change that culture. It's possible to do a change of culture where officers can be held to account, where they respect the principles of public service and work within the law. I'm a believer of doing everything within the law, because if you do anything outside that, that's why it attracts a lot of litigations. So the only way to minimize is, again, to do due diligence. And again, we can also, as a strategy of making people pay for land rates, today if you publish all the defaulters in the newspapers, by tomorrow, by Monday, a lot of people will come and pay. So you can shame defaulters, because we need this revenue to develop our county. So you can name and shame defaulters. That is one way. You can also come up with a call center, whereby you designate an officer in the ministry and calls, because we have information about the owners of those properties. They are called and told, you have these dues to be paid. And I believe even that one step will make a lot of the people who have defaulted to pay. The other one will be notices of or notices to the defaulters, and they can even contract a legal firm to deal with the defaulters, issue notices, and even not notices. You can also talk of repossession of land, because the county government has those powers to repossess that land and reallocate it. Once you say you repossess and relocate, the people will pay for the rates. Because we have to come up with the radical measures of getting things done. We must move away from the culture of business as usual. So I want to promise and make an undertaking to this committee. If approved by the Assembly and appointed to this docket, I will come up with reforms, very urgent reforms that will address some of these issues. And the priority among those reforms is digitization of records, because one way we get this fraud is through lack of records. So we will invest in digitization. And even when you're talking about GIS, if today a county like Vihiga was saying, which is now a model county in terms of land reforms, they have a GIS system. When you're at the governor's office, who is domiciled at the governor's office, you can, at the click of a button, know where all the health centers, all the schools, all government facilities where they are, and proximity to services, so that you don't have to pay people some night outs or some allowances to go and go around the county for 1 month trying to find out which health centers are closer to the other. You can do that at the click of a button. You don't need to have an health center at Kadivo, while people in Kabati can even come for referral services in Kitui. So we need to really work on the digitalization of our records. And again, it has a lot of partner interest, donor interest, because even if Vihiga and Nairobi now, they're also doing that. It's also through donor funding. So we also need to leverage on some of that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members.
You haven't addressed the issue of the several legal matters which are mostly in your docket, the cases.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, like I've said, if the Assembly approves me and for this docket and the governor appoints me, I'll also prioritize first getting to understand where we are in terms of those legal issues, and also sit with the legal office in county executive and see how we fast track this, and also come up with strategies and policies to minimize future litigations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Let me now request allow Honorable Nganga.
Just a follow-up question from
yes.
Thank you, Chair. Frederick, what is your take on land compensation, whereby our people's land is being taken for expansion of roads, installation of electricity, and even in some areas, mining?
Thank you, Honorable Alex Nganga, the Minority Leader, through the Chair and Honorable members, on land compensation, on especially, I know the outstanding issues along the Kibwezi-Kitui Road. If approved by the Assembly and appointed by the Governor to this docket, I'll work closely with the National Land Commission and the National Government Ministry of Lands to fast track compensation for our people, and also ensure that other government agencies like Kenya Power, we also need to put stakeholders together and address the issue of compensation. Thank you.
Just, actually my context was, the same is also being done by the county government in areas where they're expanding roads, roads under the county government, and again, in other areas where they're opening up new roads. So basically, I wanted your take on it within the context of a county government, Kitui County Government.
Thank you, Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Alex Nganga, and the Chair and Honorable members. If approved by this committee and the Assembly and get appointment to the CC for this docket, I will first do mapping to know where we have such challenges and have a stakeholder involvement. We get the best way out of this and address the matter. And also again, like I said, even where you find that roads reserve or there's involvement of county staff. So again, I will work on building a culture that respects the principles of public service.
Thank you. And the last one, Chair, is about, very important, the Land Task Force report of 2015, which was actually done during the first term of Governor Malombe in office. If you take your time to go through that task force report, you will realize most of the challenges we are raising here. There are proposals and directions on how they should be resolved. Do you undertake to implement that task force report?
Thank you, Honorable Alex Nganga, through the chair and honorable members. If I go through the approval of the House and get appointed to this department, I will first study the report, the task force report, and then have a stakeholder in consultation with also the governor and the sectoral committee of the assembly and other stakeholders really work on implementing this very important report, because it goes a long way in effective and efficient management of land in our county. Thank you.
Are you aware of that report, Mr. Frederick?
Honorable Speaker, I'm aware because I was in Kitui County when that task force was going around.
What are some of the recommendations in that report which you will immediately, assuming that you are approved and appointed, you will immediately start working on?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members. Like I've said, I'll have to study the report because I was not a member of the task force.
But you have said you are aware of it. I thought being very passionate, as you have said, on land matters, and you were there. I think you are the acting county secretary, if I'm not wrong. You should have an idea of the recommendation in the report.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I was the assistant county secretary with some clear functions then. But like I've said, our passion to really serve our people of Kitui and do all that we can within our abilities. So given an opportunity, I'll study the report, involve the sectoral committee, like I've said, and stakeholders, and see even the quick wins within the report that can be done.
So you're saying you don't know the recommendation in that report? You don't know?
Yes, I don't. I have not gone through it. Because I joined Kitui County when the task force was going around, and when they finished, they presented to the governor the report. But like I've said, I will not lie to this committee that I know the contents.
But you are saying that once approved and appointed, you will go through it and ensure full implementation of the same of the report.
Thank you.
Is it a condition now? You knowing the report and knowing the recommendation in the report, you are passionate about land matters in Kitui County.
The committee, like I've said, our passion to land matters. I will prioritize. I'll prioritize that. Actually, having listened to each and every member of this committee, there are serious issues that need to be addressed, and I'm sure a lot of those issues also have been raised in that because these are leaders who represent our people. So I'm sure there are pertinent issues in that report. I will study it even before approval, even for consumption, and because I'm sure even the other stakeholders who can also come in really implementation. So I want to make a commitment, an undertaking.
Before you undertake, tell us first some of the issues or challenges or problems which are in the land department in our county, and what are your proposed solutions to those issues?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Some of the challenges that the ministry has, the department has, there are double allocations, like we said. There's land fraud. There's also innovation of public land. I'm aware public land which initially was trust land, like Kanyonyo, Mwakini, Ikudha, some areas of Ikudha. We have places where public land and even their case is ongoing, like Mwakini, Kanyonyo, B2 ranching. Some with leases are expired, others we still with leases, but leases that have not, the people who acquired the leases, they are misusing, they're not doing whatever they were meant to do. So there are myriad of challenges in the ministry. Again, lack of planning, because like you're saying about the congestion bit of our town here, and most of our urban areas, we need proper planning where we make provisions for amenities like hospitals, where we make whatever for solid waste management and such. So all those challenges, like I said, given an opportunity, I will not have the luxury of time. I will embark on that journey of making the issues of land in Kitui and some of the things like fraud and double allocations a thing of the past. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Chair.
I will not let you go until I am satisfied. Tell us some of the existing land policies in Kitui County. And if you know some of them, tell us the gaps in some of them and how you plan to address the gaps. Because as you have said, land is a serious issue. Even right now, Mr. Frederick, the conflicts in Muda, and those other areas in Komeni, they are land related, believe you me. Whereby some people are leasing their land to other people. So are there existing policies in Kitui County? If no, which policies would you recommend? And if yes, what are some of the gaps in those policies which you would recommend to address once approved and appointed?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In response to that, the issue of a place like Muda, where we need to have a multi-faceted approach, whereby we work closely with the national government and propose policies to the Assembly. In fact, I need the support of the Assembly in coming up with some of those policies, even fast-tracking like community land, issuance of titles, because it minimizes those conflicts. So if given an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, I want to make an undertaking that I work closely, because the policies, as much as they emanate from the county executive, they also need the approval of the Assembly. So we must work closely with the county assembly and stakeholders to resolve some of those historical challenges that we have within our county. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matthew. Before I allow you, Mheshimiwa Kimanga, there was a motion which was passed in this House. And the motion was moved by one Honorable Erastus Mbuno, as amended by one Titus Munyoe Kasinga. And in that motion, there were some proposals or other prayers which were made by the County Assembly, and some of them were land related, where the county executive was supposed to implement. Are you aware of that motion? If yes, how will you implement some of the prayers which are related to your department?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Chair, honorable members of the committee. I am not aware of the motion, but I want to make an undertaking. If approved and appointed, I'll prioritize. I'll get a copy of the motion and the recommendations that were made, and involve the relevant stakeholders in implementing those proposals of the Honorable Assembly.
Are you also aware of a motion by Honorable Godfrey Mudengi Dagara? And in the motion, there were some issues which touched on your department of lands. Are you aware with a yes or no?
No, sir.
Honorable, or rather Mr. Frederick Kisonge Kimanga, are you telling this committee and this house, the people of Kitui County, that you will only develop interest on Kitui County matters after being approved and appointed by the governor to become the CEC for lands and housing? Because I think for now, I think you don't know much of the things which have been happening. Have you been away for so long, Mr. Frederick?
Honorable Chair
Yes.
and Speaker, like I said from the beginning, I'm passionate about matters in my county. The two motions might have evaded my attention. I really follow up even what happens in the county assembly. But I don't want to make an undertaking that if approved by this house and appointed, I will really
again you are giving us a condition, first of all, to approve you before you develop interest.
Honorable Speaker, sir.
I appreciate your clarion call. In Kiswahili, we call it kibwagizo, because in all your statements, you are ending by saying, if approved by this county assembly and appointed by the governor, Mr. Frederick Kisonge Kimanga. There was even another motion. Let me now enlighten you, because you seem not to know. Do you have interest in what happens in this house? Because there was another motion by a member for Kisase Ward on issues of pending bills. And many of these bills are in your department. Believe you me, most of the court awards are awards which are as a result of cases from your department. Are you aware of that motion, or you will become aware of it after you have been approved and appointed by the governor?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Speaker,
Yes.
and Honorable members. I'm aware of the motion on pending bills, whereby this House resolved that they will constitute a committee that again also look at what the Governor's Committee on Pending Bills will have done before they are paid, which is a good thing in the spirit of good governance and transparency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick Kisonge Kimanga. Let me now allow Mr. or rather Honorable Matthew Ngovi to ask you a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my chair, I thank you for this opportunity, and also I thank you, Mr. Kimanga, for affirmation that you will allocate us 1 acre for the MCS office in every ward headquarters. Thank you. My question...
You need to end by saying, if he is approved by the House and appointed by the governor.
Okay, on my question, my first question will come from, I think urban development is one of our docket. And my question is about installation of the street lights and the maintenance at the moment, because most of them now, they don't operate. Which initiative are you going to take in your first 100 days to make sure all our urban centers and upcoming ones, they have street lights, so that our people can maybe work 24 hours?
Thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Bodhi, through the Chair and Honorable Members. Yes, it's true that a lot of the street lights across the county are not working or well maintained. This is a budgetary aspect that needs to be looked at. So, again, if given this opportunity, because at the moment, I'm a nominee. Yes. Honorable Chair, you allow me to repeat this.
Please
because
go ahead
I'm a
and
nominee.
repeat.
Because I still
Yes, Honorable Nganga.
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah?
Please continue.
Can I at least help the nominee with some words, which basically we will call them parliamentary words? Because you don't come to the assembly to give assembly conditions.
Yes.
You bring prayers. Just saying, hoping that I am approved.
Or you can say, if found suitable
Yes.
by this house.
So that you can avoid using the unparliamentary language.
And giving us conditions.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, Member Minority Leader, Honorable Nganga. And through the Honorable Speaker, sorry for that oversight. I have not been inducted to parliamentary language, but I'm learning. This is my first day in the chamber here, so I am learning. Next time, I will use parliamentary language. So, if found suitable, back to urban development, if found suitable by this house, and this is my prayer, through the chair and honorable members,
yes.
To make me achieve my passion for working with my people. Street lights have not been working and some are not maintained. We need to really think even solar. Think of, I'll come up with a policy, I'll propose a policy that will also come to the the assembly. Because sometimes we can even outsource some of these, get into partnerships with people, private sector players who are in this this business. That might be cheaper. We may maybe even invest in solar, which is cheaper. But because it has budgetary aspects, again, until maybe I'm found suitable and I'm in office, to know what has been allocated for the street lighting, is at that time that I can make proposals. Either we do solar, first we do mapping and come up with a report. Which ones are working and what is like the costs, what are we looking at in terms of cost? And then come up with an appropriate policy and a program of making sure that we light our centers. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, but Mr. Kimanga, I want to tell you whatever you said today and whatever you have answered today as a budget aspect. So you promised us to do things with knowing that there will be budget. So on my answer, the answer which I was looking for is you affirmed to us that you are going to do the renovation of those street lights and those centers which necessarily require the street lights. You fast tracked on that. Thank you. The other question is on what is your plan on the proposed count housing project?
Thank you, Honorable Member. One, on, like you have said, on the street lights. Like I said, there are a lot of partners who have interest in like especially even the urban areas. We'll also go out of our way to also rope them in, come up with proposals that we can present to them to see whether they can come in helping us light our towns and market centers. On the housing plan, I'm aware that there were two projects, one at Manyenyoni and another one opposite where Tanathi sits. The county government went into partnership through the PPP with private sector players in housing. Groundbreaking was done, but no construction is going on. So, if this committee and this house finds me suitable, again, I will study those agreements, study that program where they have gotten and see how we can fast track, because again, we need of offices for county and even for the assembly, and we also need to study the viability of those projects, because like now when you have houses, residential houses at, let's say, opposite Tanathi, I think that's a more suitable place maybe for a mall or a county assembly. In fact, the space we are looking for the county assembly chambers, or even is more suitable, or even a commercial. So in consultation with the county assembly sector committee, because every planning the county assembly has also to approve, we'll also get into discussion, relook at all this and see if they are viable or they're not viable, and then we fast track them, because again, our county is in need of affordable housing. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. My last question: do you know the members of committee relative to your docket?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair of my sector committee in the Assembly is Honorable Munithia.
Do you know the vice chairman?
Is Honorable Musili, Madam Musili.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I'm through.
Thank you. And I believe once Mr. Frederick Kimanga is found suitable, we will know all the members of that particular committee.
And the chair to
commit.
Chair to add to him.
Yes.
I'm a chairman of implementation committee. So whatever you have committed from this committee, make sure it will happen. Thank you.
And I'm also a member of implementation committee.
Do you want to respond to that, Mr. Frederick? If found suitable by this committee, do you want to respond? What we will do?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members, honorable members. And I'm privileged today to have met members of the implementation committee.
Not members, but the chairman.
The chairman and a member of the committee. So at least it has also been a good forum for networking, because they really helped me to fast track this, because that also needs also the assembly because of budgeting and all that. So we were given found suitable. We work very closely. We work very, very closely to deliver on the undertakings that I've made today. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick Kimanga. Let me ask you the final question. Again, if found suitable by this committee and appointed by the governor, how will you enhance the working relationship between the county executive and the county assembly? Because I'm sure, because you have been an administrator, you know very well that the county executive and the county assembly, they are actually tied at the hip. They can't be separated. They have to work together. So, as an advisor to the governor, what measures will you put in place to ensure a good working relationship between the two arms of government?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the Appointments Committee. How I will strengthen those relationships. One, like you have said, a county government is the executive and the county assembly. And when we work as a team, build team synergy, it makes work and improves the efficiency and effectiveness of service that we provide to the people of Kitui County. So I'll strive at all times at a CEC to at all times work closely with my sectoral committee of the assembly and appropriately also advise my governor on pertinent issues that that concern my docket and improve on the relationships. Because like you put, that's the only way you can extend service delivery in our county. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick Kimanga. Honorable members of the committee, any further question for Mr. Kimanga? Honorable Mwandia.
No, sir. I'm contented.
Honorable Bode.
No, sir. I'm okay.
Honorable Harrison Maluki.
I'm okay, Chair.
Honorable Alex Nganga.
I'm a member of the Lead Committee.
But don't worry, once he is found suitable, you will know the members of that committee. Don't worry. Honorable Judith Wanza.
I'm satisfied.
Thank you. My colleagues have sought all the clarification which we wanted from you, Mr. Kimanga. And before I make my closing remarks, I'll give you 5 minutes. And I will ask the clerk for time because I know you can speak much. So I will time you 5 minutes only to give us your concluding remarks and tell us what you wish for this committee to do.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members of the Honorable members of the Appointments Committee. First is to thank you for having accorded me this opportunity to sit together and assess my suitability. It's my prayer to the committee that it's my prayer to the committee that you consider me, amply consider me for approval, to give me an opportunity to work for the great people of Kitui in this docket that, like I said earlier, I'm passionate about. So, asanteni sana.
Thank you. Then I did not need to time you since you have been very brief. So, Mr. Kimanga, thank you very much once again for coming for this interview and for responding to all our questions where we were seeking clarifications. Once again, I'm sure you are aware that this is a process which began the day the governor nominated you and wrote a letter to us communicating your nomination. This process will end after you are officially appointed by the governor. This committee and this assembly is given the mandate by Article 185 of the Constitution of 2010 and Standing Order number 184.4 of the Kitui County Assembly Standing Orders to vet you and determine your suitability, which today you came prepared to defend. And this committee has heard you. We will retire and prepare a report, and that report will be submitted to the entire House for debate. The House may agree with us or disagree with us. If the House finds you suitable, then your name will be forwarded to the governor for appointment. And if the governor fails to appoint you, then this House has no power above that. So it is at that point that I want to wish you all the best in the remaining processes. At least we have interviewed you. The other part is preparing a report and taking to the House. If the House finds you suitable and the governor finds you suitable, I hope and believe all the commitments which you have made here to the people of Kitui County. And you know the chair for implementation committee is here. Chair for culture agenda is here. The majority leader is here. The majority leader is here. You will have no place to hide. So, Mr. Frederick Kimanga, I wish you all the best. And I thank you for coming. And I look forward to seeing you again. So have a good evening. And may God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Asante sana. You may collect your original documents from our senior legal counsel.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members. I also take this opportunity to wish you a great evening and a great weekend. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members of the committee. Allow me now to end the committee sitting by thanking all of you for your patience, for your resilience, and for ensuring that we conduct this process in the most professional way possible. I also want to thank the secretariat led by the clerk for also facilitating the work of this committee and supporting this committee. I also want to thank members of the public, our visitors in the Speakers Gallery, and every person who has been following and participating in this entire process since when it began. I want to assure the people of Kitui County that this House, through this committee, is committed to ensuring that we do our duty of ascertaining suitability of the nominees by the governor. We know that there has been a lot of public spat outside there when this process was postponed. But I'm sure the people of Kitui County understand why this committee had to make the tough decision which it made to postpone the vetting. We wanted to ensure that we gather all the relevant information, get clearance and confirmation by all the relevant institutions before we finalize on the work of this committee. Having done the interviews and having gotten all the clearances, this committee now will retreat, prepare a report in the soonest time possible, because I'm sure the people of Kitui are waiting for the cabinet to be formed. And I'm sure all the honorable members of this House are equally waiting for them. So I urge you, members of this committee, to burn the midnight oil, to work hard in coming up with a report, if possible. If the report can be submitted to the House, the next time we are sitting as a House, that is next week on Tuesday, that will be the prayers as your chair. So I urge you honorable members to work hard. I'm sure the people of Kitui are praying for us. It is not an easy task. Since yesterday until today, from morning till night, it's not easy. But I think we are up to the task. I want to thank the people of Kitui County in your respective wards for electing you members of this committee, because you have proven to me that you are up to the task. And I want to also thank you because you made me your chair. You made me your speaker. I thank you. I hope I have delivered as your chair. By the end of the day, the decision will be yours. The chair has no voting powers. It is you. My work was to facilitate. So I believe you will not let down the people of Kitui County. So thank you very much. At this point, I will ask if there is any other business. If there is none, allow me to say that this committee sitting will end at this point. And I want to wish you a very good evening, and may God bless you. Thank you. Allow me. In working on the report. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and the county assemblies for the welfare of the society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Thank you, honorable members.